Mundial de Canfranc es una gran oportunidad para que los sitios pequeños puedan organizar grandes eventos deportivos internacionales como este.
Queremos reivindicar los Pirineos como una de las cordilleras a nivel mundial más atractivas y espectaculares para nuestro deporte. Un lugar irrepetible para este Mundial de Trail.
Gracias.
Nada.
No por esto, no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera y que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day 2 of this World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. We are in the beautiful little mountain town of Conflans in the Spanish Pyrenees, and today is the short trail. By my side, one and again, the one and only Jonathan Wyatt, the man of many hats, and this is going to be the opportunity to talk about various different topics aside from the running. Jonathan, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, a pleasure to be with you here, Martin, and thanks for everybody for joining us this morning, whether it's good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you are around the world. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And the sun has not quite arrived here down in the valley, but we'll be here shortly, and the runners are they're getting their last preparations done and ready to take on what is going to be a challenging course, and we're going to talk way more about that during the morning too.
Absolutely, and you can see all the runners warming up. We talked about the warm-up yesterday, and this is going to be equally as important because the temperatures are quite low. We had about 3 degrees Celsius here at the start about half an hour ago, and a lot of the runners, before they started their warm-up, we're all packed up in a wee tent, and all like a flock of sheep trying to stay warm. So that was quite a funny sight. And then now they are full on running around, and you can see there's a dedicated area in which they can trot along. There we go, temperatures, it's actually down to 2 degrees. You know, it gets the coldest an hour before sunrise, and now it's going to rise a little bit. But the good thing for us is that it means that it was clear skies, and we're going to have a beautiful day, allowing you, as you can see right here, drone footage of the course. and all throughout the day. So I think in the program, Jono, we'll have obviously a few images of here the start before they even get started, I think, and we'll have a recap of yesterday's first day, opening day on the uphill with the men's and the women's. So we'll be able to revisit that if you missed out yesterday on the full live broadcast. We had really cool runners taking on gold, silver, and bronze, as well as teams and a few surprises.
Yeah, always surprises. Well, I mean, that's why we're here to make the predictions, of course. But then on the other side, that would be boring if we were right all the time.
Oh, yeah. I certainly don't make things boring because I didn't get much right yesterday on the predictions.
Yeah, look, such an exciting race. What a great start to the championships. 4 days of racing, starting yesterday with the uphill 6-kilometer race, almost 1,000 meters of climbing. Today's the short trail event. Tomorrow will be the long trail. And then on the final day, Sunday, will be the classic up and down. So both junior races as well as seniors.
Right, right. And so before, as I was saying, we get into the live broadcast, here is a recap of what went down yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be with us shortly, but yeah, fantastic images from yesterday's results were fantastic. Such a close race in the women's event. We'd say it came down to the wire with the top positions. Men's race, it was a runaway victory, wasn't it?
Oh, like Rémi Bonnet from Switzerland. Again, if you weren't with us, we might be repeating, but he had a big injury at the beginning of the season that took him out. And he just stayed patient. He said he had quite a few bad days, you know, when you define yourself as an athlete and you can't run. It becomes a bit of a challenge, a bit of a mental struggle. And so he said, like, I kept my head down, I kept the recovery going, didn't want to come back too soon and make it worse. And then eventually, when fitness allowed, he was back on the training game. And with a focus on the uphill. Essentially, the end of this season, he didn't bother trying to work the downhill, trying to work proprioception. It was all firing the uphill engines, and his 2 goals were world champs here in the uphill, and then trying to break the world record of the vertical kilometer.
Yeah, look, but he's such a specialist for uphill running. He's well known for that, you know, for sure. He's got amazing results up and down as well. But yeah, from the early days when he was a young junior runner, when I got to know Remy, yeah, always so strong on uphill. And in the women's race, Nina Engelhardt, I think she was running scared there in the last section. But
she was, and we all thought indeed, Jono, seeing the gap shorten and shorten with Susanna. But then eventually, it looks like she had a bit of a second wind, and she was back and maintained the gap, and then eventually took the win. It was quite an emotional interview we had with her on the finish line with Richard. And it was good to see how much it meant to her.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, so Nina Engelhardt from Germany took it out. Susanna Sapunki was second from Finland. And we're just watching the last throws of the warm-up going on. We saw Stian Angermut come through there, and we'll be shouting out some of the top runners over the next few minutes as they get underway.
There's a lot of familiar faces right here on the screen that are popping up. And again, big shout out to all of you back home, wherever you're watching from. We absolutely love the support you're showing to your countries, to your runners, to your athletes. Some people are your friends, your families, and this is a race of a lifetime. Making it to world champion, representing your country. I think we'll be saying this over and over again over the 4 days of.
Buen dia and bonjour to our Spanish and French viewers, and of course a very warm welcome to viewers in English all around the world. Here we are at the start line of the 45-kilometer short trail race at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships. What a festival of color and Festival del Color here on the start line. You can see all the runners warming up and down the start line area. I'm seeing runners from every country around the world, more than 73 countries represented here at the championships. Runners from the Netherlands, from Brazil, from Venezuela, Norway, all streaming past the camera as everybody tries to get warm ahead of the beginning of the race. The sun is just coming up over the mountains in the background, lighting up this amazing valley, the pine trees and the mountain ridgeline all starting to come into view. We've got fans over here on the left and the right of the track cheering for their runners as they see them come by. The team managers also on the side of the track helping the runners get warm, taking off their warm jackets and the things they've been using all morning, hot water bottles even, to try and keep warm and make sure they're ready. We've got some, it's not that cold, says Stian from Norway, a face you might recognize from previous World Championships, just like home, he says. So easy for some of the athletes from places like Norway, not so easy of course for some runners who are coming here from much warmer climates, especially Southeast Asia, from Africa, from South America, where it might not be so cold right now. But things are certainly going to warm up very, very soon. All the athletes now taking off their cold weather gear. One runner here just taking off his warm jacket right behind me from the Czech Republic. Good luck to you, sir. Everybody really having so much fun, so many big smiles here at the start line, and we're all so excited to see the start of this race and to then, of course, see the amazing scenery of the Canfranc Pyrenees. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Jono, I have one question right here that's popping into my mind. How does Richard look so good so early in the morning? Immaculate perfection. No, it's good. And again, if you weren't with us yesterday, like Richard is going to be out on the course quite a few times today, just to give us a field update, see how the runners are feeling when they go past him, because sometimes there are a few things we'll be missing from the images. And so we'll be tuning in and out with Richard Kimmer. So it's good to have him here, knowledgeable person.
Absolutely, great to have Richard out on the track. He hails from Hong Kong, and he's very much a trail runner himself. So he knows the sport, and we are really lucky to have his comments. And we'll see him at aid stations, and we'll see him at some of the key points out on the course. So he mentioned the warm up and that it's a little chilly down there in the start. We have a kind of a saying where the shorter the distance, the longer the warm-up. So you'd have seen yesterday the runners taking a bit longer for their warm-up, doing some faster run-throughs. This morning, much more of a gentle warm-up, but still very important to keep the legs warm and make sure there's a bit of
especially
bit of heat in there.
When you kick off with such a big climb.
Yes.
That is the longest climb, and followed by the longest descent back down into the valley. And then another climb. There's going to be about 4 main climbs, and this is going to be super scenic. They're breaking way above tree line and then dropping down quite steep on the other side. And I think this is going to be the area we might not have so many images right after that on the backside of that mountain.
Yeah, so 4 massive climbs, high point being 2,575 meters. But yeah, 4 brutal climbs, and then that final part coming down those switchbacks back into the back into the town center.
And talk about predictions. I really believe that in that last descent, we'll see changes in position.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Hopefully we'll have camera runners who can keep up with these athletes on those trails, because obviously whenever they're going to be above tree line, we'll have many opportunities to broadcast images from the race with drone footage. There are a few sections where e-mountain bikes can actually be out there on the trail without bothering the runners, because obviously runners, I want to say comfort, but like no runner's disruption is the name of the game here, while trying to provide the best possible images. But then, yeah, even though it is 44.5 kilometer race, they will be going extremely fast. And so for the cam runners who have a backpack carrying all the equipment to broadcast the images, sometimes it is a bit of a challenge. So we're crossing our fingers for the best possible images, but if it doesn't doesn't bring everything we're hoping for, don't get angry. Don't get angry, don't get disappointed. We're all here for the fun. And you know, getting angry is bad for you anyway. We're here for the fun, we're here for the passion of the sport, and we're super excited.
Yeah,
Again, we couldn't be blessed with the better weather, which also already promised really good images. And Jono, we are 3 minutes
We're counting down
away
to
from
the
the start.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Look, send us some love here in the studio. We're so excited to be able to bring you the action, and this is the second championship race for the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. The combination of mountain running events and trail running events coming together for the third time, the third edition of the championships, and it's bigger and better than ever. Richard mentioned 73 countries involved. More than 1,300 athletes.
Yep.
You know, the entries that originally came in a few months ago had it close to 1,500. So the organisers are a little scared with how much accommodation that they need to provide. But yeah, the final entries came in at around 1,350, 1,400.
There we go. There we go.
Massive event.
And yeah, it's good to see everyone in the chat supporting their countries. We get Germany, Poland, and so I hope I will say that right, but there's something that always pops up in the chat. Polska Gorum, which is like slang for Go Poland. What do I see? Taiwan, the Philippines, Brazil, Hong Kong, Canada, the US. Everybody's here. Loving it, loving it.
Yeah, I love seeing those flags come up through the chat as well. It's brilliant having you all here with us this morning, and we're going to be taking you through right the way through to the end of the race.
And so, I mean, it's hard to talk about the runners just now, but as anticipated, World Championship race, we have the world's best out here on the line, coming from all the different countries. We do have our usual suspects, and because it's the race of a day, we're hoping that we can see a few dog horses show up and kind of disrupt those athletes we're familiar in seeing right at the front.
And don't worry, we'll be telling you who our dark horses are. So we're gonna put our reputations on the line.
Oh yeah, well,
you guys. Yeah, we will run through those favourites as the race takes off. Yeah, as Martin says, you know, it's a coming together of the world's best, and that's what we love about it. We want to bring the best runners on the same day, on the same location, racing each other and fighting it out for the medals.
Go Team Italy right at the front, with Davide Manini and Luca Del Pero. Side by side, Davide is the one with the headband. Got Team USA, Norway. The Spanish team is in the house. Andreu Blanes, the taller runner on the left-hand side, and Antonio Martinez right next to him. Ooh.
Yeah, I love seeing
so much talent. This is the face, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to scare a lot of people today. She's got the black headband. Tove Alexandersson is going to be absolutely lethal on that course.
Absolutely, yeah, good on downhills, and she, stepping up a distance as well.
Stepping up the distance, and this was the interesting kind of hint for me when I knew she was coming back, because 2 years ago in Innsbruck, she showed up to the Classic in the middle of her orienteering season. She didn't prep for it, she didn't train specifically for it, and she managed to be right behind Grayson Murphy in second place. All right, we are already 8:01, so we're going to have to keep that in mind when we do our times.
Yeah, should just say Grayson Murphy also stepping up.
Yes.
She's in the field today.
But the fact that Tove came to this race before.
Here goes the gun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is off.
Yeah, narrow start, but it's long enough that we don't expect too much jostling at the start.
That should be all right.
So 73 countries involved in these championships. I was counting 59 nations in the women's race and 63, 64 in the men's competition. So
yeah, the Frenchies are also to be looked out for. Frédéric Tranchant, Thomas Cardin, two runners that on paper should be in the top 5, if not better. But man, the field is so stacked. You're like, there's 15 runners who could be in the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. Look who's gone out. Look who's gone out.
There we
front.
go, Andreu Blanes, 2:09 road marathon time. So he's got wheels, and he's a runner that I really appreciate in the sense that he does his own race, and he's not scared.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he feels good, he's going to go hard and not look at anyone around him.
Yes, so the first kilometre here, as they leave the village, slightly downhill on the road. So it's actually a tough way to start in a way, because it has been cold. You know, it is difficult to get completely warm, and then to start with a slight downhill where your legs have to actually start moving pretty quickly. It's not the easiest.
And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Sierre-Zinal. This year, stepping up to the marathon distance, who was second to Elouzine El Azaoui at Zegama.
Yeah, this year Sierre-Zinal, eighth position, but yes, a former winner, Sierre-Zinal, and so he knows this kind of distance. Sierre-Zinal shorter, of course, but also Zegama this year coming through with the second place. So he's running in form. Yeah, absolutely. So he was definitely on our favourites list, not on our dark horse list.
Well, actually, yes, it worked in a dark horse because he wasn't in the top 20 in our ranking. So we were allowed to pick him. So actually, I picked him both for the win and my dark horse because that's where we're going to score the most points. Manuel Merias here with the poles, infamous with his poles handmade out of bamboo. And so he's always carrying them all the way. He's going to be the fastest downhill runner on that course, absolutely no doubt about it. And so we definitely look forward to seeing him back. He was a bit out, I wouldn't say health issues, but his blood levels and fitness was under par and kept him away from competition. But the fact that he's back now, he's going to be hungry, just like Rémi Bonnet, for a good effort and a good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can see USA there. There's a good mix of countries there. France, we know, is gonna pack well, and it looks like they've gone out with a bit of a team.
There is definitely talking to the French, like Adrien Séguret, who's kind of recruiting the team and then looking after them and helping with the training as well. He said the team aspect was going to be a really big one for that race.
Yeah, and I think it helps also when you train with people, you know how they run. That gives you a bit more confidence as you start a race like this, because there is a lot of adrenaline. Like it's very easy to start too quickly on this kind of competition because it doesn't happen very often. It happens once every 2 years, and so. Yeah, coming into this, it's actually helps you when you know some of the other runners around you, that you can sort of key off and you just know, okay, if we stay together, we'll all start at a similar pace.
And it's also like, when you're sharing the same team, like you work together, you work with each other. So when you have your country fellow runners who are by your side, you feel like a team, you feel like an army fighting against the rest, and I for one really feel like that's a game changer and that's helping out. So Eli Hemming here is in the mixed. Stian Engomund in the middle. Yoho. And the French flags are flying up high.
I just saw one of the Finnish runners coming through. Up there in the top group. Was it Juho Jelinin?
Yeah. I said Yoho. Sorry, it's Juho.
Juho.
And so far, Andreu Blanes from Spain is leading by a few meters. There we go. Davide Marini on the left-hand side with the blue headband is coming in the lead pack as well. He's an excellent climber. So for that first climb, which is 1,400 meters over 6.6 Ks.
And actually, Davide, he's well known to start quick. And look how he's looking.
Yeah,
he's hungry to get out
to
the front. Up. Yeah. He's gonna go to the lead, and he'll be up with Andrea, I'm sure, pretty soon.
There we go, Luca Del Piero, who just showed at the bottom left corner of your screen as well.
Okay, now they're heading the single track. So maybe a chance to talk about this first climb as they leave the road there, coming onto a forest trail, and then they head on this single track. It'll be zigzagging up for a good distance. These trails created for the planting of all of the forest here 150 odd years ago, and then they'll be moving out of the tree line and then up into the rocky section where it actually gets super technical, like for an uphill to be technical. Like it's very rocky, so they'll be relying on the markings to show them the trail.
And so now that explains it, because they're breaking into that single track you're talking about, and so that's why Davide showed up at the front. He did not want to get bottlenecked on that section, so he shows that he knows the course. He's done the work, the prep. That's really good to see. Thomas Roach here a little bit further back. Rafał Matuszak from Poland, and now we're starting to see the ladies go around that corner. I think that was Sarah Alonso here, but there were athletes, Tabor Haming as well from the US.
Exactly.
She could do extremely well here. Yeah. And there she is. That's the one to look out for. With long tights, actually. Tove Alexandersson from Sweden.
That's very orienteering, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, very true, very true. She'll be feeling right at home with that. That was, the color must be off a little bit, but I think that was Judith Witter. Clémentine Geoffrey from France, just went past a previous world champion. Marcela Vasinova. Man, sorry, I can't point everyone.
Yeah, Matt's doing a great job of picking out those names. But we've also got Caitlin Fielder in the race there, and we'll talk about her a bit later on. And
yep.
I love these static shots as well, because it gives you an idea of how many runners are in the field today. And let's talk about that. 201 male athletes on the start line, 168 women. So if my mathematics is correct, that gives us 369 runners on the start line.
It's too early for you to try and count that.
Would that be our biggest field? I think that will probably be our biggest total field in a single race, single race start time. Yeah, so you can see quite important to get position. These runners have recce'd the course. They know that as soon as that forest road finishes, they're on a single track, and potential for bottlenecks and being able to and being stuck behind runners. If you're a good climber, yeah, you definitely want to get out and run your own rhythm.
And also, it's good to give a bit of love to all the runners throughout the field.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. And you can see just the number of different countries there that we've got with us today. These are great shots. Seeing Andre Balanis, just the way he's climbing as well, really efficient for a really tall guy. Yeah, good.
Well, he's got a background in orienteering. So he'll be super agile. He won't be challenged by the terrain at all. And like I said, like he's got a 2:09 something road marathon PR. So he's got wheels as well whenever, because that's the thing, like on those switchbacks, yes, you stop and go, but in the middle, it's never super steep.
Yeah.
So that's when you really need to have the wheels, the efficiency to be able to move through without burning too many matches, because it is a long race. It's going to be a long time on the feet, working at such a high intensity. And we're talking about this, like coming around that distance, it's going to be sub 5 hour for the mains, but around that time on your feet, like the nutrition aspect comes into play, and you cannot afford to disregard that. And great shot here from the cam runner, who's giving us an indication of how far ahead Andreu Blanes is compared to the rest of the field, the chasing pack. And it's probably like 10, 15 seconds top. But it's good. It shows that he's got confidence and he's got nothing to hide, and he's getting after it.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for just wanting to run at your own pace. Some people don't like being front runners because they feel the pressure from behind.
You're being chased by the whole field, pretty much.
Exactly. But other people just want to get out, run their own rhythm, and definitely Davide Manini is another one who I would put in that category as well. And so we should see him coming up past. Absolutely.
That's him, Thomas Cardin from France, Stian, Eli Hemming, and now that chasing group has been skimmed a little bit.
Yeah. Starting to stretch out already.
Yeah.
And there was Del Piero, I think.
Del Piero. Daniel Pattis, one to look out for at 100%. Did I miss him or have we lost? No, we must have.
Yeah, definitely one of our favourites to watch. Again, somebody coming off a disrupted season this year. Yeah, Daniel Pattis had such a strong season last year, but definitely this year coming into it a little bit fresher, let's say, after some injury issues.
And so Seth Rollin, I thought he was in the lead group with Eli, but no, I saw him like maybe in around the 20th position.
Okay, and that looks like our lead woman there.
Look at your dark horse. Well done, Jono.
So are we looking at Czech Republic, Teresa?
Oh no, yeah, Teresa.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sure apologies for my pronunciation, but yeah, Teresa Herkova, out in front. And definitely in the women's competition, in a mixed race like this, sometimes you can be out of sight, out of mind. So if you're not aware of who's in front of you and having some information out there on the course as well, just to know your position is super important, because you can't keep track of it's difficult to keep track of everyone at the start. So if you want to start a little bit more conservatively, then it's important to know how many people are in front of you.
And once again, as you said, that's then the role of the team managers to have people out there on the course to give indications to the runners.
Yeah, great shots from our camera runners, so definitely shout out.
Yeah.
So looks like their camera runners looking back for the second woman. I'm picking.
That would be it. And catching a breather as well, because that's a pretty hot start.
Yeah, here we go.
Tove
Alexander, yes.
No surprise here. And we're going to be able to talk about poles as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, here I don't think there's going to be a lot of benefit until they get pretty much out of the tree line. It's not steep.
It is quite runnable. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Judith Wieder from Switzerland. Also one of the names we expect to do extremely well, already on the podium a couple of years ago. Second place. And I mean, she's Mrs. Consistent. She's extremely smart, rigorous in her training, doesn't line up if she's not healthy.
Yeah, and had a busy program as well over the last month or so.
Exactly. That's just like I would have put her on the win, but the fact that she raced OCC not even a month ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's a 50K that takes quite a bit out of you, especially because he ended up being 60K because of the course change. So yeah, she won't be coming in fully rested. But nonetheless, especially on the terrain like this, she's one of the fastest downhill runner in the circuit. Sarah Alonso here from Spain that just went through, so she was in 4th. Sarah Alonso also had a bit of a... I mean, this is Sarah. She always have really unbelievable stuff happening to her. There we go. Team France, Tabor Hemming. Oh, Naomi Lang. There we go.
Exactly, yes.
We haven't brought her up yet, but talking about fast downhill runners... Lucille Germain from France as well. She's had a pretty good season so far. Caitlin Fielder here,
Yes.
Team New Zealand.
Yeah, and
Daniela Homus from Germany.
It helps me with the black singlet. There's not too many others.
Oh, Grayson Murphy was right back here. I mean, it's a long way to go, but I'm surprised seeing that she's coming from the shorter distances as well. Like, she would have the speed, but I guess she chose to be conservative. Ikram as well. She's going to start really strong on the road this winter. She's worked on a raw speed. Malenosa also a very conservative start here. She's one of the few who I believe could do extremely well.
Spain as a team could do, do well in the competition.
Yeah, I've put her for the gold. Team Spain, both in men and women, actually.
There we go, Italy.
I'm a bit worried about Team Italy in the men's. It's going to be a tight one. Marcela Vasilova as well. Good to see her back. I don't know if you remember 2 years ago at World Champ on the 100K. That was her first 100K. And she was leading for about 50, 60K before fading a little bit and dropping down in the rankings.
Yeah, great shots. Nice to see a good bunch of the field coming through. And I did see when Judith Vida was when we were following her up the trail, you could see that she wasn't happy with the pace in front of her, so she actually got in front of them.
She's got enough experience to be able to make the moves and not shy away from maybe elbowing a few people. Always nicely, always gentle. I mean, from Switzerland, they're very kind of respectful. But yes, she's not going to be slowed down if the pace is not right. She will definitely make a move.
Definitely makes it a little bit more tricky with the bags on to pick out the out the nation's best. Two from Australia coming through.
Because technically they always ask the runners to have one bib at the front and one bib at the back.
Yes.
And I didn't check if that was the case. We'll see if our cam runner starts to run behind a participant.
Let's have a look. I think we saw a South African competitor there. We're obviously going there in 2 years' time. So great to see South Africa fielding a team for this competition. And now it looks like we're back with the leaders.
All right,
leading
18 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, and Andreu Blanes still leading the field, leading the charge up that hill, and he still looks pretty damn relaxed, in control. And all his switchbacks, he'll always keep his competition in sight. Just a quick look over the shoulder. All right, there we go. This is where they are.
There we go. We can see Davide Manini there, leading the
chasing
second
pack
group. Yeah. I think once when one person kind of goes out front, but then when another top runner kind of starts to push on as well, there's a feeling that this could be an important move. So you're going to see. They're probably not quite so keen to let Davide get away with the 4 or 5 runners that he's running with.
It's always a bit of a dilemma, especially so early on, to be like, do I want to race someone else's race, someone else's pace, and risk burning too many matches too early? But then again, if you don't stay in contact, you could risk never seeing them again. So.
Exactly, that's what I say. You know, in the forest section, out of sight, out of mind. It can make a difference. But you can see Davide is definitely not doing that. He's got Andre in sight on every switchback.
So the first checkpoint is going to be right at the top of that climb in La Moneta, Pico La Moneta. And interesting because we get different data points here. We had the summit at 6.2, but on my map it was at 6.6. Anyway, that's going to be around that time. So they're going to be breaking above tree line, and then the views are going to be stunning with the sun rising on those peaks.
Yeah, so they're running in the shadow in the forest here, and probably their first sight of the sun will be as they reach the summit itself. So the sun coming up from the other side, and I think they're going to appreciate that. So it keeps them kind of cool all the way up on this first climb.
Yeah.
It's interesting as you go up the trail. It gets increasingly technical as you climb. The higher you go, the more rough and rocky it gets.
It does indeed, yeah.
But Andre looking so good at the moment. I just love the way he's so efficient. He's not trying to overstride. He's just taking, for a big tall guy, you might expect him to have a longer a longer stride. But no, he's on his toes. He's using his arms efficiently and well, and he's taking a lot of checks back just to see where he is on the trail. And now he breaks into hike mode.
These was perfect transitions, and as much as it looks smooth, like that's really hard to do. Like you see the grade, boom, transition, and then he was perfect, hunched over, hands on knees for 3-4 steps, and then back into running straight away. That is like perfectly executed to keep the pace as fast as possible without going too crazy. As opposed to Davide Manini, who is like a runner through and through, and I don't think he's going to be hiking many steps on that course at all.
Yeah, but even if he was using poles, Davide, pretty experienced with the use of poles, given his ski mountaineering background as well.
That is true. That is true. But then somebody who is using pole and right behind it, I'm glad to see him there because I thought I had missed him. But it's oh, now I'm blanking. Manuel Merias, there we go, sorry for that. So then Thomas Cardin, Eli Hemming wrapping up that top 5. Who did I miss? Stian was in there, Stian Angermund, who wasn't cold at the start.
that was Stian with normal Norwegian temperatures.
Yep, Stian twice world champion.
Exactly, and defending champion, we should say. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, making it a hat trick would be quite some achievement, wouldn't it?
It would be indeed, but still far away from 6 titles.
Yeah, but remember when I won my titles, the World Championships was every year. Now they're going to every second year.
That's true. So you need a bit more longevity in this sport.
It's not quite so easy.
Did you make that rule just to keep people away from here?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're now it's decision time, isn't it?
I take that back. Thomas Cardin is here. So up at the front, it was actually Fred Tranchant from the French team. I'm surprised to see Fred with poles, but good on him. There we go. Luca Del Pero, Daniel Patis, runners from Canada.
Yeah.
There he goes, Sylvain Cachard.
Yeah, Sylvain Cachard, another one we haven't mentioned to now, and stepping up distances as well.
Thomas Roach, Manuel Martinez.
Okay, another.
Seth from Team USA. Ryo Yunosuke, Japanese runner. Really strong climber, actually. Ana Santamaria, Team Spain is damn solid.
Yeah, French team though as well. We're definitely going to be looking. We're going to be counting the numbers as well.
Rafał Matuszak from Team Poland.
There we go. Was it Uganda going past there?
It was indeed. And so, we were talking about this. Oh, Max King, he wasn't originally in the team, and he's been called because one of the team members in Team USA was actually injured, and so he only got the ticket 4 weeks ago. And he said the fitness had been good, but not necessarily focused on sharp uphill, downhills. And so he said he had a final block to try and sharpen tools a little bit. But, I mean, he's been world champion in, was it the Classic? Yeah, it was the Classic.
Yeah. Up and down. When it was just World Mountain Running Championships together.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great. Look, seeing where they are on the course, halfway into the climb, but they've definitely only done the easy part of the climb, I would say, so far. So
it's going to be harder and harder.
Okay, shout out to New Zealand.
Weston Hill from
Weston Hill.
New Zealand. He had COVID last week, so I didn't even think he was going to take the start. Imagine that. 2 years ago at World Champ, he had COVID as well.
Oh, I didn't know
The
that.
week leading into it. So he thought he was cursed, but it's good to see him out there. Hopefully he doesn't do damage, because that's a runner who's really could be a dark horse.
Yeah, but I think that's probably enough to set him back.
Oh, yeah. And
Here we go.
could do a bit of damage. So there we go. Teresa Rochova-Choa. Yeah, I think we're going to be butchering that name quite a bit. Apologize in advance for the people of Czech Republic.
Yeah, let's hope we've got some fans from Czech Republic out there
Actually,
in the chat.
we've seen so many Czech flags. This is what we can ask from you guys. If you could actually write down her name in phonetics, so we could actually pronounce it right from the beginning and not wait 3 hours of saying it wrong.
Teresa Herkova.
Say again?
Teresa Herkova.
Herkova.
But don't count on my my efforts.
We'll give it a try until.
But look, she's looking great as well. You know, again, pretty short stride length, and
yeah.
You know, she's got quite a high arm carriage, I would say. Potentially could use her arms a bit more on the climbing, but now she's breaking into hiking.
Yeah, but as you were saying, yeah, shorter profile, bit stronger legs.
Yeah, and definitely so important to use your arms as you break into hiking mode. So, you know, pushing the legs, you got to save as much energy from those legs as possible.
Look who creeped up on her already.
Is that Tove?
Yes, it is indeed. Tove must have been. Hang on a minute. Who's up at the front? And then she got to her, and now she's going to be just staying put. I hope Tove has a smart race, because basically Tove's biggest enemy is Tove. And she showed this at the Riki. Like, there was a pre-race, what was it, a month ago? On that course. And so she came just to check it out, to get a feel for that course. And she was full throttle. And she was leading the race outright. And then she took a really bad fall, had to be in an ambulance, stitched up, and then she went back on the course. And then she still ended up winning the women's race and finishing second overall.
That's quite a race.
So she's got only 2 gears, like 0 and full throttle. So if she can actually look after herself a little bit and then pace herself, because again, aside maybe from Judith and Naomi Lang, no other female runner can run as fast as she can on the downhill. And basically, if you have the skills, you can fly down without hurting the engine, without hurting the legs, because they will have the conditioning for that. And so then you can actually push hard on the up, which doesn't do muscle damage. You just pump up the engine a little more. But yeah, I'm glad to see her back in the trail running world, and selfishly, because she's been almost a decade dominating the orienteering scene, and she did come into the trail running world a few years back, 5 or 6 years. She had a taste for it. I was like, maybe I'll be back. But we were all sad to lose her pretty much. So it's really good to see her back in there.
Yeah, and also wanting to test yourself on the course, I think was really smart idea.
Exactly.
Obviously not falling, but yeah, the Spanish Championships were held on the courses for the mountain running courses, and also for trail, just to give them a test to be able to make sure that fine tune. They did the full live streaming package as well, so they were checking how things were working, and if any tweaks needed to be made. Because until you have runners running fast on the course, you just don't really know even things like the timings and that side of thing.
So what is Tove doing?
I think she's drinking there.
Yeah, because I was like, is she putting up a map so she could be more comfortable running, looking at a map, which is what she does.
The compass
on a daily basis. Yeah, compass on the thumb and.
Yeah, but smart again. Take some fluid in as you're
early
on the climb.
Yep.
Yeah. And how much fluid and nutrition should runners take when they're doing a race that's this fast and of this distance?
There's no rule of thumb here, but I would say the golden rules, aside from giving any numbers of carbs per hour, is train
What do you use? Everybody's different. Everybody reacts differently, and practicing your nutrition in training under pressure is
putting your body under stress and see how the stomach reacts, and then see how high you can go in the amount of carbs per hour that you can process without like creating GI distress. Then what kind of gels, because there's a million different brands, and some will work with others where others won't. Then it's, do you do gels, do you do fluids, because now you can have like fluid calories.
But Tove's not happy to sit behind there. She's taken it on, and already there's already a gap. One of the male runners going in between them. So Teresa looks like she's not so comfortable just to stay with Tove at this point. So I think she's just gonna let Tove go just to make sure that she's not overreaching.
Yeah, I think it's a bit early to try and race your competition. I think, as you said, Tove must have been like, okay, I closed the gap on the women's leader. I'm gonna stay put, see what's going on, and it's like, okay, no, it's not fast enough. I can actually run at a faster pace without redlining, and there off she goes, and you can see, as you were saying, the gap is widening by the second.
Yeah, and this is a nice little section. You get a little bit of a breather here as you run on a slight traverse around the side of the hill, but you can really see these images are fantastic. That as you climb higher and higher, it gets more and more rocky and more technical. But yeah, coming back to the nutrition side of it, like even up to half a liter per hour of fluid intake, depending on the temperature.
I know a lot of runners who even drink more than that. And then again, it's how much you drink, but then it's the electrolyte you're getting into the system, because you want to be replacing what you're sweating. But there again, if you don't actually know how much you're sweating, well, how do you know how much you need to be taking? Because there's no rule of thumb, and it can go from like 500 milligrams per hour to 2 grams per hour. And that is not correlated to the amount of actual liquid you're sweating. You could be sweating very little, but super high concentration in sodium or in electrolytes. So there are now easy ways, and actually rather inexpensive ways, to test yourself, to do sweat tests. And then you get an actual number, and which then allows you to do your nutrition plan, your hydration plan, much closer to your own metabolism, and then you can respect the osmolarity in your stomach and in your entire body, which again helps tremendously.
Yeah, I think it's so important to know yourself, and as Martin's saying, the information available out there in terms of testing, which back in my day, you're in the laboratory on a treadmill and all wired up. Today much more accessible.
And so somebody was asking in the chat, like, how long until they reach the summit? According to the splits we've had, and as you were saying, Jono, it's probably based on the race that they've ran on that specific course about a month ago, and they're anticipating the runners to come through after about an hour elapsed into the race for the first runners. So at 9 a.m. at Pico de la Moleta. So we're only halfway up, 34 minutes elapsed since the start, just past the halfway point maybe.
Yeah, some of the runners are saying the predicted times are quite punchy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially on the long trail. So I think they've from the trial races, they might have added a little margin in there for this competition.
But I think it's better to anticipate that way than the other way around, because imagine the runners are showing up and you're not ready. Like, oh no.
Definitely,
and here, like, if you're wondering what the heck's going on, it's just our cam runner who's talking back to the studio to confirm that this is our lead female runner right in front in case.
Number one.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, because they're obviously the production are going from camera to camera. Technically they are different camera runners on the course, maybe not on that specific climb. They kind of relaying them, each other because they can obviously not keep up with the front runners the entire time. And so by doing those kind of indications on camera, that helps the production get it right. But luckily, we figured that one out just a bit before that.
definitely not a rude gesture.
yes, exactly.
Here we go.
And there we go, pointing now at our
Number
second
2.
place. So yeah, it is still Teresa Herkova from Czech Republic.
Okay, and we're gonna try and give you the third position as well. So.
Who did we see in there? Oh yeah, it was Judith Wider.
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah, great graphics here as well. 11% of the course now completed. Great shots showing the way Therese is back into hiking mode on the more steeper technical little sections, and then she'll break into running. You might see a big tube on the left side as they're coming up next to it. That brings the water down into the town. You now see the trees are thinning out. It won't be long before they're out of the trees, and they'll be reaching their first aid station.
And I gotta say, like right here, Teresa is just going at her own pace. So yes, it is not fast enough to keep up with Tove, but she's looking good. Like she's looking like she's,
very smooth, very smooth.
Yeah. Not overreaching, just getting it done, covering the ground. Hey, Stingray, John Onifa from. Oh.
Again,
yeah, from the Philippines. Like, I had Philippines, and all of a sudden I had a doubt. I apologize. Always a very happy, smiley runner leading the team Philippine, who sent the maximum amount of runners almost to this World Championship, and they're running a whole program on a kind of a private format because they're not getting the support from the federation, and so they were able to get the funding from private investors as well as doing crowdfunding and selling merchandising, and they were able to send a lot of runners and actually organize a training camp for the seniors. And the seniors, as you were saying, spending time together leading into the event. They've spent like several months actually, and not only training together but educating them about like how to race properly, train properly, learn English. They were having English lessons because they were saying like in the Philippines they have different dialects and they couldn't even speak with one another. So like, hey, well, we're gonna like level the field and everybody's gonna be learning English. So it's also super inspiring seeing that the making the national team and going to World is a vehicle to traveling, to opening their horizons, and to share to sharing these moments with people they wouldn't otherwise even meet.
Yeah, that's really nice story to hear. Even had interest from the Philippines for hosting competitions as well.
There we go.
Yeah, interest in hosting one of the Mountain Running World Cup competitions. So, yeah, it's great to see the interest, the energy that people are putting in.
Jono, I am not happy because I could not picture who that was.
Yeah. Switzerland.
It's Team Roma, I think. Switzerland is Puma.
Okay. Yes, true.
Poland?
Well, we can't pick the number out on from the bag there either. So maybe help us in the chat.
Yeah. Because Rafał's wife from Poland is here. Yeah, she's confirming she's number 3.
Yeah.
Oh. No bueno. And there's too many pixels to get to see the number on her back. Darn it. Okay, thanks. It's not Poland. All right, team. We're going to go by elimination. Ah, there we go. Christina Siemens from Romania. Team Romania. There we go.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Rares.
And that was where a couple of that was where my dark pick was coming from. My dark horse. Brilliant.
Beautiful.
Okay, as we see Christina come past us, then we're going to have a short video clip.
Bueno, Alex, ¿dónde estamos?
Bueno, pues estamos en lo que es el inicio de la subida al carretón, una subida que se sube hasta la Moleta por este camino que luego detallaremos un poquito más.
Vale. Los datos técnicos míos, que para eso me los he estudiado. Estamos en el kilómetro 1 de la maratón, nos encontramos a unos 1.200 metros aproximadamente y empieza un segmento de 5,5 kilómetros, donde tendrán que salvar unos 1.450 metros de desnivel positivo hasta alcanzar la cota más alta de este segmento, que son 2.570, ¿no?
Correcto.
Yo en mi parte de datos técnicos
bien,
me lo he estudiado. Ahora te toca a ti que expliques un poquito cuáles son las características del terreno.
Bueno, pues el sendero, como veis, al principio es bastante cómodo, bastante fácil, corrible, sobre todo para los primeros de esta short trail, y luego poco a poco se va inclinando cada vez más hasta que llegamos al Monte Larrón y al Carretón, y a partir de ahí, en poco más de 1 kilómetro, subirán casi 500 metros de desnivel positivo para llegar a la cima de la Moleta. Allí, el que pueda, el que le dé el aliento, ¿no?, que eche un vistazo a todas las vistas de Collarada del Valle de Izas, y directamente a bajar a Izas, ¿no? Una bajada bastante divertida además.
Y que disfruten, ¿no? Porque para eso han tenido que subir una zona que has dicho Carretón.
Carretón.
¿Por qué se llama Carretón?
Pues porque aquí en los años 60 construyeron una central de bombeo y hay 2 puntos, un embalse abajo y otro embalse en el Ibón de Ib. Es una central hidroeléctrica de bombeo con mayor desnivel de Europa que tiene y salva casi 1.000 metros de desnivel y con eso, pues oye, generamos luz para tener para los diferentes usos.
So, Juno, that was perfect timing for us because he gave us the chance to find a bit more dirt on Christina. And actually, Greg Volet in the chat, like there's a lot of people who have a lot of expertise, are tuning in, obviously, the live and sharing their information. And she was world champion, indeed, in 2019 in Argentina. So it's not like she's coming out of nowhere.
No, exactly.
What else did you have?
Well, look, ran Sierre-Zonal this year, placed top 20. Yeah, so you know, we know she's got the speed. Yeah, there we go, confirmation. Third woman on the course.
Well, the speed and the ability mentally to be finding herself at the front and not have an issue with that. Sometimes with athletes, if they haven't, you know, fully broken onto the world stage, it can be a little bit intimidating to find yourself like in podium position and you're starting to have conversation in your head. It's like, oh, do I belong here? Should I be there? And so the fact that she's already been world champion, she's going to be extremely confident and will be willing to chase hard to possibly even move up further in the rankings. But she's not here by accident, which is great to see. She will be running within herself, and I was a bit worried for a cam runner because there's a bit of a drop on the right-hand side here, and I saw him getting off trail. But yeah, there we go. I think we might be transitioning. There we go. Oh, look at that.
Okay, I wanted to double check. So Christina ran yesterday. She finished 20th in the uphill. So
oh wow!
Yeah,
so she did dust off the engine, and now it's gonna be. Another even back-to-back.
Yeah,
could we talk about like overcompensating?
That's impressive. Yeah. Well, I think the good thing about yesterday's race, all uphill,
Yep.
no real muscle damage, but for sure there's bound to be fatigue in the legs.
So here we have. So is this a drone or a fixed camera?
I think it's a fixed cam, but
Fixed cam. So I can't even. Can you see the trail? I don't know if we're just here looking at the scenery or.
maybe there's a kind of a just around the trees in the middle of shot, but now they'll be out into the sunlight pretty soon, and
It's good to see like a little bit of an inversion starting to form. But I would say for 70% of the course, they're going to be above that. And that's probably going to dissipate later in the morning. But yes, now we're flying high.
there we go, La Moleta under 0 degrees at the top there.
It's going to be freezing temperature.
But the nice thing about this morning, very little wind. 5 kilometers or less is for us is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll be loving the conditions. I'm not sure if people were more scared about having it too hot or too cold, but I think we might be in the Goldilocks zone here. And
Yes.
it
Yes.
really is great conditions for running.
Yeah. Because overheating is a far bigger challenge for runners than actually cold temperatures. Because cold, you can always wear layers. We've seen runners. Fred Tranchant at the start had a buff from the bottom of his neck all the way up to over his head. There's quite a few things that can be done. But yeah, when it's hot, there's only so many layers you can peel off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love this shot actually because it really shows you how high we are as they're climbing up. I mean, they've been climbing now for 47 minutes without a break. Apart from that, well, let's give them a minute for that first downhill section, but on the road. But 45-minute climb continuous, and they're still going up. And in fact, they haven't got to the trickiest section either, which is the rockiest section as they get out onto more of like a scree area.
And again, this is a pretty hard way to kick off this course because basically this is the longest uphill, sustained uphill, and then the longest sustained downhill. And after that, you're only basically 16 Ks into the 45K race.
Yeah, at the end of the up and down.
1,400 up and over almost 1,200 down.
Yeah.
Aha, there we go. Andrew Blanes has been cut up. Stian is following right behind. Is it Davide?
Yeah, Davide Manini in third place. Yes.
Manuel Merias here. So Spain's got 2 runners in there. Followed Will de Pose, Fred Tranchant, and then rounding up. Is that still Eli?
Yeah, it's got to be with those long sleeves.
Same. Eli could have done extremely well. Not to take anything away from what he can do today, but he's ran CCC 3 weeks ago, and he actually had to go to the well a little bit for that race because he ended up overheating. We were talking about that, and so having 100K in your legs, not ideal to bring your best performance, but it's good to see him right up there so far, and he's got immense talent. And coming from triathlon, he was used to training 35 plus hours a week. And so he's got the volume, and who knows? I mean, he is in perfect position here with the leaders.
Oh, absolutely. And the one person who's always looking to run whenever he can is Davide.
Yeah, and so thank you, Davide, right now, because I was saying, and now he's making me lie again because I said he wasn't going to hike a single step, and there he is.
Yeah, I think it's getting so steep, and they know it's so long that they can't afford. They can't afford to put too much out there right at the start. And Davide's now looking. He's now the leader, so he's got to look up the course and he's got to do the navigation as well.
Yes.
Because there'll be plenty of points here where, because of the spacing of the flags.
Fred Tranchant, extremely smart. Another ex-orienteering athlete. So here, orienteering roles both in the men's and the women's actually. And yeah, Fred knows how to skip every extra centimeter on that course to get the tightest possible line.
Yeah, and it's when you're following, you don't have to worry about that. And you can, if somebody makes a mistake who's leading out there, they can react to that and they can take the shorter way. So again, saving every meter of distance possible. And so we've got two with poles, two without. It's going to be interesting to see how that benefits.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of it, is that even though back in the days, a 45K was admitted that you don't need poles, but now with such hard courses, like, it does make a difference. However, it's not a given. It's like, oh, okay, there's tough climbs and descent, I need to take poles. It's like, no, if you're not familiar with it, if you're not comfortable with it, this is not going to serve you.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was definitely falling into that not comfortable category. it's if you want to use poles efficiently, you've got to train for it. We do have a lot of people with experience in ski mountaineering, and so from a young age, they are used to using poles and getting the benefit with the energy from your arms going directly into the ground. But over the years, I think there's been a bit more, I would say, a transition with, as you go longer and longer, the importance of poles becomes more and more, it becomes way more important.
Yeah. And here we're talking about overheating as well. It's good to see Eli sporting the Nike Radical Airflow, because Eli is a Terex athlete as a sponsored athlete, but Nike sponsoring the national team, he's got access to that kit, and it does cross over. And obviously that shirt's been made famous at Western States for a shirt that cools you down. And so in the later stages, obviously not now, as you were saying, freezing temperature at the top, but it will be interesting to see how high the temperature gets and if that becomes an advantage.
Yeah.
You're saying it. Look how technical it is. It's like straight up the hill in the Buddha field. This is great, because then it will have, today we will have a winner that has all the skills, both the runner.
We're here with the short trail men race, and one of the main favorites, Mr. Davide Magnini from La Squadrazzurra. Benvenuto, welcome.
Nice to meet you. And thank you to host me here at this nice event.
Well, Davide, what do you think about racing in Spain? Because I do know, I was there, that it's not the first fight for you in Spain. You had a wonderful fight, which I don't think many Spaniards will ever forget. When was that, and how was that?
Yeah. For sure, racing in Spain is always an amazing event, because trail running in Spain is so famous. The crowd is so warm and so big when you race in Spain in trail running, and for sure my best performance in Spain was for sure the Gama in 22, when I fought all the race long with Kilian, so with the king of trail running, with the superstar from Spain, and I was honored to fight all the race with Kilian and finish second in the Gama with a record time was an honor and a big achievement for me. So I was really happy, and it will be something unforgettable for me.
Unforgettable for us also, Davide. Now, as for your personal expectations for this short trail world championship, how would you say? Would you say gold, podium, top 5, top 10? Because you do have something that ages, no?
Yes, for sure the preparation for this World Championship was not the best. I suffered of a small inflammation at the beginning of August, so I had to stop running for 2 weeks and then coming back to run slowly. And lately the feelings are better and better every day, so I hope and I yeah, I'm comfortable with this, and I hope that I will be able to finish the race at least, because it will be tough. It will be a really long race for a short trail. I think about 5 hours of racing. So for me, it will be also the longest race since a while, since my big injury in 23, and I hope to be able to finish this big race.
And now, in the last 5 seconds, you will be fighting for the team. What do you expect l'Italia, la squadra azzurra, to achieve? Is it a podium? Is it a top 5? Is it?
We are here for the gold, for sure. The team is warm, the team is ready, and we have really good competitors. So the goal for sure is the gold medal.
Bravissimo Davide, veramente un piacere.
Grazie.
Look, we're okay. We're back there talking to Davide Menini, currently in second place. Benvenuto a tutti chi ascoltano d'Italia. Welcome to everybody tuning in from Italy. Pleasure to have you with us on the live streaming today. And it was good timing, because while the interview was going on, we were following some of the Italian runners coming up, and maybe. If I'm not mistaken, it was Luca Del Piero, and he was running together with Daniel Pattis.
Yes.
So, yeah, team-wise, they're looking pretty good, aren't they, Italy?
Absolutely, yes. I think, yeah, they're a bit more compact than the Spanish runners. But look at, again, the grade of that climb, and then, you know, you've got the actual trail, but now everybody's just shooting straight up, and that's what you were saying. When you know the basically general direction of where you need to go, then runners tend to pick the best possible trajectory.
Yeah, it's sort of the you have to decide really. Is it better to stay on what is basically a formed trail, or do you straight line it? But of course, you have to follow the flags. You can't just you can't just go orienteering off.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. But sometimes there won't be a flight right away.
Exactly. Spacing of the flags. So looking for the flags, and yeah, it's just getting steeper and steeper at this point, and as I mentioned, well out of the tree line now, onto that super rocky section.
So we had on the screen just earlier from Japan, Riueda. Could be a solid contender.
So Stian out front now.
Definitely could be in the top 10 on a good day. A little bit further back at the minute, looks like Luca Del Piero. No, sorry. Luca is back. Daniel Pattis is actually...
True, you can recognize his hair, can't you?
Yes, that's how I got it. Yeah, creeping up on the lead group.
Yeah, super interesting how, they didn't mind letting the gap sort of go out a bit in the forest section, but now it's all coming back together.
I mean, that's the thing. It is quite a long way to go. Oh, and look at this. Breaking into the sun. That's going to be a bit of a shock to the system. It's like, wow, there he goes. First sunlights.
I tell you what, you get blinded, actually, because the sun's still pretty
would.
low.
I mean, here, our drone is struggling to actually adjust the...
And it's really hard to actually see where you're putting your feet, because you got the sun in your eyes, and then you're trying to look down because it's technical as well. So
but I'm guessing runner would have been prepared and might have like the head, the sunglasses on their head, because it was forecasted, even though cold, that it was going to be a sunny day, and so I feel like you would be prepared for this, unless it's waiting for them at the first aid station where they can have crew access, and the team managers will be able to hand that over to the runners. That's a really cool shot. Like with the light, it looks like they're running through corals. Almost.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah, and the camera runner also doing a good job running next to them.
And look, there's been a change as we're talking. It's now Fred Tranchant who's taking the lead on and actually really pulling away with his poles. Manuel Merias on the left-hand side a little bit. Eli running still up with the white T-shirt, white top, and Daniel Pattis closing, so that would be Davide Manini now in fifth position.
Place.
And Andreu Blanes slightly back now. And I guess that section will definitely favor the runners with poles when it gets so steep.
Yeah, you can see two different trails there
Yeah,
as well.
And so, yeah, exactly. You get two, like they're picking their own trajectory.
And we would expect the runners from Spain to really know this track. You've got to take advantage of that home course advantage, don't you? And spend time out there on the track. So knowing that there's those little sections where you can just straight line it and take a little bit of extra meters is always useful.
And again, when you were bringing up that some athletes were thinking that the predicted time were ambitious, it is right, because now we are 1 hour into the race, 9 a.m. here local time, and they are not at the top just yet at Pico La Moreta, which is right here. They're probably like 5-6 minutes away, and it's going to be a pretty cool section, I'm guessing, to go over that kind of rock wall. I don't know if
yeah, well, they'll come up. There's a little gully that you can't quite see. Then they'll shoot up there, and then they'll be on that I was going to say flatter plateau, but it's really it's still pretty steep there to get to the high point. But beautiful courses that that the organisers have prepared, and in the previous short clip we saw with Alex and Alberto, Alex Varela, chief organizer, I would say, of this competition for the local organising committee, a man who's got a lot of history in the mountains, being involved in mountain search and rescue. So he sets the courses, and he's done a fantastic job, just showing the beauty of the mountains and giving the runners just an amazing experience. So all of the pre-race interviews that I've seen have commented on how beautiful all of the courses are over the 4 different race disciplines for these championships.
So there we go. Coming out of that gully again, Fred Tranchant, French national champ, in a commanding fashion. He, like everybody, was like, what did just happen? He had an incredible race there and showed the fitness was definitely there. We were almost worried that he had peaked a bit early in the season, but clearly he's popping out here, well in control of what he needs to do, followed by Stian Angermund.
First climb of the day, now done.
That's done. Manuel Merias
Pico La Moreta, 6.2 kilometers. And they'll check in around the summit, and I love how they actually go right to the top. It's not like, okay, the trail you can go a little bit further down. No, they're going right over the summits. And
if you go so far up, you do want to tag the summit, right?
Exactly. Okay, and here's where we're going to see, this is where it gets super interesting as well, the transition into the downhill section. And quite rocky and technical for this first section, but then it opens up.
And look at this, Manuel Merias already regaining the lead after 200 meters of descent. Fred Tranchant, as we said, ex-orienteering athlete, will be extremely solid on the downhill, but Manuel Merias has a different body shape. Like, his quads are so used to doing an insane amount of vert, even though I've been told that he's changed a little bit his training to a bit more of a refined approach as opposed to 100% volume. He's also tweaked his nutrition. And he's lost a bit of weight as well. Okay. He was quite a bulky runner, and so he's fit, and I think he's prepared for a big showing today.
Yeah, Eli Hemming way more cautious on this first descent, and the gaps opened up, and I think we'll see Davide catch up to Eli pretty quick. I always love watching Davide Manini descend because he takes really short steps. Again, quite a stocky build. Good. He has a lot of power in his legs, and very just so smooth when he's descending. So always a pleasure to watch.
All right, so a bit of a recap before we branch.
Let's move back to the women's here.
The ladies. So the top 10 up at the top in the men's with Frédéric Tranchant, Stian Angermund, Manuel Merias, Eli Hemming, Davide Manini, Andreu Blanes, Daniel Pattis, Luca Del Pero, Sylvain Cachard from France, creeping up into the top 10, Victor Kemoy, then Alexandre Ricard, Riweda, and Thomas Roach in 13th position. There we go. So those are your top runners up after 1,400 meters of climbing, and now we are back with our women's leader, Tove Alexandersson. And looking at the splits will be interesting because our top men were within 2 minutes, oh, actually top 13 men were within 90 seconds. I think the gap is going to be a bit more substantial in between our top female runners.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
And look at them go here. That is a beautiful trail.
Yeah, and USA looking good as well. David Sinclair coming over the top in 14th position, and shout out to Noah Williams. He's had a real breakout season this year. Fantastic races in the Broken Arrow Sky Race, and also running in Sierre Zinal as well. So, yeah, look, shout out to fans of Noah Williams there too.
Yeah, I mean, Team USA is always a good showing.
Yeah, so Tove Alexandersson not far away from the top herself. Again, coming up with that sun in her eyes, but she'll be soon be out of that.
And I would hope that we could have a cam runner at the top to follow these runners in the downhill, because this is always quite impressive to have a full immersion with the runners taking on these gnarly descents, and especially when you have someone like Tove, it will be a masterclass on that downhill.
Yeah, but yeah, over the top in the men's, you know, within in the first within 3 minutes of the leader, 23 runners already coming through, which is really deep, isn't it?
It is quite stacked.
Yeah. Shout out also to Jackson Cole. And we'll soon be jumping to a video shortly, but we've had how many over the top already? We've had 33 runners. Martin Untermatten as well from Switzerland over the top in 33rd position. There's someone.
Good morning. Here's Majaja from Camden 2 with the 2 times world champion Stian Angermund from Norway. Welcome to Spain.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here.
By the way, Stian is very familiar with Spain because he has run in quite a few places. For example, Stian, let us know.
Oh yeah, Segama, which race that everyone know about, but also like in Val de Boy with the Buff Epic Trail several years back, and then in Ula Dunuria.
I saw you.
Yeah, and then I've been also running at El Hierro at the Marathon del Meridiano. That's a beautiful race.
Good Spanish for a Norwegian. Now, you're a 2 times world champion, but you have had a hard time in the latest years. Is it reasonable to think that despite the level rising up year on year, still Stian may get his 3rd gold? Are you striving for it?
I think the World Championship is the most ultimate thing you can race. And I feel I'm in good shape, and I'm really excited to be here. So I know I'm in a good level, but there are so many strong runners there. So yeah, we never know.
Well, let me tell you, he's a Norwegian, so he never brags. So if he says that he's in good shape, I do believe him. Now, another challenge. Norway is becoming a real haven for talented trail runners. Do you think it's also reasonable to think about Norway making it to the team podium, or is it still out of real expectations?
Yeah, we'll see. Like, I think we're getting better from one championship to another. So yeah, we'll see. Like, if everyone in the team has a good day, we might have a chance.
So I think the same. Well, anyway, welcome back to Spain, Stian, and hope to see you many more times around.
Thank you so much. And I have to say, I've been now running in the trails here, and they are beautiful.
Yes.
All right, team, we're back live, and look at the stunning landscapes that this course is going to take our participants through. It's mind-blowing, and this is also the opportunity, you know, for all these runners traveling from all across the world to discover an area like the Pyrenees. And again, what a course to showcase its beauties. Here's a breaking news, and it's actually not a good news. There's been a wasp attack on the climb, and a runner's got stung, and that includes Judith Wieder.
Oh dear.
Judith Wieder has apparently been stung, so there must have been a wasp nest somewhere in the forest that got, like, I don't know, like
Disturbed, yeah.
disturbed or something, and so there has been an attack on the runners. So, I mean, how unexpected.
Yeah. Well, that's something you can't plan for.
No, and so hopefully nothing bad, and hopefully no one was allergic, because that could be a massive problem.
Okay, and Tove Alexanderson reached the summit. Time of 1 hour 9 minutes and 45 seconds to reach to come over the top there. And this is where we actually expect her to make ground, isn't it, on the descending?
Yes. So here again, a beautiful shot. You can see the top here at Pico La Moleta, and then back down on the ridge. Those runners going away.
Brilliant. Good to see Tove.
Ask and you shall receive. We want a downhill of Tove Alexanderson, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is for you all. Let's have a few minutes of that downhill greatness. Look at her flow.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Very smooth.
Oh no, and we did have a crash right behind. Really nice arm roll and back on their feet right away.
Good spotting, Martin. Yeah, it's pretty tricky being a camera runner on descents like that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely, because you're trying to do a good job on the camera, but you also got to watch where you're going at the same time. So Tove Alexanderson over the top, like second place, not yet over the summit. So we're waiting for the next woman to.
So then the question is it going to be still Teresa Herkova from Czech Republic, or Romanian athlete Cristina Simion, who would have actually passed and moved into second place? We shall find out shortly.
Yeah, you shouted out Western Hill. He's come over the top in 63rd position.
There we go. Still moving. That's good. So here, I don't know if I mean, technically the studio would show us the first runner, which would mean that Fred Tranchant from France is actually leading the field, and Manuel Merillas did not keep up with Fred. That is surprising. Here he is. Here he is. But it shows that Fred Tranchant, ladies and gentlemen, is in stellar shape still, and he will have to be accounted for. Manuel Merillas keeping up right behind, and Stian Engelmund in third place. And it seems like these three gentlemen have broken away a little bit from the rest of the field. Davide Manini, Eli Hemming. Who else did we have? Andreu Blanes. Andreu should be able to keep up with these gentlemen. There we go. Here's the rest of the field. Daniel Pattis has creeped in. It's good to see him back. He was extremely strong during Zegama at the beginning of the season, and then had an injury, and so he was forced to pull back from competition for a while. But he is back, and he showed that he had the skills. He did the Dolomiten Man, that relay in the Dolomites.
I know all about that. Yeah, that's got a steep climb in it.
yeah, and he did extremely well there. He was fourth, I think, and in a really fast time. So he showed that he was back at top fitness, and so seeing him here at the forefront of the race shows that he is indeed ready to send it. Exciting. 2 Italian runners in that front pack.
Yeah, did we see Luca Del Piero come over the top as well? I think we probably did. Yeah, and this is a really beautiful section as you turn that corner, and then you come down onto these greener slopes and head towards that lake. Next major checkpoint coming in at Canal Roya Camp at 16 kilometers.
And as I'm
the second and third woman have come over the top. Teresa Hukova coming through in second, but look, just behind her, news to us, it looks like Caroline Kimutai.
Yeah, not really news, because I mean she is Sierra-Zinal's winner this
absolutely,
year.
absolutely, but we didn't see her on the the first clips.
Here's my opinion. Like, I mean, I think she's an outstanding athlete, and the way she burst onto the scene was quite impressive. I fear this is going to be a bit long for Caroline, and especially as much as she's got insane climbing abilities. In the few races I've seen her on the downhill, on those technical part, she's going to get she's going to lose a lot of time.
And Sarah Alonso coming over in fourth place.
There we go. Wow, like Sarah, from my perspective and what I know of Sarah, she will be creeping up as the day progresses.
Yeah, with it,
Christina here on your screen.
4.5 minutes back, Sarah Alonso from Tove over the top of the climb.
And I just took a quick look at the chat, and it's good to have Travis Lonkar with us, one of our data people who will give us very meaningful insights. So shout out to Free Trail as well. And Travis was telling us that Tove beat her test race split by 52 seconds. So on such a long climb, being a minute down is actually good, and I feel like it is still probably rather conservative.
Sure. Well, Judith Vader has come over the top there.
I really hope she's okay.
Sixth position. She's together with Kaylee McChrystal from Canada.
Oh.
Naomi Lang, one of our picks for the descent.
Yeah, as well.
Let's see if she comes through.
And we'll see. I think we have an interview with Richard from probably the top.
Let's go on the track
of the mountain, hopefully.
Okay, Team USA coming your way. Hi everybody, we're here at checkpoint number 3, the 16-kilometer mark. I just want to give you a tour of what really happens in the middle of the World Mountain Trail Running Championships in terms of the runners getting the support they need from the teams who are waiting for them. There's a long line of tents all the way along this trail, with each of the countries having one table to give their runners the support they need. If we just come around the corner here, you can see we've got the Algeria flag here. It's all in alphabetical order. We come around the corner, we've got Team USA, the American flag here. Let's take a very quick look at their table. So organized. You've got different sections for each runner, all taped off. You've got Jane Mouse here, Eli Hemming here. We've got Seth Ruling here. We've got Grayson Murphy over here. Everything is labeled. They've got the GM for Grayson Murphy. All of the gels have their name on, the bib on. This is part of the mandatory requirement from the race. We've even, where's the stopwatch gone, team? We've even got a stopwatch here, which I love. This stopwatch they're using so that when the first runner comes through, they'll hit the stopwatch, and then their own team will know exactly how far behind they are from the first runner. So this is another great little detail. They've even got some live music to keep the runners happy. Guys, just tell me how much work it is, how much preparation for you to pull all of this together. Tell the viewers just.
Okay.
All right, it looks like we're back. We lost the connection with Richard, but it was good to see Team USA and a familiar face, at least for me, Anita Ortiz, an absolute legend of our sport.
True. Yes.
A very kind person, and it was interesting to see her like almost shy away from the camera. And this is again the mark of the champions. They're not here to put themselves forward. And she was like, "Oh, actually, if you want to talk to somebody in the team, I'm just going to stay back." But yeah, they are definitely in good hands. And so here you've got your top 5 in the women's, and then Judith Wieder here in 6th position. As we were telling you, there has been a wasp attack on that first climb, and by the feedback we've received from people out on the course, Judith did get stung.
Yeah, and said,
which is quite unfortunate.
Quite badly. I've got also got got messages coming in.
What did you get?
Yeah, just saying. Yeah, Judith really got stung quite badly, so she's in a bit of pain out there.
Oh no!
So shout out to Nicola Giovanelli giving me updates on the track. if we can get Nicola Giovanelli into our studio at some time, it'd be great to get his thoughts on the racing as well. Very experienced runner, starting off in the sky running world, and we'll try and get some guests over the next couple of days as well to give you some expert analysis.
Absolutely.
Well, I did see another Hemming coming over the top. So Tabor Hemming came over the top.
Eli and Tabor are partners in life, partners in crime.
So I've got Christina just coming over the top just now. So I'm not sure if she got caught up in that attack as well, but she is way back there now.
Wait, are you sure? Because I thought we saw her running down. We had images of her.
Yeah, I'm just it's dropped off my live timing screen, but that's what I had.
Maybe you can't keep up. I would take that probably with the pinch of salt, because I'm pretty sure this is who we had on our screen just earlier, and she was well into the descent. Let's see if we can pull off. Yeah, sometimes the live results are a bit cheeky at times. But look at him fly down.
Like Fred, doesn't it? Fred Trochon really stretching out there.
Absolutely sending it.
Okay, Manini, Davide Manini, that's definitely his style coming down. And that must be Andrew Blanes.
Yep. Not surprising to see him make time and close on the two Italian, close with by Daniel Pattis.
Yeah, Daniel Pattis now in that leading group. And there's Eli Hemming. Yeah, I just felt he was running a little bit more conservative. Now he's stretching out a bit where it's not quite so technical.
I think he's probably not trying to take chances in that section, just try to maintain. And yeah, see how much faster they're going down than up. They're already like 20, just under 20 minutes of downhill, and they're already halfway through that 1,200 meter descent.
Yeah, the biggest and steepest descent on the track today.
And this is also now a good indication for us to see both in the men and the women who actually is the fastest descender, who feels the most comfortable, because we do have the back end of our race is downhill. And so this is where things could really play out for the runners who actually are pulling off solid descents. It's almost a 900 meter descent into the finish, over 7 kilometers. And so that's going to be substantial.
And is that Tove again? I'm just looking because of the long
no
the tights. I don't think so, because maybe the Swedish team made a team call wearing tights this morning.
Maybe shorts didn't get delivered. You never know.
Yeah, definitely one of the most technical sections on the track. That drop off the summit there.
And it looks here, the red and white, as well as red and white shoes, probably Salomon, so it might be Rafał Matuszak. But this is a wild guess. So I would not necessarily say this with a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, contrasting the styles as the runners come off the top, the high point of the course there. Just trying to stay as relaxed as you can as you start the descent. Again, it's so important, because any tension, any extra muscle fatigue that you take off the descent makes you so much tireder when you start the next climb. And because we've got 4 major climbs on this course, you might feel okay off the first one, but yeah, multiple climbs and descents. That's I think we're going to have our champions are going to be true champions today, being able to take on and defeat this course.
Oh, and look at that shot again, man, the top of the mountain and then dropping down, and then they're going to be running alongside that lake, that high alpine lake.
Yeah, the runners run around that left side of the lake and then drop over that next knoll and then back down into the valley.
So here we have like mid-pack runners coming through from that fixed camera angle.
Yeah, look like Norway. It could have been Portugal there on the with the green.
In the green. Yep.
Uniform. And actually, the shots you're looking at here, you're looking towards the French border.
That's all the smoke where they're like smoking cigarettes and having baguettes for breakfast.
You would know, Martin.
No, not being French, I am authorized to make those stereotypes and criticize a little bit. But now it's all good fun. And actually, talking about the Frenchies, they must be absolutely wild right now. Seeing Fred Tranchant in the lead. Fredo is absolutely crushing right now. Once again, maybe okay, I think we're off on a quick video break.
Hi everybody, we're back at the aid station checkpoint number 3 with the Australia team now. Just moved down one table from Team USA. All the stuff again laid out on the table here. You can see we've got the packs for Vlad Ixel, for Billy Curtis in the men's race, for Trish McKibben in the female race, all laid out really neatly. Guys, tell me, you've got the Australia jersey on proudly. How much time have you spent trying to prep all of this? What's the biggest challenge for you as the support team?
Just making sure that they've got everything they need at each aid station. They've all got different, wants and needs, and some are quite easy and just want gels. Some give us a lot of details. Some are pretty simple, like Vlad just goes gels, have a sip of water. So it's just learning what they're all going to need. And we've had quite a few meetings to get all that in our heads for them.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, again, tricky.
Yeah, so Richard is trying his best, and we love that kind of feedback. And then have you, like...
We were just going to hear what flavor gels that were...
But then with your duties at La Sportiva, do you end up like crowing for some of the athletes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's always enjoyable, actually. And it can be quite a stressful job because you don't want to mess it up.
Exactly. Like they're out there working so hard. Like you cannot afford to, as you said, to mess it up or to miss one thing. So it is indeed quite a stressful job, but quite rewarding as well. Because if you can connect with the athletes for the split second they're going to be here, and then give them whatever information they need, sometimes just let them offload like some frustration or something. Obviously, Team Switzerland is going to be out there, and I hope they're listening to the live broadcast, so they'll be like, okay, Judy's going to come in. She's going to be probably in shock. She's been stung by wasps. Let's see what she needs, or even anticipate that. Be like, okay, well, do you have a possible cream or anything just to anticipate the needs of these runners? As they're gonna be coming in, because it makes a huge difference. And ladies and gentlemen, now alone. Coming out of the sunrise. Look at this shot.
How's he going to negotiate that cow there? That was
probably bunny hopping.
was just about to move on to the trail. Yeah. We've got some great shots from the last edition in Innsbruck. Actually, a runner coming up, cow in the middle of the trail, and you could just see he just wasn't sure which way.
Make a call. Which side you can tour
the front side or the back side. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant to see. But a little birdie tells me you're the expert in terms of aid station support.
Well, I do have a bit of experience with it, and it is a great job. And again, if you're gonna, like, for you at home, if you're watching and you think, oh, okay, maybe I'm gonna be crowing for the first time, or I'm thinking about crowing for a friend, by all means get involved. This is a super cool job, as much as it's gonna be a whole lot of waiting time as opposed to the action time. but whatever minutes you're going to be with your runner is going to mean a lot to them. And so to be prepared and for it to be successful, the pre-race meeting is where it's at. Because basically you become the brain and the logistics person of the runner on the field, but this is their role. So they should not offload that responsibility to you. This is their role to know what they're going to be wanting. So they're going to be doing their pacing plan, their nutrition plan, and they're going to be telling you around what time they're going to be at each aid station and what they're going to be wanting at each station, what they're going to take on the spot, what they're going to take with them in terms of nutrition and hydration for the next section. And then, you know, depending on the runners, it's like the first few aid station, maybe they're not going to be wanting to have splits. It's like, no, I want to do my own thing. And only towards the end, they're going to be wanting to know what's happening around them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Andreu
Blanes, who has made a bit of ground on Daniel Pattis, and then further back was Davide Manini. And so I am guessing we have missed Manuel Merias, who up until then was chasing Fred Tranchant. So he probably isn't too far back, especially on the downhill. And Stian also was, to my understanding, still in third place in this area.
Yeah, and actually, we haven't talked much about, but Sylvain Cachard, I have on my results over the top that he's in a good position as well.
Yes, absolutely. It's he's always one we can count on and
Soy Jorge, soy de aquí de Canfrán. Nací en 1965 y me dedico, entre otras cosas, a enseñar diferentes recursos de patrimonio cultural de aquí, del Valle de Canfrán y de la localidad de Canfrán. Estamos al lado del puente de abajo, el puente del cementerio también, o últimamente conocido como puente de los peregrinos, porque por aquí pasa el Camino de Santiago. Estamos en la entrada de Canfrán. Canfrán, la vieja villa de Canfrán, que es un poquito el origen de todo lo que vamos a ver después, que es Canfrán Estación, donde se ubica la estación internacional. Canfrán ha sido siempre una localidad muy singular. El propio nombre de Canfrán significa campo franco, lugar libre de impuestos. Canfrán es un poco, todo el valle de Canfrán viene determinado por la existencia del puerto de Somport. El puerto de Somport está a pocos kilómetros de aquí, nos comunica con Francia y es el lugar más bajo, el lugar de paso más bajo, más accesible, más transitable, tanto en verano como en invierno, de todo el macizo central de los Pirineos. La existencia de este paso, el Sumus Portus Romano, es lo que va a determinar un poco toda la historia del valle. En tiempos de paz, gran comunicación, mucha relación entre ambas vertientes del Pirineo, el Valle de Aspe y el Valle de Canfrán, y en tiempos de guerra, pues lógicamente, pues fortificaciones militares y lugares de control de todas las épocas. Canfrán es un lugar que nace como puesto de control militar y control de aduanas, control de mercancías. Decíamos, es el macizo central de los Pirineos, el lugar más accesible de todo el macizo central, y por aquí han transitado siempre infinidad de mercancías. Así continuó siendo después, con la construcción del ferrocarril y en el siglo XXI ya con la inauguración y construcción del túnel carretero de Canfrán. Estamos caminando por la calle principal de Canfrán, por lo que sería la calle mayor, que se llama calle Alvareda de Canfrán. Esta es la villa de Canfrán, es un poco el origen de todo lo que después sería Canfrán Estación, la estación internacional, que es un poco lo que más fama da. Estamos caminando por el camino real, por el camino de Francia, por el camino de Santiago. Canfrán surge a partir de un puesto militar a mis espaldas, en una zona muy estrecha del valle. A la derecha, a mi derecha, tenemos la ladera de la montaña, detrás de las casas, y a mi izquierda, detrás de las casas también, tenemos el río Aragón, con lo cual por aquí es la parte más estrecha y es donde al norte se construye una pequeña fortificación militar que sirve como control aduanero y también control militar. A partir de ahí, que luego sería el castillo de Canfrán, se empieza a construir el pueblo con la calle, el pueblo a los dos lados del camino, parcelación gótica, las casas, franjas estrechas y profundas y con las puertas de las casas que dan a la calle. Así es como se va creciendo Canfrán de norte a sur. Es un pueblo muy singular, tiene su gemelo en el Valle de Aspe, que es Urdós, exactamente con el mismo tipo de parcelación y el mismo tipo de arquitectura. Lamentablemente, aquí el 25 de abril de 1944, Canfrán sufre un terrible incendio. Un pueblo grande que llega a tener entre 2.000 y 3.000 almas, acaba quedándose, un pueblo con más de 150 casas, acaba quedándose solamente con 15, aproximadamente unas 15. Es aquí, en este punto donde estamos, donde el fuego, que empieza en este lado, salta al otro lado y a partir de aquí, por ambos lados de la calle Camino, por ambos lados se quema todo el pueblo. 1944 quiere decir que ya existe 4 kilómetros más arriba, en la partida de los Arañones, ya se ha hecho la explanada, ya se ha hecho todo el complejo ferroviario, ya existe la estación de Canfranc. En lugar de reconstruir todo el pueblo, lo que se hace es subir, la gente se sube a vivir arriba, se construyen arriba en los Arañones 2 barrios para albergar a parte de la gente de Canfranc. La capitalidad municipal pasa arriba a los Arañones y aquello pasa a ser Canfranc Estación. A partir de entonces, esta vieja villa de Canfranc sufre un lento proceso de abandono, se revitaliza un poquito a partir de los años 80 y toda la fama y todo el progreso importante y el crecimiento importante de población se produce arriba en Canfranc Estación. En 1876 se termina de construir el camino carretero, la carretera que va hasta el Somport y que conecta con la que previamente se había construido desde Francia. Urge con la construcción de fuertes militares. Se construyen 4 a lo largo de todo el valle de Canfranc, desde Jaca hasta el Somport. Uno es el Rapitán, justo encima de Jaca. 2 torres de fusileros, de las cuales solamente nos queda una, que aquí en Canfranc la conocemos como la Torreta, y el fuerte de Col de Ladrones, que se construye sobre otro viejo puente que había habido anteriormente, que era el fuerte de Col de Latros. Siglo XIX, para proteger y vigilar la carretera que baja de Francia. Una de las singularidades de Canfranc Estación es la presencia aquí durante mucho tiempo de uno de los grandes arquitectos españoles del siglo XX, Miguel Fisac. Miguel Fisac, gran arquitecto afincado en Madrid, nacido en la población manchega de Daimiel, pasó muchos veranos aquí. Para muchos especialistas es uno de los grandes exponentes de la arquitectura brutalista en España. Miguel Fisac tiene en Canfranc Estación 3 edificaciones seguras y una muy probable. Las 3 seguras son la central de Ypres, su propia vivienda, que él llamaba El Pajar, y la iglesia que tengo a mis espaldas, la iglesia de Nuestra Señora del Carmen, que es la iglesia parroquial de Canfranc Estación y que fue declarada bien de interés cultural por el Gobierno de Aragón en el año 2007. La 4ª edificación, que su autoría probablemente también es de Miguel Fisac, es la pequeña central de Canal Roya junto a la central de Ypres. Como hemos ido viendo, el Valle de Canfranc es un valle singular, diferente al resto de valles pirenaicos. Espero que os haya gustado esta pequeña introducción a lo que es el patrimonio de Canfranc, tanto de la villa de Canfranc como de Canfranc Estación. Pretendemos simplemente con esto que os animéis a venir, que lo visitéis, que lo caminéis, que es lo más importante, y que os pueda sorprender. Muchas gracias.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Fantastic to have your company here, joining us on the short trail competition, 44 kilometers with almost 3,700 meters of elevation up and down.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, an exciting day. And as we had this short video, that was the opportunity for us to kind of get up to speed with everything that was going on and we might have missed up until now. And Jono, you want to start with the women, and then we'll be looking into the classification with the teams.
Yeah, so we're following the live online. I see in the chat there might be some delay or some difficulty back home with updating the screens. But over the top, Tove Alexanderson, no doubt she was over the top, and I think we might have got somebody wrong on that climb as we saw in the forest there, because Anna Plattner from Austria came over in 2nd place. So we're going to have to check for that black headband, aren't we?
Yes.
But definitely Teresa Hukova from Czechia there in 3rd position, and Caroline Kimitai came over the top in 4th position. The next time we're going to pick them up with the splits will be 10 kilometers later at that aid station where we saw Richard Kimball giving us an update at Canal Royale. So we will see them. We will see the top runners coming through there really soon, I'm guessing. It's not
it should be extremely soon indeed. They were expected to take only 20 minutes. Well, actually, no, it's the next one.
Yeah,
so
it could be within another 10 or 15 minutes or so. So look out for that back home. So Anna Plattner races mostly, I would say, close to home. She hails from Austria and some definitely plenty of wins in her area in Austria and also in Südtirol in the north of Italy.
And she was, did I get that right? Like at the European Champs, 33rd. Let me check again.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, at the up-down. So she's stepping up in distance.
Yeah, a lot of people stepping up in distance today, Martin.
Yeah.
Sylvain Cachard was definitely somebody who we've seen a lot on the World Cup mountain running circuit. He's stepping up distances to we'd say the marathon distance or the short trail.
And so in terms of team ranking at the top, in the mains, Italy was in first, Spain in second, and France in third. So that was your podium, followed by the USA, Switzerland, Canada, Poland, Norway, Japan, Sweden.
On the men's side, right?
On the men's side, yes.
That's correct. Because I'm just scrolling down the list at the top here and just seeing how well packed the USA team is. 4 consecutive runners over the top. Well, firstly led by Helen Mino Faulkner from USA, but then a few places back, there's another 4 US runners with Grayson Murphy, Ruby Lindquist, Jane Mouse, and then Tabor Hemming.
And they're actually, so in the women, it's still Sweden, leading in the team, in the women's team.
Because it's time, isn't it? Time-based, not...
Yeah, it is time-based indeed. So 3:45.10, 3:50.12 is Team USA, and then 3:50.22, so short 10 seconds back is Team Spain, and then followed by Czech Republic, Switzerland, France, Canada, Romania, Norway, and rounding up the top 10, Austria.
Yeah, that's going to be super nice to watch as it unfolds, and we're seeing some of the women runners come on that descent, those zigzags. Racing down from the lake there, and my compatriot Caitlin Fielder, she's out there. She's over the top of the climb, and she's pretty good at pacing. So we will keep watching as her race unfolds. But coming off a pretty bad injury out at Western States back in end of June. So yeah, she had quite a brutal injury. It was her first 100-miler, and she had other racing plans after that, but then she wasn't able to do that. But gave herself a little bit more time just to be able to prepare for to concentrate on the World Mountain and Trail Champs. So she was actually a late addition to the New Zealand team for the championships.
Yeah. So here we're alternating between cameras, but we see that our camera runner is getting ready. And yeah, the heart rate must go up when you know you're going to have the world's best trail runners on your tail. Even though you're in an e-mountain bike, it is never an easy feat.
Yeah, as I said, even as we talked about at the aid station, it can be more stressful for the people giving the
on the sidelines,
giving the aid, and it's often the runner is the most calm person who comes in, and as long as they know, as long as you're there, that's the most important thing. But,
and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our team. Our individual men's leader, look at him flow down that trail. Frédéric Tranchant is showing up today in fashion, and exactly the same race kind of situation that he did at the national championship. Took off in the first climb and never ever looked back. And so it is going to be a long race, but he showed that he could hold on for long enough to perform really well. I do wonder what is hanging out of this pack. He has poles, so that's a little bit of a cord from the pole's quiver. I hope it doesn't get caught in a branch because those little pieces of string don't break, so there's going to be a bit of a oomph. If that gets caught, you can see this hanging out.
Oh yeah, hanging out behind him. You're right. You're right. And they're actually as they descend off that first climb, they're coming back into the valley, and they're not actually that far away from the start where they started from. But then they're going to be heading out again as they start the next climb. Very runnable section here too, and good opportunity while it is runnable, not too technical, to take on some fluids.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Like, it's good to see him in control, paying attention to himself, drinking and eating, keeping the calories in.
Look like Nancy Hobbs there on the trail for the USA team.
I was like, all eyes on Fred. So Nancy Hobbs has been taking care of Team USA for as long as I remember, really.
Yeah.
The American Trotting Association.
Yeah, very active in, well, actually a long-serving member on the World Mountain Running Association Council. This weekend was also the Congress for the World Mountain Running Association, and a new council was formed with Nancy stepping down and having time to do her pickleball activities.
Ah, there we go. Another pickleball fan. That sport is taking over everything. All right. Could we get a bit of a glimpse on what's happening behind Fred?
But Fred's looking good, though, isn't he?
Like, he's just consistent.
He's still got gloves on. Is that now? Would that be for the cold, or because he likes gloves when he's using poles, or?
Well, it was sub-zero up at the top, so now they're dropping down lower in the valley. The sun hasn't hit yet, so I wouldn't be surprised. You just look after yourself, and as you said, it's probably dual purpose. It's like holding on to the branches when you're going to be going down in the trees. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense, and I remember seeing at the start quite a few runners actually with gloves on.
Yeah, definitely makes sense, and arm sleeves as well.
Yep.
Because
easily take them off and chuck it at the aid station. All right, so we're gonna get closer to the aid station and see how quick the transition is going to be. My guess is that Adrien Séguret, in charge of the French team, will be either at the aid station helping out, or here he is. I was going to say or before or after to give the actual information to his runners.
Yeah, and a big help for the bigger teams as well, having more support staff out there on the track. That's huge. Talking to the Australian team, for example, 2 managers managing all of the runners. So they have to make sure that they're at the important places, but when there are friends and family as well, they're also able to be accredited at times to help out.
Put them in strategic places. I mean, because to be fair, like, of course, to have access to these key locations, like actually within the aid station, you need accreditation. But if you can be like 200 meters ahead, and there you don't need any accreditation. Okay, here, no surprise, but it's good to see confirmation. Probably a minute back, Manuel Merillas, still here for Team Spain, and he's followed actually quite closely by Stian Angermund.
Okay, so he's got the bamboo poles.
He has indeed. He never leaves them.
Would they be the lightest poles?
Yeah, I mean, they are super lightweight.
And here comes Stian through there, pretty close to that next checkpoint at 16 kilometers. Due to be there any minute now. And of course, the more, as you see more and more supporters there, then you can imagine the aid station is pretty close.
Yeah, and it's good. Like, Andreu Blanes has almost closed on them. I thought there was going to be a bigger gap. So Andreu has either made an effort or just had a very solid descent to close on Manuel Merillas and Stian Angermund, which is exciting. That's what we want to see, because he had a pretty hot start, and the thought went through my head, like, oh shit, did he go a bit too hot? And then now it's falling back.
Careful, Martin, it's a family show.
I'm going to get cancelled.
Well, we haven't seen Davide Manini or Daniel Pattis come through yet, so we would expect them to be right in there behind, and also Luca Del Pero coming through as well. So Italian team definitely packing really, really well.
There we go.
Kilometer mark, waiting for these lead runners to come through. Just over here on my left, you can hear right now the cowbells ringing. You can just see Frédéric Tranchand of France running up the side of the trail there, coming around the corner into this long line of aid station support here. The French team just a little bit down further into the trees there. We can't quite get in there with the camera at the moment because of the live stream signal, but we'll just wait just one moment. We'll see him running through any second now. All of the other support crews watching excitedly, as you can hear more cowbell ringing, no doubt, as the second and third placed and fourth placed runners are arriving just a few seconds behind. We've got Stian Angermund, of course, of Norway in second place, the Spanish runner Manuel Mereyes in third place, and I believe it's Eli Hemming of Team USA in fourth place. The US team already getting ready just at the table behind me for his arrival. So expecting Frédéric Tranchant of France to come flying down this narrow path any moment. He'll be running past all of the different aid stations of all of the other countries as he comes through, and it'll be interesting for all of these other team managers and support crew, of course, to see just how fresh and how strong the lead runners are looking, and they can then tell their own runners when they arrive just how far behind they are. More cowbells ringing over here. There's Stian Angermund just down there. You can see him running past the supporters right behind the Spanish runner. Here comes Frédéric. Allez, allez, allez! Frédéric Tranchant flying past the aid stations, weaving in and out of the tents here. And any moment now, of course, we'll expect to see the second, third and fourth placed runners coming through as well. So much excitement here at the aid station. It's really a first chance to really get a very close-up view of how determined and fast these runners are looking. We just saw Frédéric Tranchant there looking very, very determined, his eyes very focused on trying to get straight down this path as quickly as possible. And it's not that easy. There's a very narrow trail here that the volunteers have been carefully trying to keep protected so that the runners can still make their way past all of this support. More cowbell ringing now down by the trail as we see more runners emerging from the forest. Some of my friends here from Team Hong Kong looking forward to their runners arriving. Gayao, Gayao. They're already excited for their runners arriving. And here comes Stian, one of the most famous faces in the running scene. Stian, great job. Still looking fresh, still looking strong. Lots of support, of course, for Stian back on the world scene here, and right behind him, Manuel from Team Spain. Vámonos! So much support, of course, for the local talent here from the Spanish team, expected to do very well on this course. They know this course very well. The technical nature of this course very suited to them. Another of the Spanish runners flying past. It's getting busier and busier here. The next section, of course, up to La Raca, a very, very steep climb they have to make all the way to the top of the mountain, following in the footsteps of the uphill race yesterday. So these Spanish runners particularly will know this course very well. They know what's coming next. Any moment now, another Italian runner flying past. There's going to be more and more runners coming through, and we're expecting the first runner from Team USA to arrive at this aid station any moment. Eli Hemming expected very shortly. So much excitement here. I'll hand it back to the studio for a moment. I'm sure you guys have lots of extra details you'd like to pass on to explain to the viewers all the differences of what's happening here at the aid station. But as we see more cowbells ringing now, I can see, I believe that might be Rui Ueda of Team Japan down there, leading a pack of what looks to be at least 7 or 8 runners, maybe 10 runners coming up behind this lead group. We can start to venture a little bit further in and see some of the action as the runners are now going to stream down past the flags from the different countries who are all waiting excitedly for their own runners to appear. Some great scenes here as we start to see some of the runners from around the world flying past. Keep it up, one of the top French runners, allez, 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 flying past. Fantastic to see so much talent taking on these mountains and looking so easy and so smooth. So far, I don't think I've seen a single runner looking particularly tired, particularly broken by the challenge that they've just faced, coming up past La Moleta on the left as the sun's just starting to rise over the top of the mountain. It's warming up here now. All of those jackets they were wearing at the start have disappeared. The gloves are off for many of these runners. Now is really action time as they start to head up into La Raca, the big climb to the top of the summit that the uphill runners had to take on yesterday. More than 2,000 meters elevation they'll be when they finally reach the summit just after this aid station. And here we go. Let's move in a little bit to Team USA. Gamete Oeda from Team Japan, and we can just see just how fast one of the Kiwi runners runs past. More Italian runners, and Eli Hemming in and out, straight out of the aid station. The first of the US runners, just to communicate to you how efficient this operation is for many of the runners coming through. I think Eli was probably there for 10 seconds, would you say, guys? Maybe not even 10 seconds. He didn't change tyres, they say. This is really like a Formula One pit stop operation. And I think we're expecting more of the US runners to arrive any moment as well, because they're really bunched together. But I think so far we've seen just how strong these runners are going, many of them running now in groups, I think to support one another really with the pacing as they start to head up into the mountain and keep moving in a pack, trying to bring back the gap that exists between Frédéric at the front of the race from Team France. The first of the Canadian runners coming through now, flying the flag for Team Canada here. And they're expecting two more of the runners from Team USA any moment, as we see yet another of the Spanish team flying past. Vámonos! And here we've got two of the US runners together. We can just squeeze in for a moment. We can just see just how fast this whole operation is. The bottles come out, the bottles go straight back in. A quick refill of the gels. Just 5 minutes behind from the leading group. The bottles are going back into the bag here. One of the top Venezuelan runners coming through.
Thanks. Go get him, Noah. Go get him. Yeah!
Team Sweden getting good representation here. And that must be the fifth of the Spanish team. I think that makes the entire Spanish team now having passed through checkpoint 3, all in the top 20 or 25 of the men's race, pushing so hard and representing so well the local running community here in Spain, in the Spanish Pyrenees. It's so exciting being here at the checkpoint, still seeing more runners flying past and really understanding now through the live stream just how efficient this checkpoint operation is. There's no expectation here that there's going to be many more men coming until the first female runners arrive, because they'll be here very soon as well. So let's make sure we capture their arrival. We've got more of Team Switzerland arriving, the second Canadian runner coming through. Go Canada, looking very strong. Just starting to say, I would say the running now slightly backing off in terms of the pace from when we saw the leaders. You can see in the faces of the runners who are coming through a little bit more expression of tiredness. They look a little bit more broken by the pace of this race relative to how Frédéric was looking at the front of the pack. He was really flying through this aid station. I can see the runners now starting to take just a little bit longer. You can see one of the Swiss runners over here. I think he's been at the aid station now for probably 2 minutes or so refueling, as one of his Italian rivals flies through. Keep it up, keep going. You can just see the pace backing off slightly, just a measure of how hard the front of the pace is pushing this race. A lot of the runners in this mid-pack, I think, starting to suffer a little bit more than the ones at the front of the race. Expecting the lead female coming through any moment, so exciting to be here for that, and we'll see how closely packed the women's race is relative to the men's. The estimate, I think, from the support crews here was around a 5-minute gap between the lead male and where we're at right now in the mid-pack. But of course, everybody here keen to keep pushing and keep driving up the next big climb. There's a lot that can change in this early stage of the race. Remember, we're only 16 kilometers into this 45-kilometer race, and there's still plenty of vertical climbing to do. So I'm sure there's a few runners in this mid-pack who are still feeling quite confident that they're pacing this just right, and they're just going to make up that time in the second half of the race. But looking at the way that Frédéric was pushing it at the front of the pack and the way that Eli Hemming was flying through this aid station, I think it's going to be tough for anybody now who's taking 3, 4, 5 minutes of time. John Rayonifa from the Philippines flying through. We just met up with his support crew earlier. He's got a really determined look on his face, and he knows that the first woman, just coming through now from Team Sweden, looking incredibly strong. 2:6.52 on the chart. I need to check what the latest is on the leaderboard to see how big the gap is between herself and the second place female. But Team Sweden then heading up the female race, and she's certainly not looking too too tired. It's a very strong performance from her in the first 16 kilometers, not looking like she's in any trouble at all. And there must be at least now, I'd say, a 1 or 2 minute, 3 minute gap between her and the second placed lady in the race. But let's check in now on the latest standings and just see how much that gap is between the lead men and where we're at now in the middle of the race. One of the Ugandan runners coming through now. The first East African runner that we've seen coming through. We've got a 9 minute gap between the lead man now and the runners that we're seeing coming through. Here comes Mike from Team USA. One more chance just to see how speedy these changeovers are. The bottles are coming out, the bottles are going back in, the gels are going into the pockets. The first German runner we're seeing go past. Big smiles there. That's another 20-second, 30-second pit stop from Team USA. And as we mentioned before, we can just look back here to the Swedish team. A little bit more time being taken now as the runners start to load up with extra fuel. And I'm now looking at least a 2 minute gap, 3 minute gap between the front of the women's race and the second place female. So much excitement here at checkpoint 3 at the 16 kilometer mark. I'll hand it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, great job by Richard out there.
All
on the
right.
trail. Yeah.
I feel like we were out of a job.
Yeah, no, he did. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thanks, Richard, for your comments and watching them come through the aid stations. And it's it's so crucial to fuel up. Some people taking a lot longer than others. We saw Noah Williams taking a bit longer than his teammates to get through there. But you definitely don't want to miss out on your fueling.
And so as you can see here, the ranking go through on your screen. The team ranking so far at the Canal Roya, 16.4 kilometers into the race. Team Spain is for gold. France for another 20 seconds back is in second, and Italy another minute and 20 seconds back on the third spot of the podium. But the Team USA is actually not too far back either. And then Switzerland in fifth, Canada in sixth, and Poland in fourth. And so we only had seen Tove go through the aid station, but it can't be too long until the rest of our women's come through. So
yeah, lead woman already through the aid station in 33rd position, 34th position overall. So she's really setting her stall out. She's really pushing the pace. And as we mentioned earlier, you know, how is that gonna play out in those last climbs? So still plenty of running in front of us.
And there we go, Naomi Lang, ladies and gentlemen, from the UK. I mean, Scotland. If I want to be accurate.
Well, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, if you want to be correct.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to get shot. But exciting to see Naomi after, again, such a downlink. This is where we said she would deliver our top three women in the downhill based on their skills. And according to just my personal opinion, are Tove Alexanderson, Naomi Lang, and Judith Wieder from Switzerland. Unfortunately, if you weren't with us at the beginning, on that first climb, there was a wasp net that burst out on the runners, and quite a lot of runners got attacked and stung, and that includes Judith Wieder from Switzerland. So last checkpoint, she was fifth, so hopefully she can still move. But here, exciting sighting of Naomi Lang so far delivering, and she looks like she's in control.
Yeah, looking great, isn't she? Yeah, so she's made up plenty of places on that descent.
She has, indeed.
Yeah. And I think that's from Hungary, Sandor Zabo coming through, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I like what I'm seeing. because she's shown that she had wheels on the flat as well, so that she can move through those runnable sections with efficiency. And the fact that she's now currently in second position of the World Championship shows how much she's stepped up her game. She's always been, I remember seeing her, was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago, at Sierre now. She didn't have a team. She was traveling through Europe. She was discovering mountain running. I said, oh, I was around, so I figured I would partake and discover this scene. And look at her now, second place at the minute at the World Championship, and looking extremely smooth once again. Man, those are the stories that we like to see.
Yeah, we met Naomi at the Trofeo Nazigo for the first time, and that's a race with a much shorter descent, mostly climb. So it starts a bit lower in the valley and climbs up to the high point, and then drops back down. But just even on a short descent, she made her impact. That's for sure, coming through the field.
And not to take anything away, obviously, from Naomi, the gap at this aid station between first and second is going to be probably unheard of in a World Championship, because we're going to be talking several minutes between first and second. And so it looks like at least as of now, Tove Alderson has a bit killed the game. There's not much suspense left for gold, as much as we did call it before the start that Tove, on that kind of terrain, and when she actually puts her mind and body through it, she focuses on that goal. She is at a whole other level. It's awesome to see her deliver today.
Yeah. So strong. And yeah, she's really set it out. We did talk a lot about the course already, but the technical nature of the course is definitely suiting her today. And even on the runnable sections, she looks super focused. It was so funny seeing our men's leader coming through the aid station. I was worried for Richard that he was going to get bowled over. Frederick Tronchard coming through in first position looked so focused. Whereas contrasting with Stian Angermund in second position, he was full of smiles coming out of the aid station.
And you're right to point this out. Like, coming into the aid station, Manuel Merias was in second, and obviously Stian had a better transition and came out of the aid station in second place. So there's been here a pass that took place, and so that's something to keep in mind, because whoever has fast transitions at the aid station is 3 seconds that you make on your competition. And so we'll see, because over time there's 6 places, is that right, where the runners can get aid, and that definitely makes a difference. So here, I want to say, we are back with Cristina Simion from Romania.
No.
Unless we even got it wrong right from the beginning of the climb, because we picked up that name, 2511. We picked up that name from someone in the chat, actually.
Yeah, we did.
So it is Anna Plattner. It was Anna Plattner from the beginning. So yes, at least we were consistent in our mistake. So apologies to our friends in Austria. Anna Plattner is indeed in third place in the women's field at this point.
Yeah, having a great run. Really looking strong.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah Alonso, all smiles here, is creeping up, and I would not be surprised that she eventually makes a move onto the podium. It's as you were saying, there is the home advantage when you're running in your country, when you have your people on the side of the trails. It gives you that little extra boost.
Yeah, hometown support, and obviously plenty of support in the aid stations as well. Yeah, and Sarah's pretty experienced on these in this distance and this terrain as well. So she's pacing a race.
Absolutely, yes, she has that understanding. She's won races like Zegama, which, you know.
Llegamos aquí a la mítica subida de la Raca en esta prueba de 45 kilómetros, algo menos de 6 kilómetros, 900 positivos, donde cuando llegas arriba se abre el cielo con una panorámica de todo el valle espectacular y donde no sabes qué hacer, si mirar hacia arriba porque ya tocas la cima o darte la vuelta y mirar hacia abajo porque es precioso las vistas que hay a Candanchú, a toda la zona de Loma Verde, pero lo que realmente les interesa a los espectadores es qué tipo de senderos se van a encontrar aquí los corredores.
Pues sí, pues vienen de la Short Trail, de la carrera de 45 kilómetros, vienen de aquí, de esta zona enfrente nuestro de la pista, del habituamiento asistido, giran para ese camino de ahí arriba y bueno, pues se encuentran un camino bastante cómodo, bastante rápido, que es el mismo recorrido de la uphill, de la carrera vertical, y que luego, bueno, pues van subiendo poco a poco, van subiendo una zona muy corrible, muy fácil de trotar, de correr, hasta que, como tú bien has dicho, llegas a la última pala, esos 120 últimos metros positivos de la prueba, que son rectos para llegar pues, a uno de los miradores perfectos del valle de Canfranc.
Sí, y uno de los lugares pues, más bonitos, ¿no? Algunas vistas más bonitas dentro de la carrera y todo el recorrido al final le estamos dando también ese valor cultural que tiene, lo que significa para Canfranc. Esta parte, ¿qué es lo que más se liga con ese valor cultural?
Bueno, pues a nivel de paisaje, pues lo que hemos comentado, ¿no? Que se ve todo y luego también destacar pues, que aquí al ladito nuestro había una antigua fundición de metal del Anglasé y la verdad que es una cosita muy curiosa de ver, solo queda el resto de una chimenea, pero la verdad que es algo curioso de vestigios de hace varios siglos pues, que siguen en pie.
Pues nada, ya vendremos a verla en otro momento y vámonos a otro
vamos
punto.
por arriba.
Gracias.
Nada.
No por esto, no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera y que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.
Chewing away. Here we go, team. You know, it was aid station time for us as well. You know, we're taking advantage of these quick breaks to refill as well. We're going to be here with you all day, so we cannot afford to bonk either.
It's me chomping on a banana, so apologies.
Here they have the local churros as well, like full of sugar. You get a good hit. We're sorted for the next hour.
See, I'm in it for the long term, too. Long haul. You're going for short.
And
short,
so,
fast
yes,
energy.
yeah. So we saw just before those videos, Naomi Lang come in second position. She was 11 minutes back from Tove Alexanderson in second position. Then Anna Plattner from Austria was in third, plus 13 minutes and 41 seconds. Sarah Alonso in fourth, plus 14:09. And plus 14:31, Kelly McChrystal from Canada is doing excellent at this point. Yeah, really flying the Canadian flag up high in top 5 so far at this short trail world championship. And I don't know, maybe are we going to tune in with Richard? It would be good to see our top 10 maybe women's come through the station, even though the top 5 has most likely gone through already.
Yeah, top 5 in and out, I think, by now.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, what a change with Naomi moving into second place, overtaking Anna Plattner, who looks to be running a super solid race. Sarah Alonso, very experienced in fourth. And yeah, like you say, Kelly McChrystal, what a great run too. So yeah, 5 nations in the top 5. So yeah, it's for sure, the win is not away. It's too early, way too early to say, to make
The
predictions.
win is not away, but imagine after just over 16 kilometers, 11 minutes different between first and second. The gap Tove has put on her competition is borderline disrespectful.
No, like she's a front runner, and we know that. We know that already, and with. You know, and she's an experienced runner. Like she does know what she's doing. So you know, we've got confidence in her.
Here we go, back with the men's leader coming from France. Fred Tranchant is also pushing the pace in the lead, took advantage of the first descent. Actually, no, he was first at the top. He actually picked up all the front pack to clock first at the top of the first climb, Pico de la Moneta. And pulled away in the descent, went through the aid station flying. Excellent transition from the French team there, and now he's back charging again, giving our cam runner a run for his money. That's going to be a tough day in the office. And I mean, we can't have a clear line of sight behind Fred, but I mean, nobody's in sight so far. He was being followed by Stian Angermund and Manuel Merias in second and third respectively, coming out of the aid station. But something is happening. Something is happening there. Andreu Blanes was also closing thanks to that long descent, which is also something to keep in mind for the last descent. If Andreu is within reach of some runners, he'll be able to creep up a little bit. Yeah, and is this the same course as the
uphill.
vertical?
The
uphill,
and I mean, just to give another update, Davide Manini really slipped back through the field, 13th through the aid station.
So we've seen the first big changes.
Yeah, let's hope he didn't take a fall or anything, but yeah, he's dropped back a few places.
And meanwhile, somebody who's gone up by a lot is Sylvain Cachard from France. Again, not really surprisingly, he's a very solid runners, and as much as now we always, when we think Sylvain Cachard is like that young runner, but like it's been the young runner for 5 or 6 years now, so
yeah, you're right.
He's matured a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he burst onto the scene, and he's a lovely runner to watch as well. You know, a tall runner.
Tall one as well.
Yeah, really nice, beautiful, smooth striding runner. Yeah, great to see the profile here on the tracks. They're lead men are well into that second climb. They'll be coming over the top and not too far from the next checkpoint as well. So checkpoint number 4 at Pico La Raca, the summit of the uphill race yesterday, at kilometer 21.8. So yeah. And it's almost 6 kilometers since the aid station. They'll be reaching the top, which kind of makes sense because given that the uphill race was 6 kilometers with 990 meters of altitude gain. So yeah, almost 1,000 meters of climb to get to that high point.
And it was interesting to see also, like they're about 45% into the race. It's almost 2 hours 20 into the race from a time perspective. And before the live, we're talking about the potential finishing time. We're thinking about like 4:50. So that would be about right if they can keep up with that pace, knowing that at this point they would have done a bigger chunk of the whole elevation gain and loss. The last 2 climbs are nowhere near as substantial as the first 2.
Yeah, that's right. You know, so I mean, you could say the course gets. I mean, it definitely does get easier. I would say after the first half is definitely tougher than the second half of the track in terms of elevation and climbing. But of course, you've got all of that fatigue in your legs. So so in terms of the overall time, yeah, you know, you could probably say probably say coming up to that 50% point, yeah, double the time, and you'd get there pretty close to the overall finishing time. So I think we've got another video coming up from our production team. And
all right, this is Mayayo again for the World Mountain Trail Running Championship with a champion, 2 times champion, Mrs. Grayson Murphy, well, or Miss.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
So Grayson has some good news to tell us, but before that, let's see. Grayson, have you raced in Spain before? And if you did, how was your experience? Because you may even be familiar with these trails here.
I actually have raced in Spain before. I raced the Canfranc 16K in 2021. Great race, really fun climb, technical on the backside. I remember you told me it would be technical, and it was. So yeah, excited to be back and be back on those trails, and excited to run longer this time.
Pleasure to hold you. Let me tell you guys, she still holds the record for the classic, so I guess she did well. Now, moving up into the short trail marathon distance, isn't that quite a challenge? And therefore, what are your expectations? Do you just look upon finishing and learning, or is the competitive drive in you as for going for the gold or top 3 or top 5?
I think I'm always a competitive person, so that's always in me, but just enjoying the experience. This will only be my 3rd 50K or ultra, so learning as I go. There's a lot more dynamics in the longer races as I'm learning that you have to practice, so it'll be interesting out there, but I just hope to try my best, and that'll be what it is. So
let me tell you, to me, interesting is a clear understatement, because in the short trail we have a true Star Wars. It's Grayson Murphy, record woman for the classic, versus Tove Alexanderson, record woman for the marathon just 2 weeks ago, and both of them were gold and silver at the classic World Championship in 23. So now, moving forward, as for the team, as for the USA, do you think you have a real shot at victory, or would you be happy enough with the podium?
I think we have a good shot at victory across all of our teams. I think we have a really strong squad this year. I think the women's short trail team in general or short trail race is the most competitive event of the championship. So we have our work cut out for us, but we're going to put up a fight. If it's a podium or top 10, that's okay, but we're always going to fight for a win.
Oh, thank you. Stay there with us, and Grayson, let there be rock.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Grayson out there.
Grayson Murphy, indeed. And some people actually were pointing it out in the chat. Team USA might actually be creeping up in the standings might even be standing in a gold. Here we go. On that long climb, there's been again a change of position, and Manuel Merias from Spain regained 2nd position, but Stian so far is sticking with him. 2 very different techniques, and yet you can see these 2 gentlemen are managing to provide the same pace. Yeah. And Manuel Merias, who, I was saying, like, has revisited a bit his nutrition and training, lost quite a bit of weight as well. So he will be eager to show the world what he's capable of and represent Picos de Europa, the region where he lives.
Yeah, fans will be going crazy. Yeah, local Spanish runner out there leading the pack with Andrea Blanes pretty close.
And so look on the right side of the screen here, Fred Tranchant coming through those switchbacks. And is that frost, or has there been a bit of snow overnight? Because that was definitely not looking that white yesterday.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, definitely on the shady side. Yeah, you good pick up there, Martin. And it definitely looks like it's a frosty day. But again, conditions fantastic. There's no wind out there. Mm-hmm. The wind chill would make such a big difference on a course like this.
And that aerial shot is giving us the true understanding of Fred Tranchant's pace, and he's going hard. He's going hard. making good use of the poles as well. He knew right from the beginning that that course would require, I mean, if you were comfortable with them, using poles would make a difference. And so he's trained with them the whole time, the whole summer. And you can see him absolutely mastering it.
Yeah, and to be honest, it can be tough running behind somebody who is using poles.
Oh, it is.
Because in a way, you know, where it's a little bit steeper, they might be. I mean, he definitely forces you into a hike more often, and it changes your kind of pace. So you know, poles giving you the power on the more steeper sections, and then the more runnable sections. You know, it's you tend not to break into running as quickly as you do if you don't have poles.
Right, right. And plus, like, if they're ahead of you and have a bit of a slippage, they could poke your eye out.
Yeah. That was what people used to complain about me when I used poles. They said it was relatively dangerous running behind you, Jonathan. So it looks like a breakup of the signal here, but we'll be back with you as soon as we can. And yeah, here we are back with you with these stunning shots overlooking the Spanish Pyrenees in the Aragon region in the north of Spain. Stian Angermut in third place there, looking great behind Manuel. And so the gaps are starting to open up. Would you say that Frédéric Tranchant has kind of set his set himself out now in terms of he's laying down a mark, really trying to break away? I think he might have. I have a great shot here. Looking up, you can see Frédéric up there in the distance, about three corners above Manuel and Stian. Fourth place, sorry, as far as we have here on the screen, still Andre Blanes, but we'll update you with a live shot as soon as we can. And a big shout out to our camera runner, he's doing a great job.
Yep, keeping up.
Yeah, you can see Frédéric just there on the ridgeline, just above us.
Oh, there we go. They're going to be smelling blood.
It's still a matter of seconds. He hasn't broken away.
And in the meantime, actually, you can see here Stian looking left, try to get an understanding of who's behind and how far they are.
I think he's just looking at the scenery, to be honest.
He like could very well be, knowing the character.
Yeah, you know, it's the comment that's been the comment of the championships, really. You know, the people coming here and just saying how amazing the scenery is, how wild as well the countryside is. It's famous for having being on the route of the Camino Santiago.
Yep.
Yep. So plenty of pilgrims pass through this area. So again, as you go through the switchback there, a little bit steeper, Manuel using the poles to give him a supporting his legs by using the power of your arms. Great to see some spectators up there. Actually, a really good spot to watch the race from. This point, because you can see them from a long distance out as they come up the switchbacks.
If you can make your way up there, because that is an honest climb.
Yeah. The spectators have to earn their way as well. This area also known as being a ski area, so the ski stations are used. There's a ski lift just on the other side of the top part of this climb. So often in a way that's how the sport of mountain running really started. 40 years ago the federation was formed, but the first race is more than 50 years old. And that's how they started. They had the winter season, and then they wanted to figure out something to do in the summer. So why not create a running race? And here we are today with mountain running and trail running combined in a world championship under the umbrella of World Athletics. So it's in a relatively short space of time. Really nice to see how the sport has evolved and is growing.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at even the live coverage, like back in the days, the best we could do was refresh a Twitter feed and see if anybody had a split time or a blurry photo. And now we're seeing those athletes right from the inside with drone shots, cam runners, mountain bikers, using all sorts of technology to gather either the SIM card using cellular or Wi-Fi. It's quite something, and it's been so good for our sport to bring it to the masses, and not only the hardcore fans who were, finding all these hidden ways to get updates on their runners. So that I believe has also contributed to elevating our sport to a whole other level that it is today.
I think it has, and it's opened up the sport to such a greater number of people, who wouldn't have been exposed to it. So the inspiration of running and in this case competing in such amazing areas is an inspiration to everyone out there. And I remember the days of the Twitter feed updates. Shout out to Megan Hicks and I Run Far.
Brian Powell.
Brian Powell. They had it nailed.
The pioneers in live broadcast. And so here, if you were with us yesterday during the uphill race, this is the last kind of grunty section of that climb, where now Fred Tranchant is definitely double pulling himself up. And this is definitely the sections where having poles and using them properly makes such a difference.
Yeah, when it's this steep. You mentioned double poling. So two different techniques for using poles in trail running. Double poling, a terminology which comes from the skiing world, of course, cross-country skiing, people that are experienced with using with this in the skiing world, you'll often see them doing double poling as opposed to the one-on-one.
And that's the thing.
Alternating, that's what I was
That's the thing. Because like you would see, I'd say even three types. You get the double poling when it's super steep. Then you get the alternating, where you have two steps, one pole, as you're going. But then you could eventually find yourself with one, and there the ones it's usually people who are extremely familiar with the poles running at a little bit of a slower pace. So we see that on the longer distances. Peter Engdahl is one that we always witness doing that graceful 1-for-1 and not looking like he's going to trip himself over with the poles.
Exactly. So well, Peter, he does come from the cross-country ski world.
The poles belong to his body.
He's a very accomplished cross-country skier.
Yes.
Been in the Swedish team as well for long distance cross-country skiing.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, still leading the men's field, Frédéric Tranchant.
Yeah, almost at the summit of this climb, and we saw Daniel Pattis. We saw a shot of him.
Yes.
From behind, looking great, running up the section.
There we go, André Blanes, bent over, hunched, hands on knees. That's how you got to do it when it gets so steep. You saw it at the bottom of your screen in the footer. It is a 30% grade climb on that last section. It is brutal. And André Blanes is making his way up. So the question is now, is he, in what position is he? Because I doubt he would have made a move and passed both Stian and Manuel Merias. So I'm guessing André Blanes is now running in 4th place and still providing a solid effort. Although I'm trying to look ahead. Did I catch a blue outfit ahead of Andreu?
Well, if it was definitely Daniel Pattis. Yeah, and the camera was following him for a while, so I think he was up ahead, and the camera now dropping back to take over with André Blanes.
And in the meantime, no second was spared. By the time Fred was getting to the top on that runnable section, he was pulling the poles away. They are gone. He's getting nutrition and already into
the aid station.
The aid station right at the summit.
coming through the next timing check. We are also having some issues with the live timing here.
It's not only you at home,
which is not updating for us. So we are relying on the pictures that you have in front of you as well. And looks like Frederick's been picked up by a bike there. So we'll also have some pictures for you on the descending.
And I wonder if there was crew allowed at this aid station, because he almost didn't look like he stopped. So technically, I mean, this is a checkpoint, but between the checkpoint with like water station provided by the organization and a checkpoint that the team is allowed to be, since, as you can see, there's no car access, maybe the organization decided, like, okay, well, we're going to make it roll for everyone that, you know, up at the top, you cannot have your crew access, just like we saw earlier.
Yeah, the crew access is a little bit more complicated to manage. So I believe this is just a general aid station with the race providing the nutrition. And we talked about it already, about practicing your own nutrition. It can be a little risky picking up something that you're not used to. So possibly runners might just be taking on water.
Yeah. And that might be the only thing that is offered as well. Let's take a look at this, because when we were talking about like the downhill ability of Tove Alexandersson in the women's field, Fred Tranchant is also one of the most skilled runners at this downhill game. And look at him go. Perhaps our camp mountain biker can go to the side and offering us a side view to fully appreciate how much Fred is sending it right now on this descent.
Good idea, Martin. Maybe put the pressure on our camera crew.
Oh, yeah, you know, like, if you don't ask, you don't get. So we'll see.
Yeah, very important though to keep away from the runners. You know, the last thing we want to do, we want to show you the best images we can, but the last thing we want to do is get in the way of the runners themselves. So definitely don't want to have a camera biker in front of a runner on a descent, because they're looking up. They're not looking down at their feet when they're descending. They're looking up 20, 30 meters to see what's coming up in front of them, and you don't want to distract their vision from that.
So here we go. Daniel Patty is getting to the top.
He's at the aid station, isn't he? Great.
And so it looks like some of you have access to the...
There we go. Just like you said, Martin, the biker was catching him from the side.
There we go. See, I mean, the thing is, I've probably done like 500-600 hours of live commentary, so we know the people on the ground, and they are extremely good at understanding what kind of footage they need to provide us. And so it's almost like, oh, yep, it's got clear line of sight, it's got room on the side. This is something we could eventually have. So I'm glad our team on the ground is extremely experienced, and or maybe they're just listening to the live broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting to see in the comments, comment, my picks are already gone. By Adam Mueller. I know people have been having a bit of a sweepstake and lottery on what the results are going to be. I know Free Trail's been with Dylan Bowen have been doing their top 10 picks. Yeah, Fantasy Trail, is that what they call it? Yeah. So. It's super fun back home to kind of have a vested interest in what the outcome is going to be today. There we go. The dot's going to go up and up and over the top.
Over now. Yep.
Let's see how far Fred has gone on the descent. So let's say we're exactly at that. Yes, we are. Look, 50%. We're at the halfway point.
Yeah. I had the feeling that Fred would probably be a bit further down that slope already.
Yeah, I think it's just picking up at the timing point there.
And who's behind Andreu Blanes at the top of La Raca? It is Sylvain Cachard, ladies and gentlemen, and that's 2 Frenchies in the top 6. Well done here. Luca Del Pero, Team Italy, just behind of Eli Hemming from Team USA. Eli still there. Kudos to you, amigo, because after racing CCC not even a month ago, being still there, and look at him go, still like running at the back end of that steep climb. The man is an absolute machine. And he will certainly be taking advantage of those cooler temperatures because he was struggling with heat and overheating. He had literally cooked himself, and literally at OCC last year on the 50K that he won, but that came at a bit of a price. And he said he had damaged his hypothalamus, believe it or not. I had never heard of that before, but he's been doing tests, and this is what happened. And so any opportunity to race in colder temperature is a godsend for him. So I'm glad to see him still up there and well into the top 10.
Yeah, he definitely is, and looking great. He's definitely somebody who likes to run as much as possible. You know, preferring to hike a little bit less. And here we are now well into the descent. You know, it opens up onto the forest road here, onto the wider access road for the ski resorts. And one comment which I heard as well from the athletes is where there's a trail, where there's an easy trail to run, and quite often the course will take you off in some other direction.
Yep.
And here we have they're back onto the single track. But as runners, I think we all love single track a little more than the road.
But look at this! Like, he's going down the ski field, and that is not a body smooth groomed trail like we're familiar in seeing, especially over in the U.S. And Fred Tranchant does not seem bothered at all by all these rocks. Like, he's just dropping our cam mountain biker on the descent. It is quite impressive what Fredo is doing right now. And that's very exciting for him. Other exciting news wrapping up the top 10 in the men's at the top is Ri Ueda from Japan. Such a great human as well. And man, he has talent. He's proven his technical skills in skyrunning. He did the FKT. It was called 4 strokes. He did he went up and down the 4 trails up Mount Fuji, which is obviously a legendary mountain over in his home country. Yeah, even at CCC, like, he was doing extremely well before I think he missed a water point or something. So I don't know if you guys are seeing this on your screen, but we do have a bit of a overlay, so we're just going to check with the studio to see what's going on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, look, coming over that second high point, we can give you a quick update. Again, Frédéric Tranchard out in front, Manuel Merilas in second place, and Stian Angermund in third. Daniel Pattis from Italy in fourth, rounding out those first 4 places, and Andre Blanes in fifth. Great to see Sylvain Cachard in the top 10. He's in 6th place, and then Rui Ueda in 7th place for Japan. Eli Hemming in 8th. Luca Del Piero coming through in 9th, and Martin Nilsson from Sweden in 10th. You know, he's had some great results this year as well for Sweden. So not just on the women's side, but also on the men's side. True. Yeah, Martin doing the business. He was top 10 at Sierre-Zinal, I think 6th place at Sierre-Zinal this year. And another runner who's not afraid of technical running for sure.
Oh man, I am really impressed by Fred Tranchant right now. The way he's actually pushing every little bit of uphill and then opening up on that very technical section. Because you've got higher grass, you get all these rocks scattered across. Like, it's not really an obvious way to run, but like basically his orienteering skills come into play. You can look ahead, your ankles are firmly on the ground, but if they need to roll, they're going to be flexible, and he's going to be flowing with it. It's a masterclass here by the Frenchie, Fred Tranchant.
Yeah, he does look good, doesn't he? You know, and he's
just relaxed and just.
I kind of describe it as kind of skipping over the rocks. You know, he really is. You know, he's not stretching out at all, and he's trying to save his legs.
Exactly. You're taking the word out of my mouth. Like, by having such stride, he's reducing the impact on his legs and like basically postponing the moment where he will have blasted his quads.
He's trying to figure out where to go here. Hold on.
Yeah. And great shot from the realization to have a camera on the other side so we could see exactly what's happening as they're taking over from our cam mountain biker. And there he goes, Fredo back on the other side already.
Yeah, any sort of hiccup like that, you want to just try and stay as relaxed as possible.
Yes.
You don't want to have like an adrenaline hit because you end up surging ahead and then suddenly you lose a lot of energy.
Or you could just like lose your focus and possibly twist an ankle on that technical section. But no, we've got a lot of people here, so either there's road access or we're getting close to the aid station already.
Well, you remember it was only less than 6 kilometers between the. Actually, no, that was to the top, wasn't it? So,
Yeah.
our next aid station, next checkpoint is officially quite a ways off. So, the second high point was called Pico La Raca, and the next one we're going to pick them up at in terms of aid station. It will be Candanchu, which is the ski area. Oh, here we go. Well, they're picking up onto the surface that I'm familiar with. So he's actually running. He actually chooses to run on the asphalt, where it's actually you get a little bit more elasticity, a little more bounce in the surface than you do on the shoulder.
Yeah, you definitely want to take the easy route. And as much as, you know, it is not a steep descent. If it was super steep, I suspect Fredo would be on the side to try and have a bit like this 2 mil of give every time you hit the ground, so there's a bit less of an impact. But here, this is a smooth and not super steep downhill, so being on the asphalt absolutely is the better option. And once again, it shows that he's on top of things. And he was also taking advantage of that section to take a bit of a drink as well. Yeah, he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, we talked about.
And see, he's actually going back to this a little bit of a softer terrain. Just it's easier on the legs.
Well, the other thing that that I find, when he's not actually on the gravel section on the really side, but the gravel just has a little bit of slip in it, and it's all about energy. So when you're on a harder surface like that, you're putting all your energy into it and getting it back. When you're on a gravel surface, some of that energy is being lost with the slip of as you're running over the loose gravel. So, yeah, I think he's he knows what he's doing.
There we go. From lead man to lead woman, Tove Alexandersson is head down in that climb. Look at her go.
Well, she's over the top. She's coming into the aid station, I think. So yeah, she's finished that. She's done a fantastic climb, and as far as we know, she's still got well over that 11-12 minute lead in front of her. But we'll update you on that as soon as we can.
Yeah, as soon as we get this split. But so we do have a cam runner on the side. I don't know if we're going to get footage from that cam runner, just to get a gauge of how hard she's working at the end of that climb.
Well, we need to ask, where's Richard? He's supposed to. Where's our roving?
We should give a jetpack to this guy.
Our roving reporter. Yeah,
he could just fly from one section to the next.
Well, we can't put the pressure on him too much.
So that was a water point, and so she was drinking, emptying her flask. She had it open, refilled because she did stop for a split second there, and oh my God, we're in business. That cam runner is gonna have a run of his life to try and keep up with Tove Alexandersson on that descent. Hopefully we get images.
Yeah, officially through that timing point in 2 hours and 46 minutes and 16 seconds, and then we're going to watch for the.
And you see runners around her, so she's only 12 minutes.
Well, she's 28th position overall.
But 12 minutes back from the lead.
Yes, exactly.
So imagine
12 and a half. No, 12.
Yeah, and so
close to 13 minutes. Yeah, 13 minutes. Yeah. This is a stunning pace. And the runners around her, no slugs. David Sinclair, Mattia Tanara.
But wait a minute. Look, who's on the right side of your screen?
Well, here we have Stian.
Is that Stian?
Okay, tell us in the chat who's right.
I mean, for some reason I'm a bit confused, but I don't know why, because it would make total sense to see Stian right there. Ah, yeah, okay, that's him. Yeah, yep. False alarm, my bad. I didn't have the little tick, traditional stride that we know Stian for, but maybe because he's on the road. So it means that he's pulled away a little bit from Manuel Merias. Again, these two gentlemen are really duking it out. And you can see at every turn, Fredo is looking at his watch. He has the course on his watch, and he's making sure that he's not going to miss a single turn, make any mistake. The French national team has been prepared. They've been on the course. They did all the training camps, basically textbook preparation to be able to deliver as high as they can on the day.
Yeah, you could almost say it's almost home course advantage for the French team as well.
Yeah. They certainly have spent enough time to know it like the back of the hand, and it shows. It shows. You know, they're delivering, but I think at the last checkpoint, I can't load the result, but it was Team Italy who, seeing the top runners.
Yeah, and if you're frustrated back at home, yeah, we also have the same same
It's
issue with the live timing not updating as we would all like, but we will update you as soon as we can. And I think we're going to shoot off to a short video clip. Okay. Okay.
Is the cable? Yeah, but we can't see.
Back with you live. Just having a slight monitor problem here in front of you.
Yep.
So
We're going blind, team. We're going blind. So
we've got Martin on the technical side.
Hopefully the HDMI cable can be fixed, so we do can have a bit of images, because now if we don't have the screen and if we don't have the results, we're not going to have much to provide aside from good old banter. So yes, please bear with us for a second here, and we'll be able to carry on the commentary, and eagerly also waiting for the rest of our ladies to come through the Pico de la Raca at 21.8 kilometers, and see if you can let us know in the chat. Actually, that's going to be a chat shout out. Has the gap increased from let's call it 12 minutes, or decreased, and the chasing runners are closing on Tove Alexandersson?
Yeah, look, the way she was, I mean, I think she might have slowed down a little bit on the climbing side of it, just the images we saw her, but as soon as she launched into that descent.
Yes. So let's say the next split after that descent, 100% will increase. Although we saw Naomi Lang in second place, and Naomi, if anyone, she can run downhill as well. So actually, that's going to be a very good indication, and maybe Travis can give us the splits of these top two women on that upcoming descent, because that will give us an indication of who is faster and by how much. Because if they're still somehow close-ish to one another, as the race, as we say, finishes with almost an 800-meter descent, well, we could possibly anticipate the race scenario on the back end of that race.
Yeah, and it's just over 6 minutes since Tove came over the top. So yeah, we're still waiting for the second woman to come through that checkpoint, and for now, we have 44 men, 46 men has come through that that aid station at 21.9 kilometers. I'd also like to shout out one of the other runners on the Spanish team, young runner. We talked about a couple of young runners, but Nico Molina having a great run, really solid in the top 20, running for Spain. So yeah, just saying, just over 6 minutes since Tove came through that aid station. So we would, if things remain as they were at the previous checkpoint, in about 5 minutes, we should be seeing Naomi come through. So we hope to pick her up on the trail. Yeah, fantastic images you guys are seeing at home there. Love seeing those the drone kind of swing around and show us the big high mountains. Highest point on today's course, of course, being 2,000, just under 2,600 meters. Yeah, so that climb was around 1,400 meters. So starting area in Canfranc, 1,200 meters, just a little over, and so almost a 1,400 meter climb right from the get-go. That really sorted out the field. We didn't expect the intervention of bees on the course, but that was unexpected and disappointing.
There is a video out there, and we see the location, and we see the runners like trying to chase them off with their hands, and it actually lasted a long time. And it looked like that nest, that wasp nest, was actually right on the course.
Oof, yeah.
And so for over 5 minutes, like runners were streaming through, and we could see runners before even Tove went through, and then quite long after. So that would make sense. I mean, I would explain why Judith Wieder actually was one of the, let's call it, victims of that very unfortunate incident.
Yeah. And somebody else from the Swiss team that we saw pull out this morning, Maud Matisse. She didn't take the start line. She was on the starting list that we had in the days leading up, but she ran the uphill race yesterday, and obviously decided that that was a race too far for her for this season.
Fair enough. You can certainly appreciate runners trying to look after themselves rather than overdoing it for the wrong reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And here we can see Fred in full force. He knows everything. He was downing either a little bit of a gel, or it looked like a little bit of a flask. So I don't know if this is the good old pickle juice things against cramps, or I know some runners also using ketones. There's so much going on here with nutrition. Look at him stride it out. Like, man, he's hauling. He's not holding back one bit.
Yeah. He's always looking for the next thing. So he was looking up to see where the trail was. He's
pushing every little climb. Like, he's running with a purpose right now.
Yeah, no, he's looking so good. Definitely hard to see him. Hard to see him slowing down at this point, but of course, still we're only just over 50% through the track.
And look at this. Manuel Merias is not even a minute back, and he looks relaxed. Also looking after himself with nutrition. Pause in one hand. Oh, it's on.
Yeah, but I think definitely Frederiksson, he's extended on the descent. We could see them on the earlier parts of the climb. They were just like a few, like 100 meters back, but I think he has extended out a little bit.
And we will see as well at the aid station, because we saw Fred Tranchant at the previous aid station be extremely efficient in and out. See, he's already got all the stuff he wants to get rid of. He's going to chuck it when he gets to the aid station. But like Manuel Merias had come into the aid station in second, and then he had actually lost time on Stian because he might have taken a bit more time through the aid station. So we'll see as well coming in and out the split and how fast these gentlemen go through the aid station. Hopefully we'll have a camera on the inside of the aid station so we can see that unfold. I don't know if our camera runner is going to be able to get in.
Our camera bike is he's ditched his bike and now he
becomes a camera runner.
He's running into the aid station. That's
all right. We're going to have Richard here on the ground. Let's hear it.
Tranchant getting a very quick changeover from his team. Agua con gas, the sparkling water. Over the face, a little bit in the mouth, and off he goes. We're moving out of the way. He's coming around looking fresh. Allez, allez. And straight out of the checkpoint, so efficient. Team, you happy with that changeover?
Yes, we are.
Very happy with that. Okay, we're already going to move. If we move around, just pick up the cable here. We're going to move over to Team Spain now. We're expecting Manuel Marias, of course, of Team Spain, to come through any moment. You'll start to see how this is all laid out for the runners. They have to navigate their way through this ski resort section with all the different flags for all the different teams laid out. The team from the Philippines again, La Van Filipinas. We're going to come around to the corner where the Spanish team is based. You'll see all of the different runners. Team Spain over here in the corner. Going past the Swedish team, of course, Tove Alexandersson from Team Sweden, expected to still be in the lead in the female race quite comfortably. All of her things prepared for her here. We've got Team Uruguay, Portugal, Team USA already. We saw them at checkpoint 3. Hello again, team. Already preparing for their crew again. And of course, Team Spain, the local runners, expecting Manuel to arrive any moment. Already got the 2 bottles ready for him. He comes through this way, I think. And here he comes, Manuel Marias. And straight in and out. Hasta luego, so fast for Manuel there. The team here laid out everything for the next runners. Of course, you've got Manuel's name just here. He's already passed through. So we still have Alain, Pablo, we have Antonio, everybody's equipment. Sara Alonso also all prepared. We've got everything in a suitcase over here. Just come and have a quick check. So organized. Each little compartment in the suitcase for a different runner. Very, very professional operation from Team Spain. Now let's go back and we'll find Stian Angermund from Team Norway, who of course will be coming through next. We'll go back around here. Team Sweden preparing for Tove Alexandersson when she arrives very soon. Have a quick look. Here is Tove's support box, 2 bananas and 3 bottles. That's it.
And shoes. If she breaks her shoes, we have reserved shoes for her here.
Amazing. So Tove's got some spare shoes here for the second half of the race if she needs them. Very professional team, of course, from Team Sweden. We'll come back around. We may see Stian arriving for Team Norway any moment. And here comes Stian, coming through the gap here, dropping his bottles, picking up 2 more. This way is Stian. The runners now exiting this base station at the bottom of the ski resort. They'll head straight back up to the mountains. They have 2 big climbs to go, both over 2,000 meters. That's why many of the runners here picking up fresh poles or replacing their poles if one of them may have broken, because they've got 2 very big climbs after this one. The second of the Spanish runners, let's just come around the corner here. Let's just watch the changeover here for the second Spanish. So much drama here in the checkpoint. We've seen the top 5 men now fly through this, I think probably only taking less than a minute to change over their bottles and their fuel before they head back up into the mountain. Very interesting to see the different strategies of the runners, most of them just dropping their things on the floor because of course they have the support crew with them, grabbing the new bottles, grabbing the new gels and straight out of the door. We've seen some runners, they've got backup shoes, they've got backup poles, they've got backup sunglasses, all laid out for them just in case they've had some kind of mechanical problem, if you like, in the first half of the race. But still a long way to go, of course, in this race. We're at the 28-kilometer mark. Just move out of the way for the second of the French runners. He's got a whole bag of goodies that he's carrying out with him in a big Ziploc bag. I think for him, he just grabs the whole bag and then he keeps running. He doesn't even try and organize it in his vest first, just grabs the bag and goes. Another interesting strategy that might save him a very valuable 30 seconds, 40 seconds time on the people ahead of him. So anything that you can do to save time at these checkpoints is increasingly important in these highly competitive World Mountain Trail Running Championship races. And nobody really has the luxury at this level of competition to take a seat, try and calm down, slow down their breathing. This is not the way it works anymore at World Championship level. So really fascinating to be able to get an insight into just how efficient and professional all of these operations are among the elite level performers here in the Candanchu checkpoint 5. We'll go back round and just see who the next runners might be. And we can start to see more and more preparations now from the different support crews. Also interesting just to see the different types of food that's on offer from all the different countries around the world. Say hello to our friends from Team Philippines. We've got a very famous Filipino dish, chicken adobo here. Quite unusual to see that at the checkpoint. We've also got these homemade rice balls. We've got seaweed wrapped around spam and egg. There was some dried mango, I think, at the last checkpoint. We've even got the all-important cup noodle. Top Swedish runner now flying through. So much variety here at these World Championships with special Filipino snacks as well, just to keep everybody happy. Always so interesting and culturally diverse to come to these events and see people from all around the world joining together to take part in these championships. There's Team Sweden just heading out here. Straight out of the door. No need to stop here at the general provisions that are being laid on for any runners who don't have exactly what they need from their team. There's extra support for runners who don't have all of the resources from some of the bigger nations with the bigger team support. So something for everybody here, but really fascinating to see just how much diversity and variety there is among all of these different support options. Also, of course, for anybody who's got some kind of injury, we've got the tape, very important, taping up any muscular problems, any wounds. Even got things like cotton buds for applying the Vaseline. We got Band-Aids. Really impressive layout. You can have a look over here, even more examples of everybody getting their own special labeled bags with everything they need so that they can move on through as quickly as possible. Lots of drama here in the checkpoint. Of course, it won't be long before the lead female runners come through. We've just seen Team Sweden preparing there for Tove, who was looking so strong in the first half of this race. Just move out of the way. There's lots of people now running around getting ready for their runners to arrive. Just checking the latest standings, of course, on the live tracking as well. Just move out of the way here just slightly. That's Eli Hemming passing through the camera there, the first placed American runner. The top 2 Italians already through, followed there by the top Polish runner in the race. I think we're now looking at the first Dutch runner coming through. And here's the third Spanish runner coming to his support station. Let's capture this excitement. That's the top 3 Spanish men in the top 10 of the race. Amazing. I think he picked up 3 bottles, he threw one on the floor and only carried 2 with him. So much drama here at the checkpoint. Let's hand back to you all in the studio.
Fantastic. Thank you, Richard, for those great comments out there on the track and the diversity of fueling that we've seen as well.
Super good insights indeed, and seeing the different techniques. I appreciate some of the runners who have worked it out in a way that, okay, basically any pace is better than standing still, and so picking up a Ziploc bag with everything in it, and then even if you walk out of it, you're still moving faster. And I loved, and this is a comment I made to you, Jono, off air, I loved how calm and composed Manuel Merias was going through the aid station. He is chasing less than a couple of minutes back from Fred Tranchant with those long descents coming. I don't think anything is in the bag at this very moment. And then going up the Pico La Laraca, we didn't have images of them, but Sara Alonso was in second position, and then 19 seconds back with Naomi Lang in third, and they both had left behind Anna Plattner, who was pointing in fourth, another minute, just over a minute back from them two.
Minute and a half back was Anna from Naomi. So that's the top 4 women coming through the checkpoint up at Pico La Laraca at 22 kilometers. And Sara Alonso running at, I've got it almost 20 minutes. Almost 20 minutes behind Tove.
Yeah, so you have the answer. So is that great? Great, is it?
No,
I'm not used to seeing her with poles, but
well, actually, yeah, I heard a rumor that she was practicing with poles. So.
I can't see if these are Saucony shoes, but yeah, it does look like Grayson Murphy.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, doing a pretty good job with the poles as well. Maybe not. It's one of those things. To use poles properly, you got to put your force down through them and really get the benefit of them. Otherwise, you end up just carrying them around the track.
No, that is not Grayson Murphy.
That's not. No, I wasn't sure.
No. I think those were.
Well, we're going to see her come up through that aid station pretty soon.
Yeah, so she will cluck. And then we'll get a.
Well, we've had Jane Mouse from Team USA come through already. The checkpoint in 5th position, and then Ida Robsam in 6th. So those 2 together, and then we had a strong start from Kaylee McChrystal from Canada, but she has come through in 7th position through the timing check at the top.
Alex, ¿jugamos?
Claro, siempre.
Venga. Color que predomina en Loma Verde.
Pues no lo tengo claro, pero...
¿No? ¿Eres daltónico?
Daltónico, igual no. El verde, ¿no?
El verde. Estamos en Loma Verde, kilómetro...
29 de la Short Trail.
Nada, ¿cuánto tienen que superar aquí los atletas?
Pues los atletas aquí tienen casi 700 metros positivos, de un poco más de 4,5 kilómetros o así, y la verdad es que es un sitio, como podéis ver, espectacular. Otro sitio de esos que parece que no se puede pasar, ¿no? Y sin embargo se pasa con bastante facilidad a pesar de la inclinación que tiene, y la verdad es que, bueno, un sitio perfecto, de los más bonitos que hay aquí.
Y podemos decir que también es una parte del recorrido que bueno, a pesar de que obviamente hay que salvar un desnivel, que es un terreno montañoso, permite correr.
Permite, hay trozos de correr, hay trozos que se podrán correr, y la verdad que sí, o sea, hay zonas técnicas, hay zonas kársticas, hay zonas de piedras, pero hay bastante pradera, bastante sendero como el que estamos ahora, en el que van a poder...
Una zona divertida, ¿no? Porque...
Muy divertida y muy juguetona, ¿no?
Vamos, es una zona donde se conjugan terrenos, pues eso, muy compactados, muy fáciles de correr, con pequeñas pedreritas por ahí que se ven al fondo, grisáceas, divertidas.
Sí.
Yo creo que, bueno, esta es la penúltima subida.
La penúltima, que no se les olvide la que viene después.
Efectivamente, donde se puede correr pero sin pasarnos, que hay que dejar piernas para la siguiente, ¿no?
Para la siguiente, para Estiviellas. Una cosa curiosa aquí, que Alberto lo tenemos en España y yo estoy en Francia, ¿no? Estamos justo en la frontera entre España y Francia y la verdad que todo aquello es el Parque Nacional de los Pirineos Atlánticos, parque francés, y todo lo que venimos pues de toda la zona de Astún, de Canfranc, pues ¿dónde está Alberto?
Pues nada, vámonos para el siguiente punto,
Nos vamos
que en
para el
esta
siguiente.
zona van a volar.
Sí, sí.
Okay.
There we go. We're still chewing away.
Yeah, and as we left you there, we now have 9 women through that top aid station there at 22 kilometers. Ruby Lindquist, Team USA in 8th position, and Clementine Geoffrey, if my French is correct, in 9th. So yeah, it's pretty tight actually with those next positions coming in the top 10 and 11.
It's good to see Clementine moving back up because she was in the 30th position, and I mean she was the world champion 2 years ago, and so I was a bit surprised to see her so far back. So at least now she's creeping up in the top 10, and as we saw with the men's, they're about halfway through. So there's still a lot of work that can be done. But when you're thinking she's just gone through the top, and Tove now is like minutes away from the next aid station, I mean, there's a world between Tove and the rest of that women's field.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, look, we've been so impressed with how she's dominating. Yeah, we have to say absolute domination at the moment in the women's race by Tove Alexanderson. Amazing. Again, as we're seeing the timing at that top checkpoint, now all of a sudden we've got almost 20 women through that top point. So between places 8 and 16, for example, it's really tight up there. Our early leader, actually, Teresa Hilkova, now running in 10th position, followed closely behind by Maria Fuentes. Then we've got Johanna Gelfgren in 12th position, Lucille Germain in 13th, and Denisa Dragomir in 14th. Ikram Rasala 15th, and Maël Mining coming up in 16th position. Yeah, one of my top picks actually is now in the 18th place, Patricia Pineda. Again, a young runner, but she knows this distance pretty well, having good experience over the marathon trail distance. And pictures in front of us here, look, with Frederick, and now on that third climb, the penultimate climb of the race. Again, they'll be climbing up to over 2,000 meters, just under 2,300 meters at the top of the third climb.
And for those who knows like the names in the trail running world, like I just want to give you a perspective. Tove Alexanderson is sitting right behind Pierre Galbourdin, Johan Bojar, Lorenzo Beltrami, Omiri Yonosuke, and ahead of Mattia Tanara for the Italians, David Sinclair, Cole Jackson from New Zealand. I mean, it's unreal. It's unreal what she's actually pulling off today. We knew she was going to be strong, but to that extent, I have to admit, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, that's absolutely outstanding running. So we would expect her in. Has she come into the aid station? No, she's been in and out already.
She's out of it.
Yeah, and again a 20-minute lead from the previous checkpoint. So she's already off the descent and now heading into that third climb.
Yeah, and knowing it was 20 minutes after that downhill, it's going to be even more than that.
Yeah, seeing her run down there. Yeah, we know Naomi's got got pace on the downhills as well. But
however, we didn't see her. Naomi, she was just behind Sarah?
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
she was just behind Sarah.
In third
yeah.
position. That's right.
All right, this is good. This is where it's getting tough, technical and steep again.
Yeah, and this is where the fatigue is really kicking in, because it's, you know, you're so far into the race, but you're still too far to think about the last section of the race. So,
no, it's a grind.
This is the hard, you know, this is the hard section. I used to do 1500 meter and mile competitions, and they always said the third lap was the most important. So this is the third climb on the course, and this is where we could see people really hit the wall.
What's your PB on the mile?
Yeah, I didn't quite break 4:01.
Oh! Well, hell, I would take that. Nice.
Yeah, look, those were good old days. But when I first started coming into mountain running competitions, which I started relatively late, I would say. Yeah, I always was the strongest. I always preferred the less steep races, but then towards the end of my mountain running, I liked it steeper because I was getting slower and slower on the flat stuff.
Slower and slower, and yet, Olympian into 10,000. Yeah, that was speed in your legs.
Yeah, 5K. I ran 5K at the Olympics. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and you know, and in mountain running, for example, we have over the years we've had Olympians also compete in the mountain running competitions as well.
But it's not an obvious transition, though. Like, not every fast track runner can actually become a good mountain runner. So that's where the kind of the mountain skills and the ability to transition well for these steep climbs comes into play.
That's right, and leg strength as well. You know, sort of that power, being able to sustain a long and continuous climb. That's definitely not something that you know, that faster middle or even long distance track runners can adapt to.
But since you had made a successful transition from track to mountain running, like, you were never drawn into like doing longer distances. I know you had a crack at a 50K. But
well, actually, when I started, mountain running was it. Really long distance trail didn't exist. There were some long races around, but certainly not the not circuits like we have today. So I gravitated into mountain running, and you know, to be honest, my strength was always the uphill, and I always felt that the longer you go, the more important it is to conserve energy on the uphill in order to be able to run faster in the descents. Yeah, but Frederic looking so strong. Again, using the poles and again, as the legs fatigue, you know, putting the arms into play really makes a big difference.
And still, like, running with the purpose, like every time there's a bit of a flatter section, breaking into a run, trying to gain every second he can, and then look at this terrain. I mean, it's spectacular. Love it. And this is where Manuel Merias could make quite a bit of time on Fred, because this is basically the quintessential Picos de Europa terrain that Manuel Merias trains on like all year round. And so he's going to be right at home on that section. And knowing that coming out of the aid station, it was only 2 minutes, just less than 2 minutes, actually, 1:40 and a spare. Yeah, it was.
Yep, 1:43. I have the lead for Fred coming through that aid station. Yeah. Yeah, a bit more of a gap back to Stian, actually, sort of drifting back to just over 3 minutes, 3 minutes 21 behind the lead. But they were right together with, he was right together with Daniel Pattis. So, yeah, Daniel, I think, he's paced it well today. He's running a smart race.
He has indeed. So in the teams, at Condonchu, kilometer 28, Spain was leading just over 3 minutes ahead of France. France in second, and Italy in third, another 3.5 minutes back. And then came Team USA, Team Switzerland, and Team Poland. And actually, I want to share a news that is a bit saddening, but Judith Wieder has pulled out. She got the update from someone on the chat. She had an allergic reaction to the wasp sting, and so she was messaging Gabrielle to get possibly picked up somewhere. So, yeah, it's it's very unfortunate, especially when something like this hits you, and she's going to feel like the universe is coming against her, because during the race at OCC, they had to stop behind a train as well in Switzerland that was going bad, so they were stuck on the wrong side of the tracks. And so now a wasp sting, it's a pretty disappointing situation, but again, completely out of your control, which might even be more frustrating in the end.
Yeah, that's a string of bad luck, isn't it? From yeah, but Judith is a fighter, and we know she'll be back. So our thoughts with her for a hopefully no lasting repercussions from the wasp stings today.
Oh yeah, no, definitely safety first. And then I was talking about the team ranking. So in La Rocca at 21.9 Ks in the women, Sweden had the gold, just ahead. Oh, not just ahead actually, almost 17 minutes ahead of Spain, and then another 4 minutes back is Team USA. France is another 9 minutes back from Team USA, and then Romania in 5th, 5 minutes back from France. So
Yes,
Sweden has a commanding lead in the team.
Yeah, but with 20 minutes, 20 minutes from Tove up front. Yeah.
Here we go, Western Hill, Team New Zealand coming into the aid station. I'm glad the man is still standing and running. He was COVID positive last week, so I'm glad he was able to turn it around, or maybe he just gave it a crack and see if we could hold it.
Yeah.
Good man.
Just coming through the aid station to pick up his fueling, and big variety of offerings available. Maybe I'm going to hang out at the Philippines.
Hey, you would put on weight during a race like this.
Yeah, and again, you take what you know. So there's so some people go with solid food and prefer that in long races, and other people will just go through with concentrated gels.
Oh, and then another news from somebody else who dropped out. Thomas Cardin has dropped out at the Condonchu. Thomas Cardin, who was one of the high hopes of the French team. So with Fred Tranchant up at the front, not having Thomas Cardin, who, I mean, on paper had the potential definitely to be top 15, possibly top 10. Wow, that is a huge loss for Team France in the team rankings. But Fredo, the French goat, is still moving really, really well up at the front. And as we see on your screen, in second place is Manuel Merigas. But the question that remains is, how far back is Manuel? And is he creeping up on Fredo, or actually is he giving away a little bit more ground? Big question here.
Here we go, more people coming into the aid station. Again, smart move, taking off everything just before you come in, so you can just dump it. And I did like the just grab the Ziploc bag and
and shoot off
and sort it out. Yeah.
Oh. That is Jeanette. Yeah.
Yes, from from Mitra. Yes.
It's good to see familiar faces here.
Yeah, I saw a couple of WMRA council members directing traffic as well out there on the course. That's good to see the organisation putting putting these people dirty to work. Yeah. Shout out to Marcel Martinin. I saw at the previous aid station. Yeah, so pretty tight on the men's side in terms of the teams, isn't it? With Spain, France, and Italy all there within the space of 7 minutes.
Yeah, 7 minutes is really not a whole lot.
Yeah. It looks like they're slightly running away with it. United States kind of in the mix, but they're still another 13 minutes back from Italy in third place.
Yep.
Yes.
Team Canada here. Oh man, I'm blanking on his name. He had a really hot start at OCC, but still managed to be top 10. I hate when I have those brain farts. I need to breathe a little more.
And first potentially first runner from Kenya we just saw coming in before as well. Kenya obviously so strong on the short distance events and always looking to dominate.
Sam Hendry, thanks Travis. Travis is always here to save my bacon.
Excellent. You got some good support staff out there.
Yeah, you gotta love this. Like I call them the old faithful, the people who are often here in the chat and contributing in the most positive, constructive, and educating way. Love this, and truly we couldn't do this live broadcasted without some of them. And Travis is definitely one of our top contributors. So shout out to you. Appreciate that. Sam Hendry, it was indeed. So here, again, from the body language, you can see that Fredo is still attacking every little bit of climbing, making good use of the poles.
He must be coming up pretty close to another checkpoint. So we saw him at the aid station in Kandanshu,
there we go.
28 kilometers. And the next aid point was only another just over 3 kilometers later. So yeah, that'll be at the top of this third climb. So as soon as they reach the top, we will get an update on the split timing between Frederic and Manuel, who's trying to chase him down.
Yeah, you're right, Jono. Like that checkpoint will tell us a whole lot about the back end of the race. And again, here on your images, Frédéric Tranchant, Team France, the 2025 national champion in the trail running race. And this is how he obviously made the team. And so also trying to jump into the results from an individual perspective. Kandanshu 3:13:27 is Tove Alexandersson. It is now 3:32 elapsed. So we're getting around the 20 minutes mark that we had at the previous checkpoint at Pico La Laraca. So if the trend carries on, we'll be over 20 minutes lead for Tove Alexandersson. And again, going above tree line in a very mineral environment. There we go. We are following Naomi Lang in that back end of the descent into the aid station. She's striding it out now, and she might have actually pulled away from Sarah Alonso that she was with by the
at the top of that second climb.
Laraca.
They were.
And again, not surprising.
20 seconds.
This is something we could have easily anticipated, considering again Naomi's skills on the downhill. And so it's good to see that she's still able to play her cards right in those sections that will suit her strength. And so I'm anticipating a very quick transition here to not waste any second. And as much as we say it seems to be a bit of an advantage when you're running in your home country, when you're running against the crowd's favorite, it's also a bit of a challenge the other way around, because they're all like, it's a bit less cheering, a bit more silent when you're going past.
Yeah, as an athlete, it really doesn't affect you too much, you know. Like you try to do, you know, you try to always look for the positives. So you know, like she'll be focused on what she's doing, and you know. I mean, sometimes, you know, runners, even if they're being cheered on by all the home crowd, they're like, oh, I didn't even really notice, because they're so focused on what they're doing. But yeah, she'll be now starting to think about, you know, what she needs to do, get in terms of her fueling, and thinking about the next section of the race. Because often on these longer distances, it's more useful to sort of break them down into sections, and just tick them off, not just to think about I'm only halfway through the race, for example. So you just break it down. Okay, I've completed the first section, and then start to think about the next section of the race.
But yeah, here, like Naomi looking really, really good, striding it out hard on the descent, using her arm swings to kind of stabilize herself, and then every little kick, she's actually attacking it pretty well.
Yeah, let's see some of those Great Britain flags in the chat. Cheer on Naomi. It's great to see her. Okay, and it looks like we're soon going to come into the aid station with Richard, who's going to give us the lowdown.
We hear some more action here at checkpoint 5 in Kandanchu. Just over here, Max King, of course, a very well-known figure in the US team, just taking a seat at the checkpoint. Just shows how things are starting to take their toll on some of the top runners in the race. It's getting a little bit tougher now in the mid-pack of the race. We're seeing some runners start to struggle a little bit as they come through the checkpoint. They're taking their time, sitting down. You can see the pace of this race is starting to catch up on some of these mid-pack runners. Just one thing to mention here as we wait with Team Spain for the arrival of Sara Alonso, the second-place female. This, if you can believe it, is the backup running pole for Manuel Marias, the second-placed male in the race, of course, of Team Spain. He uses this bamboo pole with this fabric handle over here as his backup running pole if his running poles break. Amazing to see this kind of thing still being used at elite level. Just a bamboo pole, but really strong, and probably actually a lot stronger than the carbon fiber poles that we all use now when we do races. But amazing to see this kind of thing appearing at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships at a checkpoint to support top level runners. I'll just put this one down. The Spanish team here very excited for the arrival of Sara Alonso. The Brazilian team seeing their runners through, the Irish team, the Algerian team, all seeing runners coming through. Team Japan, their third runner coming through now. And we've had an overtake here in the last section. Sara's now bumped down to third place. We've just seen, I think, the Swiss runner coming through there. So much drama here. You can see all of the Spanish team desperately looking out for Sara. It'll mean so much for their overall rankings, of course, as a team to do so well, not just for Sara herself. Here she comes. Sara there just dropping down into third place, but straight in and out of the checkpoint. No doubt she'll try and make up that time as soon as possible as she leaves here and goes straight up the next big climb. High hopes for her, for Team Spain, of course. Sara Alonso currently in third, just losing a place between the last checkpoint and here, but fighting very hard. Very, very quick change over here to get that second place back. Back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, fantastic to hear from Richard there.
Yes, staring at the cameras until he gets the sign. And as you can see now, everyone on the side of the trail is cheering for Sara Alonso, currently sitting in third position. Oh, wait a minute. Did we miss Sylvia?
Did we miss Sylvia Schwager?
Sorry, we're a bit on an eating break. But yeah, it looks like we have.
Yeah, that's what it has on our screens here, but we haven't seen her during the race. I haven't seen Sylvia.
Yeah, I did rewind a little bit, and yes, she is. Yeah, thank you, Desiree.
Sylvia Schwager third. Yeah, well, she's had a strong second climb and descent to bring her into the mix. So Sylvia Schwager from Slovak Republic moves into bronze medal position, but we know for sure Naomi Lang in that silver medal position now on the second climb, and she's looking a little bit fatigued, I'm going to say, not looking quite as comfortable as she was on the first climb, and also coming off that second climb.
And I gotta say, like the transitions are hard because they've been running down for so long. So then to reactivate the climbing muscles and to change up your stride a little bit, it is not an easy one to. an easy one to do. But yeah, I did go back, and it didn't seem like we had any images.
Yeah, just going back to have a check as much as we are able to do here in the studio.
Yeah.
Looks like they're leaving the Kandanchu area. Looks like they have a little roller ski track here for the summer training for the Nordic skiers. They're just passing over. So teams here choosing to use this area as some altitude training as well. And we haven't talked about the altitude here on today's course, but yeah, the entire course above 1,200 meters. And as you typically as you hit the 1,500 meter mark, that's where you really start to notice the effects of altitude. So a lot of runners using altitude training as a part of their preparation for the events that we have here on on the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. Just coming up to the 3-hour 40-minute mark of race timing. Again, top 3 women, Tove Alexanderson way out in front, now up to 22 minutes advantage. And then the next 3 places all within 30 seconds with Naomi, Sylvia Schweiger and Sarah Alonso there in 4th. Okay, looks like Frederic's he's coming to a pretty tricky technical section there, isn't he? He's having to use his hands to give him a bit of balance, and he's hitting the downhill.
And again, it shows how skilled he is on that kind of terrain, because he seems to be flowing through it without losing momentum, and being able to put his foot in the right location, but while still looking ahead to pick the best possible trajectory is phenomenal, and that is definitely playing in his favor right here. I don't know if our camera runner is going to drop back a little bit so we can see how Manuel Merias is going through that section, because I think that would be equally impressive. But I guess now our mountain bikers are probably waiting for either the chasing pack or maybe our top female runner as well.
Exactly, and an update coming through the Kandanchu aid station in 5th place. We have Ida Robsham from Norway. Came through almost neck and neck with, within 40 seconds of Anna Plattner, who is just behind her in 6th place from Austria. One of our, looks like Anna dropping back a little bit, but still having a super strong race, and yeah, one of those runners I think is really a good solid climber. So let's watch out for her on the next uphill. I think that looks like Eli there with the long sleeves there.
Yeah, that's an easy one to spot, isn't it?
I think we need to do more. We need to keep the USA team in long sleeves, and we can then we can spot them. And is that 2 Italian runners there? Is that Davide Manini and maybe Luca Del?
He had like neon yellow shoes, if that helps.
Could be Manini there as the second Italian runner.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pick his style there.
Yeah, it does look like his body type, indeed. Although, didn't they have also like blue shorts? I was just a tad too far to be able to actually pinpoint who these gentlemen are. But they're moving well through that section, that's for sure. And they are still all together, which also is quite impressive.
Yeah, I'm going to put my neck out and say that's Davide. I just.
Well, they just
really
passed someone who
really nice. Yeah.
Looks
That's
pretty
not Stian.
cooked.
I'm thinking that might be Stian.
Oh yes, you're absolutely right.
I'm thinking that's
With
Stian.
the red top and the blue shorts. Wow, something
Yeah.
went down here. Stian Angerman.
Yeah, he's had a problem. He's had a problem.
He's hitting a massive low here. Either
thought
he's bonking.
I saw him limping. I
could
think
he fall?
I
Yes.
think he might have done his ankle. I just saw the way he was hobbling there. Wow, that's huge news.
Ikram here, Team Spain, coming in strong. Wow, she's looking really good at this point,
Yes.
at the halfway point. That could mean a lot for the final results, because she could be moving quite well. She's still within the top 10. I believe just behind Clémentine Geoffrey, the 2023 world champion. And so here, I think...
Similar point with the drone. That looks like Andre Blanes.
But I'm guessing there's a bit of a backpack, so that wouldn't be... Andre... Did he have a backpack?
I hope
No,
so.
and a cap. Although, yeah, they might have actually picked up some stuff at the aid station.
Yeah, and of course there is always mandatory equipment in these races as well that they have to take care of. I think he's gone off the track quick.
Yeah, he's got
to the right.
He's got the other runners. Actually, yeah, it's a bit tricky. It looks like there's several ones out here, but yeah, the flag is definitely higher up on the hill.
On the
but
right
but
side,
but
yeah.
he can actually like he has the bullseye on Eli, and so he's taking the straight line to get to him.
Yeah, we're always back at home. We always have our time shouting at the screens, shouting at the commentary team. You guys.
And so we are back to the women. Actually, Ikram Varsala was in 11th place, and there was Ruby Lindquist and Kelly McChrystal that were both in between Clémentine Geoffrey and Ikram Varsala. So that's it for we try to keep you updated on also the women's race as much as we can, because we don't have images right now. But yeah, it is. Could it be Antonio Martinez? And not Andreu Blanes? I don't know. I did something.
Well, I don't see him. I think he can. So Antonio came through the aid station and Candid Chu in 18th place, together with Nico Molina, actually. So Spanish team having an absolutely fantastic team race today.
Oh, and you can see here Stian walking at the front, looking back, getting passed and passed. I don't know what happened to him, but that can't be good.
Yeah, I think he's. Yeah, I don't see him running comfortably there.
Oh yeah, no, he's not running anymore. As you like,
Yeah,
he's
he's trying
to break into a run, but that just the engine is not firing.
Yeah, I think he might have hurt himself. I'm gonna. Yeah, over the next over the next day or two, we will try to get some runners who have completed their competition to join us as guests in the studio, just to give you kind of information about from an athlete's perspective, how the races have unfolded.
Beauty! Oh no! That is what I was actually hoping that we get images of Manuel, but not that kind of images. Luckily, it was a bit of gravel, so he will have damaged the outer shell, but no probably structural damage.
Damaged his pride, when you when you fall behind the camera.
That's gonna be putting fuel on the fire, and he's gonna be ready to absolutely send it even more. That is not going to slow him down.
It spikes the adrenaline, doesn't it?
Yes,
and again,
that's a better way to say it.
yeah. And good to see the camera biker just staying well clear of him. He was, far enough ahead that he wasn't troubling his sight lines. And now you can see camera bikers just slipped in behind him.
And we're going to actually go back to Richard on the ground very shortly.
We're just here at the Candanshu checkpoint 5 with Fabien and Cindy from Team France. They're doing a great job, but so far you've had one casualty, I suppose, one problem for Thomas Cardin, very strong runner. How's he feeling? He's dropped out, I think, at checkpoint 5.
Just he stopped the race, but we don't know about his feelings. He doesn't have the legs today.
Just the legs problem? No stomach or other issue?
No, but maybe full body. We don't know exactly.
And how do you feel about the pace of the overall race for both the men and the female races? Do you think it's pushing very, very hard? We see the runners coming through looking quite exhausted.
Yeah. It's very hard, I think. The conditions are very hard. It's very technique.
And how about for Frédéric at the front of the race? When he came through here, he's looking very strong.
Yeah. We hope he's going to be strong until the end of the race. He seems very good for now.
And how many runners do you have in total in the short course, just to help understand how strong the French team is?
We have 11. Yeah, 11. That's 11.
11 runners for Team France. Obviously, Thomas Cardin having a tough race today, but Frédéric in the front of the race, leading after this checkpoint and looking incredibly determined, and very, very fast changeover with his management team here. So back to you guys in the studio. Good update here from checkpoint 5. Oh, one more French runner coming through. We'll move out of the way to let them.
So Richard there doing distracting the French team. But we've got the top two men runners through the 34.8 kilometer checkpoint up at the top of the third climb. So we can say for sure we have Frédéric Tranchant leading the race. He has extended his lead out to 2 minutes and 24 seconds over Manuel Merilas. And looking like the fall from Manuel didn't cost him. I'm sure it didn't cost him any time, but for sure it can spike your adrenaline and definitely refocus yourself.
And that's the thing as well, as I say, as the time and the day progresses, like you lose a bit focus, and the bodies are getting tired, but the mind is also getting tired. And the longer the distance, the more you have to actually look after your mind and your focus. And for that, like now, ultra runners are using caffeine quite a lot.
Well, back in our day, they just had an espresso, Martin.
I like that you say you had an espresso, Martin, and I was like, you have an espresso martini?
No. Well, they call that cafe corretto when you put a bit of extra cocoa juice. Yeah. Gosh, it's come such a long way when they used to take you in the first Olympic marathon taking brandy.
Good Lord, that must not have felt really great. So who do we get here? Because it looks like all blue, so Timmy Telly.
I mean, it should be Daniel Patis running, but we're using poles here, so that's got me confused.
Is the
Del Pero?
Luca Del Pero? No, look how tight. Yeah, that would be better because Daniel's bib number was flying off his back, like he had come undone, and here it doesn't seem to be the case. So.
Yeah, I'd be probably surprised to see Daniel using poles. You know.
Here we go. We are with Andreu Blanes.
That's for sure. Yes.
Still moving well on that section, and through Mortistuca, 34.8 kilometers. We have now Frédéric Tranchant and Manuel Merias who have gone through. So here's the answer: the gap has increased between these two gentlemen. It was 1:43, it is now 2:24. So Frédéric Tranchant is still making ground on Manuel Merias, even though they have gone through one of the most technical sections of the race where I thought, Manuel would be right at home And yet, Frédéric Tranchant, with his orienteering skills, is still managing to pull away. Not by a great deal, but still it shows that he's still moving extremely well, and hasn't fallen apart.
Yeah, and could there be two orienteers taking out the two titles today? That's
Yep, that will tell you something about it.
We will keep you updated as it all unfolds here in front of us, and it's such a pleasure to be here and being able to tell the story of what is unfolding here. So great to see another signal from our camera runner, third place.
Yep, the confirmation that then Stian has fallen back, as we've seen on the images, and so now all the runners will be creeping up one position as they pass Stian.
Yeah, so we don't have Andrew through our live timing check yet. So still yet to register on the as the third place runner, but that's we expect both him or Daniel Pattis to be coming through soon.
Yeah, because Daniel Pattis was ahead of Andreu Blanes, but just by like 40 seconds at the last checkpoint.
Yeah, and there is this little transition section as they traverse around the side of the hill before they get to the actual checkpoint station. Absolutely stunning shots here from the drone.
Yeah, it shows how immense and wild this course is. Look at the size of that rock wall.
And how steep that drop is. You don't want to go off the track at this point.
Nope. I mean, that's one way to get to the finish quickly, but not in one piece.
Yeah, so you see the trail comes pretty close to the edge of that, drop when we're sitting in the studio watching it happen.
There we go, trying to zoom in on Andreu Blanes.
Okay, here we go, through the aid station here. So he'll be registering on our timing screen. And
which then would mean that he has indeed passed Daniel Pattis again.
Yeah, we haven't seen Daniel. We haven't seen Daniel for a few minutes now.
So. He's running with a purpose, and so at the aid station, he's refilled with water. There he is, 7 minutes and 40 seconds back from the lead.
Third place, absolutely, yeah.
And I don't know if you paid attention, but like he packed 2 empty flasks, and I reckon he had an energy drink in it. You just carry the powder in your flask, so when you get to the aid station, as you were saying, you don't want to take any nutrition that you're not used to. So you just ask for water, and you've been carrying the energy drink in your flask, and that's a very efficient way to keep your own nutrition and just rely on water at aid stations.
Yeah, really smart thing to do. And he just looked over his right shoulder there to see who was coming up behind him. So. Yeah, he's still with it. He's still absolutely focused on what he has to do. And as you say, Martin, yeah, such a just knowing where the crude aid stations are going to be, how long it's going to take to get between those crude stations, and making sure that you've got your own nutrition with you, and taking an empty flask with powder. Yeah, a good way to do that. Just knowing that there's only going to be water at that particular aid point.
Yeah, I love that shot of Andrew just grimacing a little bit, like he was working hard, and so you can see at this point, like now it's there's no going back. It's like you try to keep and maintain the effort until either the wheels fall off or you make it to the finish, and appreciate like that kind of effort from these athletes. You were going to say that was Luca Del Pero, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was
on the images. Yeah. So now question is, have we missed Daniel Pattis or ladies and gentlemen, Alain Santamaria from Spain has just gone through. There he is on the screen. Insane. This is, ladies and gentlemen, 3 Spanish runners in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear me say that about the third lap? Third climb.
Yep.
Absolutely unfolding now. Everything is changing. Everything is going off. So we've lost Daniel Pattis, we've lost Stian Angermut on the penultimate climb, and let's say that the home advantage is coming through. So the pacing of Alain has been sensational.
It's spot on, and I mean, I had Alain on my dark horse in a vertical yesterday in my peak, but actually, obviously, he would not have tried too hard yesterday, and this would have been the focus for him. He was just there yesterday, maybe for the team, but man, oh man, ladies and gentlemen, Alain Santamaria, ex-cyclist. He was for 1 year, like, on the big cycling tour, road cycling tour, and then ended up not carrying on through this, and then he started to shine through the vertical race at Zegama. This is where he broke through the scene and got noticed and got the first contract, and then from there things snowballed, and now running in 4th place at the World Championships.
Yeah, that's outstanding.
Very tight as well. We've got Sylvain Cachard, Martin Nilsson, Daniel Pattis, Marcin Kubica. They are all within a minute of each other.
Wow, they've all come through together, that aid station. And now we know why Andrew Blanes was looking over his right shoulder.
Yep, there was a bit of a train coming up.
Yeah.
Here he is, the young and not so young, Sylvain Cachard. Second runner in the French team. Followed very closely by Martin Nilsson from Sweden, Daniel Pattis, Italy, Marcin Kubica. I knew he was going to do well. He is such a talented runner, and he works so hard. So we're going to see a lot of Polska Gorum in the chat for Marcin, and then Luca Del Pero in 9th place here, just under 4 hours elapsed and 11 minutes 29 from the lead.
Yeah, sensational. So let's just say that from places 4 to 9, we have 6 runners within the space of about a minute. Let's have a look. Hold on. Yeah, from 5th to 9th, all within a minute. That's we're being that deep into the race. We've just ticked over 4 hours, and still within a minute. Places 5 to 9. Martin Nilsson, I think.
Yeah, and it's Marcin leading Martin. And
is it Martin and Marcin, or
Marcin Kubica from Poland?
And Daniel Pattis must have been there too. Yeah, it's all gone off on that third climb. Everything's changed. The group has formed back together, but the only thing that stayed the same is Frédéric Chonchan out the front, together with Manuel Merias.
The one Frenchie who's crushing the Spanish party.
Yeah, well, look at that. You know, three Spanish inside the top 5. Well, top 5 formed by Spain and France.
Yep.
It's got to be looking good for the teams for Spain. I would think.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to beat. And so again, at the last checkpoint, just to do an update as well on the women, because we haven't had images in a while. So we've seen her, Tove Alexandersson, Naomi Lang, and then we didn't see her, but she went through from Slovakia, Silvia Schweiger, and then followed extremely closely by Sarah Alonso. Amélie and Ida Robsham was in there as well, and that was expected. She's had a hell of a season so far. Anna Plattner had fallen back into 6th. Jane Mouse in 7th. Clémentine Geoffrey moving up into 8th. Ruby Lindquist in 9th, and Kelly McChrystal from Canada rounding up the top 10 in the ladies.
Yeah, and Spain looking great in the teams race now for the women's race as well, because 11th and 12th both from Spain. Here we go. Yeah, Tove Alexandersson, look at.
She's coming in full throttle, ladies and gentlemen. She will finish in the top 10, in the top 20 overall. Tove Alexandersson, your phenomenon of today's women's race. Beauty. And that's probably going to give ideas to other orienteering athletes who be like, hang on a second, like maybe this is something I could do.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of crossover between sports. And we often talk about, you know, skimo in the winter versus trail running, mountain running. A lot of athletes do those competitions.
So shout out Simona Abersold. That's one of the names that comes to mind if you're watching or listening. Come join the party. We need more people.
Yeah, again, looking really relaxed as well. You know, you can sort of see it. There's no real tension in the arms when she's descending.
That's the thing. It's just skills, so she can be relaxed. But the thing is, she is always sending it.
She hasn't lifted off the gas as yet.
Yes. Yeah. And so that's always like the worry for all of us behind the screen. It's just like, come on, Tove, you know you can do it, but please don't cross that line, because a fall here, and she knows it too well, it turns into stitches pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely got the definitely had that experience, which is one she won't be wanting to repeat today. We'll try and give you an update on Grayson Murphy as well, because
47th.
47th, yes.
Yes, I was checking just earlier. I was like, whoa, she's just fallen down in the rankings.
Yeah. Again, you know, like stepping up to the longer distance, and Grayson in the interview mentioned that it was only her third experience at running a 50K, and this course, you probably say it would take an hour more than many other 50K races. So, you know, with this close to 3,700 meters of altitude over the 44 kilometers here, yeah, it's not a fast course.
All right, got another French runner coming through. So who do we get? So we've had Luca Del Pero, Davide Manini in 10th, Lorenzo Rotta, Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland in 12th, Noah William, Eli Hemming, two Americans in 14th, 15th, Antonio Martinez in 15th, Lorenzo Beltrami from Italy in 16th, Omi Ryunosuke from Japan, and that was Johan Beaujard from France.
Yeah, almost 20 through that. Oh my God.
And then creeping up onto them.
Look who's coming into the aid station.
In position 20th overall, Tove Alexandersson, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. And see, she keeps running. She doesn't know where she puts her feet. The body knows she doesn't.
This is orienteering.
This is
orienteering
at its best.
Being able to run while you're doing something else at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's absolutely, like, she would just be feeling super comfortable doing that, you know, and not worried about where she's putting her feet.
And here again, hats off to the production on these images. On the left-hand side of your screen, our men's leader. On the right-hand side, our women's leader, both orienteering athletes. Fred Tranchant from France and Tove Alexandersson from Sweden, both pulling off an outstanding performance today. And man, I am for one excited about what's coming next. We're going to be following very closely all the way across the line, and we appreciate all of you out there also sharing your insight, you cheering, your questions in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody who was on the favorite list, and we haven't mentioned almost. I don't think I haven't mentioned him. Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland.
Yeah, true.
He's come through in 12th place, so he's had a conservative start. He's had a difficult season this year.
I mean, that's the thing, and I don't want to like burying too much, because he just had such a stellar season last year that now, indeed, comparatively, it hasn't been as good. But the results he's pulled off this year are still like none to be ashamed of.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, expectation though. You know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, actually, very good comment. As per usual from Travis is like, if Tove's performance like continues to be like this, by the time she crosses the line, this is probably going to be an all-time high for the ITRA score.
Yeah. Well, for all of our scores, I think it'll be.
Yeah. They're going to have to recalculate the algorithm because that might be going over 1,000, which technically isn't possible.
Yeah, that's an incredible performance, and we've already seen amazing performances yesterday as well. You know, standout. Definitely in the men's competition of the uphill. It was and today by Tove in the short trail. Yeah, it's exciting to be a part of it here, Martin.
It's always a privilege, you know. We get to leave that race from the inside. Everybody from left, right, and center of sending us updates so we can share it with you all. Like seeing all this stoke and passion in the chat. This is a pretty good place to be indeed. And as I look, Fred, I was like, oh, is he fading a little bit? Because I saw him slow down quite a bit. But when you look at the terrain, he's just gone over. He's like, yeah, no, that's expected. It's a pretty steep grunt here across that technical section. I'm trying to see if there's anyone in the face, but no, it's only at the bottom down there. And you can see like a little bit of a tiny
and
dot
it is short.
running.
I mean, it's very steep, but it is short. And then this is, then it's just downhill from here all the way into the finish. So like they're now is the time when he can start thinking about the final section of the race, and knowing that Frederick just has a few more minutes of climbing in front of him.
Oh, I think this is Manuel's dog right here. That their friend must have brought.
Shout out to Manuel's dog. Yeah.
on the course, like Manuel trains, like does most of his training with his dog in the mountain. They have such a tight relationship, and so seeing the dog here, I can't remember what the name is. I want to say Taz, but somebody in the chat will know. And yeah, they do have really a massive relationship. It's super, super tight. The dog's always on the finish line. And so getting the chance to see that connection, to make that connection on the last climb, is going to give him a massive boost indeed. And here, Naomi Lang?
I was going to say Sarah.
Yeah, they're together again. They are together again.
Absolutely. Yeah, brilliant. Wow, he's going to... Yeah, I mean, you would probably think that if Naomi is within 20-30 seconds of Sarah at the top of the last climb, then she should probably have it in the descent. So.
There we go. Somebody said it in the chat. It was not Taz. I knew there was a Z and an A. It was Zar. Thank you, Andres, for the clarification. I only have half the story.
We've got 10 people in the chat. That's brilliant.
Blowing it out, yeah.
Who know the name of Manuel's dog, but fantastic.
Wait a minute. I think we were missing on the third lady. Yes.
Yeah,
is that Anna?
I still have never picked up Sylvia Schweiger from the images.
Yeah, no. But that confusion is at its best, and I can't read. 24.
Well, here we have Frederick. He's topped that climb. He's into the descent now.
Switched into a sixth gear.
Yeah, he's looking back down into the main valley where the station is, and this is a fast descent and relatively smooth considering what they've gone over so far. So this is a case of making sure that your legs are still working and I guess praying that you don't cramp before you.
Yeah, but he's most definitely smelling the barn. You're in that last descent.
Looks like a 20:20:46 from that. If you
look at that, Sarah is making a move on Naomi. Naomi is looking probably for a bit of nutrition to look after herself. Whoa, Sarah stepping out of that trail section, but no damage here and breaking into a run. Yeah. Oh, the back end of that race between these ladies is going to be sensational. I hope we're going to have eyes on them for a bit. And hats off to Sarah Alonso, who's made the perfect race. You know, she didn't get excited at the start, just covered the ground. I mean, unlike the other Spanish runners, you know, this Spanish team, they knew how to take on that course. Speaking of them, Alan Santamaria right here. I believe then still in fourth, Andreu Blanes would be ahead of him, but then just behind Manuel Merias, who has crested as well. Oh, look at the images.
Yeah, now he's heading into the last descent as well. Yeah, beautiful as you run across that crest there.
Whew. And so look at this, you have to switch again back into running on that uphill. Oh, that's going to sting the legs.
Yeah, and he would be getting plenty of splits out there on the course as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and evaluating, like, you know, can he really, if he puts the accelerator down, you know, does he still have a chance of going for the win?
Exactly. Do you want to? It's all or nothing, because right now he's sitting comfortably. I don't want to say comfortably, but he's sitting well in second place, and that's almost like a guaranteed silver. But do you want to put it all on the line to try and get gold, and risking a fall or worse? It's always a hard choice to make, depending on the mindset and the form you're in.
Yeah, it's always a question of are you running scared or are you a chaser? You know, like if you can, you know, it's always, you know, it's always motivating when you're chasing somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Manuel is more a hunter. I don't think anything could scare this man. Not even the steepest of downhill. And look at him launch himself into that descent. Bamboo poles in his arms. There's over 120 switchbacks in that last descent. Imagine that. So this is how many times these runners are going to be like stop and go again. And yes, it is downhill, but it's not like steep enough to just use momentum. You're going to actually have to open the gas every single time. So that is a very hard descent.
Yeah, and especially coming off the back of, you know, all of the kilometers in their legs so far and the climbing.
Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, no, okay. I didn't see the poles for a second, so I was like, "Whoa, who's catching up?"
I think it's a.
No,
it might be a camera.
Oh yeah. No, in blue, that's definitely a camera runner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and coming through that last aid station there. The Italian team all kind of back together again. 4 of them running together. Daniel Patisse slipping back through the field. You know, was in 3rd place. Luca Del Pero running a really smart race in the top 10. Davide Manini, he's still there. He's not. He would have been definitely had aspirations to win today, I'm sure. But he's still solid in 10th place. And then Lorenzo Rota, who's come through for 11th place. So, you know, they're also looking good for the team's competition. Obviously, be shooting for silver medal at this point, I'm sure. But yeah, and I'm sure that's one of the things with Davide Manini. You know, even if he might have been wanting to go for sure top 5, as soon as he has other team runners around him, it's all about the team competition. So, you know, that's something really unique here at these championships. You know, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in other races where you're running for your country, you're running for your team, and you know, it's going to be a never give up attitude for sure. And as we know in the trail competitions, every second counts.
Yeah. And again, I think this is a perfect segue to reminding everyone that in the uphill and in the classic races, the team ranking is based on positions. But during the trail races, so both the short and the long, it's actually the accumulated time of the top 3 runners, both in the men's and in the women's for both the classifications. So when you said every second counts, it is indeed the case. You know, like if there's no one around you in the uphill the classic, you could actually let go of the gas pedal because it's not gonna change anything for the team. But in trail, you fight for every second. And I still remember, I think it was Drew Holman and Zach Miller coming in together across the line in Innsbruck. and they were literally sprinting each other. And it took me a while to realize, oh, no, they don't care about each other. They're just trying to go as low as possible because they knew that they were very close to the French team, but eventually they didn't get gold for only a few seconds.
Wow. Wow, yeah, it can really come down to the wire, and that's where also team management comes into play. Like keeping
crack
an
the
eye
whip
on.
when communicated the right kind of intel.
Yes, absolutely. And great to see Jackson Cole doing great for New Zealand there.
Yeah,
top 30.
Yeah, and then I think that. Should I say that? That it looks like our drone pilots are a bit biased because we're all eyes on the Spanish team. So sure,
it's great seeing this battle play out with Naomi and Sarah. And we've talked about it before. Sarah's stronger on the climbs. Naomi, absolute machine on the descents. But Naomi, she realizes she can't let Sarah get too far ahead of her.
Exactly.
She needs to keep her in sight.
And Sarah probably knows that she needs to put time on Naomi before the descents because this is where Naomi shines. So if this is on the long end, like Naomi did her first trail marathon this year at the Mont Blanc Marathon, so it was already a step up in distance. That is going to be even more time on her feet. So I'm putting the if she's prepared properly with nutrition, bit of leg conditioning as well, then it's going to be a really cool battle. But if not, this is the moment. Like 4 hours 20 into the race where the differences start to show in an athlete like Sarah, who's heaps of experience over that kind of marathon to 50K distance. Like she's going to be way in control, and she's not going to fade at all until the end.
Yeah, and Sarah's looking. Sarah or Sarah? Sarah.
Oh wow,
Sarah.
That's a good question. I
but
couldn't
she's
even tell the
looking.
difference.
She's definitely looking better than she was just a few minutes ago. She's really got her running legs going, and she's actually looking quite strong as she comes up to that last aid station checkpoint.
There we go. Andreu Blanes, who was leading the field in the first climb, still moving extremely well. He is also done with the uphill and launching himself in the downhill. This is third place and second Spanish runner at this point. Oh, but you can see he's not opening up, eh?
No, he's fatigued there.
Yep. Something's happening. I hope he's still have fuel.
Can you see how the coordination's going a little bit there?
Yeah.
And he's just sort of reacting to the ground that he's running over rather than actually, kind of anticipating.
Attacking it. Yeah. That's a perfect way to say it, is reacting to the ground as opposed to being proactive. Ooh, that is still a long way to go. And with all these switchbacks.
Yeah. As soon as you run into the forest, of course, you can't see very far ahead as to who's in front of you. But if anybody's within 100 meters of them, if you have somebody in sight, then it gives you so much motivation. Oh, here we go.
Tove
Alexanderson.
Head down, pushing forward.
Yeah, well, actually, she still looks great, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's coming up towards her last part of climbing as well.
And I wonder at this point, I mean, it's 12:20 in the afternoon here, local time, and I wonder now with those tights if that's going to feel a little hot. I'm not too sure about the temperature up high. You can see there's still snow and frost up on some of the higher ground. But again, as you were pointing out rightfully, being an orienteering runner, they're used to running in light pants or lycra, so
full length really because of the
protect you from the
all of the
blackberry
and
bushes.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to know if she changed her shoes at the aid station in Kandanchu. You remember Richard?
Yeah, no, she's that's a very good point. I think they were saying if she has a problem, she might change into that. But no, she definitely has the same shoes on that she started with.
It would be the world's fastest shoe change, of course.
It would. But, oh, there we go. So Alain Santamaria went through the Estivieiras 0.37.5 kilometers into the race, and he was less than 2 minutes back from Andreu Blanes.
Okay, yeah. I think the top two are away. I mean, unless something happens.
Yes, now I would agree with you. However, maybe there's still a fight for bronze. And it's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully, Andreu Blanes, hopefully for himself, can turn it around, and maybe it was just a nutrition thing, and he will down a gel or two to get back on his feet.
And also, you talked about the transitioning between uphill to downhill running, and sometimes it's not the smartest idea to really stretch out and push out as soon as you crest the climb. In these longer races, just to give yourself a minute or so of just slow progression and acceleration into the downhill, just to avoid things like it helps to avoid cramp and extra muscle fatigue, just that change between uphill and downhill running.
And here you can see Tove navigating this boulder field with ease. No, it looks like we're already in the 2027 World Championship. It looks like Table Mountain a little bit in the background.
Anticipating 2 years' time.
Yeah,
down in the Southern Hemisphere for the first time.
How's it, South Africa? Do we have people here in the chat?
Oh, we'd love to have your comments. Yeah, it would be potentially September, October in 2 years' time down in South Africa.
There we go.
So now we've got, look at that, we've got 5 people through the last, that checkpoint, not the last checkpoint, but the 37.5 kilometer point, and look who it is coming through there in 5th place, Davide Manini. So we said it was so tight between those places, really 5 through to 10. They were all there.
And here's Sylvain Cachard as well. Man, as you were saying just before, they are all there. And it's just going to be a fight until the end. I can see 3 runners here, with just now 2. And
it's going to be Luca Del Piero, so he's just passed the checkpoint as well.
Wow.
Next one.
So I would guess the next one could be Daniel.
Somebody just up ahead.
Patis.
Okay, and here we're images back to Sarah and Sarah and Naomi. Wow, stunning shots. Sylvain Cachard, he's looking pretty tired.
Oh yes, look at his watch. Can we be done already?
Yeah. Again, this is a long day out for Sylvain.
Oh, it is. It is.
It's really at the limit of his capacity. Given his experience in the longer races.
So it was Martin Nielsen ahead of Sylvain Cachard, and Marcin Kubica from Poland in 7th. Whew.
Wow! We're
going to have hell of a descent.
They're going to have to race. This is where the racing really starts. They're going to be racing each other all the way through to the finish because they know it's so tight. So a question in the comment: is the scoring top 3 or top 4?
Top 3. Top 3, we got the confirmation, and if it's not right, you can blame the Frenchies because that's who I asked, and they said, yep, top 3, indeed.
Yeah. So yeah, Sylvain just passed through through that checkpoint in 9th position.
Yeah, but it's not going to be much room for another team to come and challenge the gold.
Wow, 5th place to 9th place, all within 2 minutes. We'll try to give you an update on Stian Angermut as well to find out if he has stopped or not. Okay, sounds like we might be going to a quick break, but we will come back to you as soon as we can. But in the meantime. we're back with you. Just a really short break, thank goodness, because we want to show you the action all the way through to the finish line. It's hotting up. I mean, the temperature's hotting up there, but the action is really hotting up. So we've now had Roberto De Lorenzi, now the top 10 through that aid station at the top point of the last climb. And then Lorenzo Rota in 11th place, right behind him.
And he is our third Italian. So Italy, if I'm doing the math right, will be so far sitting on silver medal.
Well, let's see where the next French runner comes through. I didn't because with Frederick so far out in front, and
but so far we only had Sylvain Cachard.
The devil, because look at that descending.
Oh, yeah. And it's good to see him still look after himself, still drinking. See, on that face, they are a bit more exposed. It might be getting hotter and hotter, especially if they are dropping down to lower altitude. There seemed to be, however, a little bit of a breeze. Look at the trees. They're moving a little bit. So that would be very appreciated by the runners.
Do you think? We don't call that a breeze.
Well, what do you call it?
Maybe a zephyr. No, he's looking great though, and exactly as you said, Martin. All of those switchbacks, he virtually stopped and then had to accelerate again to get his momentum going again. And at this stage in the race, that's leg sapping, even if it is descending. Wow, all of a sudden, 15 through the high point.
Yeah, that descent is going to see some
16th place.
Damage.
He's had a season to write home about. What a great run he's having. Antonio Martinez from Spain, 14th place, backing up the Spanish team. If anything goes wrong out front, he'll be there to pick up the pieces for the Spanish team. So we want to see when the next French runner comes through, but maybe even with the advantage of Frederic Tranchard out in front.
No, I don't see anyone taking out Spain.
No, not taking out Spain, but maybe for that third position.
Oh,
and
I see.
The devil, and Johan Bouillard comes through in 17th place. So I think it's all to play for the silver and bronze medal in the men's teams competition. Oh, but great to see Naomi here now. Let's see if she's come through the aid station. I don't believe she has just yet.
And I couldn't picture whether Sarah was ahead of her or not. Sarah, who originally, when we saw,
I think she would be.
Yeah, when we
Sarah's looking great. Yeah.
Last saw her.
And still some climbing to go. So this is just a short descent as they come down and approach that aid station. Then they sort of do that lap around that flat section where the ski lift is, and then they start that really short, gnarly climb.
Can you believe this? She's already there. She is already at the top of her final climb, and she's now launching herself into the descent.
19th position, so moved up another place overall.
Oh my lord! And the next one to be victim of the Alexanderson train is Eli Hemming. He is just ahead of her. While we have images of second place here, Manuel Merias from Spain, still chasing hard, but I'm guessing at this point it's more about a surviving option than anything else. I feel like he's just being cautious more than being aggressive, which again is a smart move, not only for himself as an individual, but also to make sure that the top 3 Spanish make it across the line in one piece.
Oh, great to see Sarah Alonso here. Descending pretty well, but pretty cautious, I would say. Contrast that to Tove.
That's the thing. That's what Tove has on the rest of the field. It's just flowing. But it helps appreciate how tough it is, because Sarah is a strong downhill runner. But on that section is going to be interesting, because if she didn't get enough of a gap, this is where we'll see Naomi Lang come and creep up, if not pass Sarah, which is going to be good, because these two are going to actually go at each other pretty hard, and hopefully we have images of that.
Come through the aid station together.
They've
been at each other for a while now. Well, really for half the race.
Whoa. They're riding that line a little bit, girls.
Yeah, but this is where these images are so good. You know, we love the images, you know, from the drone. They're spectacular. They give us an overview, but this lets you back home really experience, you know, what that terrain is like. So we, you know, when we talk about the, you know, technical running, you know, like it chops your rhythm. You know, like it's really hard to get a good rhythm, and you know, you need to really do some solid training over this sort of terrain to, you know, to get the legs used to it. Wow, look at the complete contrast.
There you go. He's getting so close now. He's in the trees coming from France. Frédéric Tranchant, 4 hours 34 elapsed. We had anticipated a 4:45 to 4:50. Chances are he's going to get very close to that, if not closer. In the meantime, at the top of that descent, Tove Alexandersson leading the women's race and within the overall top 20. What a show that has been delivered so far, but we're still in it because, you know what? It's never over until it's over. And we've seen some late changes. Mistakes can be made. It's such a taxing race that mentally you need to look after yourself. And look at this.
Brilliant seeing Naomi.
It's Naomi, right in the distance. She's gone through the 8th station. We might have missed Sarah Alonso, but they can't be too far.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's maybe just a little bit.
Oh, no, she is ahead. She is ahead.
Yeah.
There we go. So she did take advantage of the descent. And
right
Sarah
together.
Alonso, 16 seconds back.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The fight for silver has never been so hot.
Yeah, it's going to go to the wire. Because there's still a bit of climbing for those two to do before they hit this final descent.
And so here you have on the right-hand side of your screen, Eli Hemming. And look at this, Tove Alexandersson is going to be creeping up on Eli. Eli was not going to really understand what happens to him. But I'm sure he's going to have a bit of a smile when he sees that happen. That might give him a bit of a boost as well.
Yeah, and it's important for Tove not to lose focus, even though, you know, she will know that she's way out in front. But you still got to, you know, as soon as you kind of drift your focus or relax too much, that's when you know, on the smoothest trail, you know, that's when the rock kind of jumps up to
come and kisses your shoe.
Yeah,
takes you down.
So super important to see, you know, and super nice to see that she's not, you know, kind of taking it for granted.
And to give perspective to our audience a little bit, like as Tove is probably on her way to pass Eli Hemming, like Eli won OCC last year. It's kind of the 50K distance that is uber competitive, and now she's finding herself like about to pass this kind of caliber. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah. We said, you know, maybe Remy's was the performance of the day yesterday, but I think
they're delivering every day.
I think we might have found the performance of the day today.
Yeah.
No, Tove Alexandersson, shout out! What a stellar performance.
Wow. And I see both gentlemen here at the front, like hugging the turns. Fred grabbing the trees when possible to launch himself in the next switchback. And Manuel just hugging that turn as well. Oh, they are both really giving everything they've got at this point. It's going to be extremely tight. Extremely tight.
And it's one of those things, there might be, and it can be a little bit frustrating as well, like there might be some people watching on the track giving you a split, and then you maybe run another 100 meters further forward and you get another split, and it's completely different.
I mean, this is the
it's like, who can you trust?
No one.
Yeah.
Unless it's someone in your team, you can trust no one about this kind of stuff. Like, oh yeah, last uphill, or oh yeah, so and so splits now. But the thing is, those switchbacks at that point are quite long. Oh no, he's getting into town. So those switchbacks are almost over for Frédéric Tranchant. He's getting to the end of that descent. But what I was going to say with those long switchbacks is that you can hear, or you can possibly even catch a glimpse of the runner who would be just a few meters down from you, but obviously a few
vertically,
away.
Yeah, you can hear them vertically because they might only be like, 50 meters away. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
But in distance, it still could be like 300 or 400 meters. Yeah. So we had them about 2 minutes apart at that high point.
Yeah, just over 2.
Well, the way Frederick's running, I don't want to put my neck out, but I think he still looks really good.
He knows that, you know, I mean, they would have seen that course over and over for that final descent.
Oh, Andre,
and after leading for so long, now what's going through his head is like, don't stuff it up. like, it's in your hands. Just stay focused. Don't obviously let go of the gas pedal, but don't take chances.
Exactly.
But the thing is, how much can you relax when you know you have such a tough downhill runner that is chasing you up? And, okay, now we have that turn, so it is still a couple of minutes. So now it's Frédéric Tranchant to win or not this race that is in his hands. And there we go. People in France start making some noise. It's probably not going to be in our chat because there is a French live commentary, so I'm guessing everybody's on the other side listening to the Frenchies. But look at this.
Yeah, Andre Blanes here again hitting the descent as well.
Crowd of fans trying to keep up.
Yeah, Andre will be focused on he'll be concentrating on third. On third place, you know, he'll probably be the one who's running almost the most scared of everyone, to know that you're on the podium and know that there's plenty of plenty of fast runners behind.
Oh.
And did we see?
Yeah, it was interesting. Like he was holding his hips just for a second and then slowed down. Almost like he did a check.
And he's taking some fluid on board as well.
Cramps are coming up.
Yeah.
Cramps are coming up, and he's probably drinking something just to keep them at bay. It's gonna be so tight. It's gonna be so tight. But again, with a couple of minutes lead, we do have a checkpoint at Piscinas. So 43.9 kilometers into the race out of the 44.5. So it's just.
Does that mean swimming pool? Is that my
I'm guessing there's not going to be much swimming at this point.
So that means he's back into town. So yeah,
on the road.
We can see him there. He's just come off that trail at 4 hours, 40 minutes, and 38 seconds. So we can check the timing. I seem to be more and more on the edge of my seat here, Martin. I keep having to push
holding on to the desk,
my seat in. It's
palms,
getting too exciting.
The excitement is peaking right now. But no, I just pictured the turn that Manuel Mirias just did, and it is quite a ways. Fred, you're on the road. It is in the bag. He just has to keep it up. This is the last kilometer. And what a race, ladies and gentlemen. He has gone through Piscinas 4 hours, 40 minutes, 20 seconds.
Yeah, already a minute gap at this point. So, yeah, we'll give it to you. Shout out.
Yeah, he's crossing the bridge, and that's going to be a left-hand turn, and then he's going to be in the finishing chute. I hope the people in Confront has prepared a glorious welcome to our Frenchman here once again, Frédéric Tranchant.
Finally gets the chance to enjoy it.
The red carpet has been rolled out.
Take the applause.
He cannot contain his smile. The joy on Frédéric Tranchant's face is so good. He's taken the win at this 2025 Short Trail World Championship.
Chapeau, Frédéric. What a fantastic run. Yeah.
Absolute legend.
Yeah, we're hearing the commentary teams next to us. Mamma mia, it's a fantastic effort. Yeah,
and there you go.
And so controlled. Like that would be one of the examples of how to best manage your race. And every time I saw him, he was sipping on his bottles. Like he was always taking in fluids. He managed that race absolutely to perfection.
The perfect execution indeed, and. We were not confident, as confident, because the performance he delivered at the National Championship about a month ago was out of this world. And it's like, man, did he peak a bit too early? And so he's done exactly what needed to be done to maintain that level of fitness, plus the execution, as you said, absolutely spot on. Nutrition, hydration, the transitions at the aid station were perfect. And now we're going back and forth between Manuel Merias and Andreu Blanes, going in for bronze and silver respectively. Manuel Merias here on his way to the finish line. And he will be stoked as well about that second place. Absolutely no doubt about it. This is a big comeback for Manuel Merias. After having struggled a little bit earlier in the season with his blood levels and figuring out the right nutrition and also that. And so Andrea Caldera, one of the men in the shadows working for Team New Balance, was telling me this morning, he's rethought entirely his nutrition, his approach to training, and today it pays off, and he's delivering second place, taking silver, but also scoring excellent time for the Team Spain, and they most likely will be getting away with gold. Andreu Blanes in third place on the right-hand side of your screen. Great split screen as well. We'll love to see that.
Well, you know, join us at the prize ceremony later tonight with the
7 p.m. local time indeed. It's going to be a Spanish fiesta. And there we go. So as much as we saw Manuel trying to go as hard as he could, the gap between Manuel and Frederic is now 3 minutes 23. So even in that last downhill, as much as Frederic was looking relaxed, he was still going hard and probably, as you were saying, running scared a little bit.
Yeah, we wanted to keep the tension here in the studio just to make sure that you were going to stay with us. Yeah, what a fantastic silver medal, though. Again, you know, equally well-managed race, I would say.
Absolutely. And again, he's such a great human that it's good to see those kind of profiles. And as you were saying, here at home in Spain, taking silver at the World Championships.
First Spanish individual medal at the Championships.
Oh, yep. And so you know what that means with the thumb in his mouth? That is a shout out to his son that he's been doing actually even before his son was born. And, saying hello to the baby. Now not so baby anymore. Actually, it must be 1 or 2.
Yeah, what a great performance. Yeah. And we know that those two were really in a race of their own, and really from, we'd probably even say from the halfway point of the race. You know, that's where they kind of made the move. They were out front, and sure that gap is now extended. But I think they, I feel that Frederic never could relax because he knew there was someone chasing him behind.
Yeah, but it shows again that now, if at this level, if you want to be on the top spots of the podium, you not only need to have a massive engine on the flat and on the uphill, you need to be able to crush the downhills. And this is exactly, like, we know both these runners, Frédéric Tranchant and Manuel Merias, to be absolute killers on the downhill. And it shows, you know, with such like 4 climbs, but also 4 descents, finishing with the descent. This is where they take it away, and same in the women's. Although, like, admittedly, Tove, even on the flat and the climb, she is at a whole other level above the rest of the field. But you know, Naomi Lang, first attempt at the marathon distance this year, and she's still there in the mix. Probably also in because she's just so good in a downhill, she can make time without damaging herself.
Yeah, great move from Andre there, using the tree to swing himself around. Yeah.
You're just wondering which one you're going to pick.
Yeah, he's looking better now. Better than he did at the start of the climb. So you can see he's running quite freely. Stride length has increased.
That's a very good point, indeed. Yep.
But again, you know, you have to come almost to a stop as you as you go around those switchbacks.
Here we go. Our cam mountain biker is taking over. Again, hats off to all the team out there. That's great because we get much better images. The pixels are gone. Wow, we feel like we are truly in it. For the back end of Andreu's race. And again, actually, just like Naomi Lang, Andreu took his first trail marathon, if I'm correct, this year with second place in Zigama.
Well, have you noticed that now Sylvia Schweiger has disappeared from our live timing here? It's just that I never could kind of pick her out there with the cameras, but
yes.
Coming through the last aid station where you could see they were just had water available to them, or very basic refreshments. It looks like it's Ida Robson who's come over there in 4th position. Anna Plattner having a fantastic race, I think.
She moved up one place. Clémentine Geoffrey went from 8th to 6th.
Yeah, she's paced her race well.
A bit short. I mean,
conservative for her in the beginning, I guess.
Yeah. Might have waited a bit too long or started a bit too conservatively, but they all have their reason. And Clémentine doesn't race much actually, but when she does, she is really prepared. So if she didn't go that hard at the beginning, she probably knew that she needed to run within herself. But yeah, the way she's coming back, she could even possibly creep up into the top 10 because she's only 1 minute back from Anna Plattner.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and maybe like the way the race started as well, just such a long climb, and she just felt she didn't want to expend too much energy on that and risk blowing up. And we have seen some blow-ups today, haven't we, Martin?
Yes, we have.
Not so much at the front end, but certainly, people that probably felt that they wanted to be in the mix and try and chase, and they overreached. Whether that was the case with Steen, we don't know. We'll try to find out exactly what's happened to him. Still in the race, you were saying, but outside of the top 30.
He was like 31st. And there he is, the fists up in the air. He's getting to the road. He knows the job is now done. He just has to roll into the finish. But yeah, quick look behind over his shoulder because Alain Santamaria wasn't actually that far back. But the thing is, now you put that man on the road, and with a 2:09 reference in a marathon, if he needs to crank another gear, he's gonna have a final kick. Absolutely no doubt about it. And he's already with his hands up in the air celebrating. I love Andreu's attitude. He's a very quiet person, an engineer in his everyday life, very, very humble. But then, man, when he comes into this finishing line, he's bursting into joy, emotion, and he's fearless.
No, I never forget the time when he, for me, he had the breakout race when he was second across the line at Sierre-Zinal.
Yes.
Just how much that meant to him. He could be a basketball player the way he jumped in the air. So let's see his reaction. Let's see what he.
He's got a big smile.
Look at that, fist pumps as well. Yeah, and doing it on your. Not many chances you get to take a world championship medal in your home country. Look at that, he's shouting. He is pumped. He is so pumped. Aeroplane, yes.
And this is what we were talking about, the joy coming out, pointing out probably the flag or I don't know, but yes, yes.
There we go.
Bronze medalist here at the World Championship.
That's what I expect. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Absolutely.
And look at the world's media there to welcome him home, and all of the fans, all of his family, all of his friends, his support staff. He's absolutely stoked. Okay, it looks like we've got our winner here with Richard.
We're here at the finish line, of course, with our world champion of the Mountain Trail Running Championship short course race, Frédéric Tranchant. Bravo, Fredo! You are a world mountain trail running champion. How does it feel?
Still hard to believe, I must say. Well, I did give it all until the end. It was a bit surprising for me to be so early in the lead. I didn't really expect it at all, and it was not the strategy. But I was expecting people like Manuel to catch me up in the downhill and some other to catch me up in the, for example, second uphill, and they never caught me up. So I just did my race, and I had a good day. But of course, all the way to the end, I was not sure if I would make it, because I started to feel tired and also to cramps. So I was really afraid of that, especially in the last downhill. I know Manuel is the best downhill runner in the world. I thought he would catch me up, so I really had to push hard until the end.
It's really an incredible performance to manage to...
And then I guess here
looks like
we've got Team Spain doing a bit of a debrief post-race.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from all of our podium winners today.
And so it looks like there's an interview being carried on with Andreu Blanes for the audience. So that's going to be, I hope that we're going to get a little bit of
Alain Santamaria through our final checkpoint. So
there we go, less than okay for Alain Santamaria.
He'll be with us. He'll be with us, and there'll be definitely a team celebration going on in a few minutes.
Absolutely, there he is.
Yeah, great to see the action back on the course. Definitely. He's looking at the time. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
Probably the distance left is like, how much do we have to go? I want to seal this deal. And so as much as, you know, it's always tough to take a fourth place because you're just missing out on the medal, but you know that you have contributed to get the gold with your team.
I think in this case, you know, fourth place is going to feel pretty good.
It's going to feel good
indeed. He's done it for the team, definitely. So in Italian they say medaglia di legno, so the wooden medal.
Wooden in French is the chocolate medal, the one you eat.
I think I prefer the French version, to be honest.
At least you do something with it. La médaille en chocolat.
Fantastic.
And there we go. The crowds now are coming and lining up to witness all these runners finishing up with that short trail.
Right in front of the Hotel La Station, the symbol of Canfranc.
And there we go. 3 Spaniards in the top 4. They certainly showed that they could deliver on their home turf. And now Santamaria giving up to the crowds, also having a hard time realizing what just happened to him.
Yeah, fantastic performance.
And yeah, that confirms gold for Spain. Haha. And there we go, back to Spain, but in the women's race, Sarah Alonso.
Yeah, still to reach the high point of the track. And
so we're back, I think, with Richard very shortly for the rest of the interviews of our men's podium.
We're here at the finish line, of course, with the world champion of the Mountain Trail Running Championship short course race, Frédéric Tranchant. You are a world champion mountain runner. How does it feel?
Still hard to believe. I mean, well, I've been close many times, also in orienteering, but never really on the top. So, of course, super happy, and I had a very good day, and we had a good preparation as well, and it was a big focus for me. Already maybe from 2 years ago, where I had a bit of frustration at the World Champs. I felt I was not on my best that day, so I thought I can really do better. But yeah, I didn't know I could do as well.
And the incredible thing is you led this race almost from the start, all the way through the mountains, and you didn't really have any huge pressure from anybody behind you. How do you achieve that with such great pacing?
Well, that was not at all the strategy of the day. We said with the coach, we stay like in the group and take it very carefully until the Kathmandu, I don't remember the name, the second aid station, and then we push hard. But I end up in the lead. I thought people would catch me up on the first downhill, they didn't, and the second uphill they didn't, and then I just had to do my best. Still on the very last meters, I was not sure I would make it because I started to have cramps. And I was really afraid, like Manuel, I knew Manuel is the best in the downhill, and he was pretty close, so I was really afraid he would come back.
And tell me about your orienteering background and expertise, because you've won so many medals in orienteering, and there's many other athletes here this year who have had a very strong orienteering background, doing very, very well. How important is that to the mountain running experience these days?
Well, I'm not sure, but of course here there were some parts not really on the path, like on the top of the hill. Even the second downhill was only on these ski slopes, not so much path. So I think maybe you have to read a little bit the terrain. So maybe it can help a little bit, I don't know. And also the last uphill also, it's not really a path, you have to follow the flags. So maybe it helps to have such a background. And I don't know, of course I did it really many years with very full focus, so I had a good training background already, so that helps. And I mean, Andro Blanes is from orienteering, Judith Wider and Tove Alexander.
Tove, of course, who will probably end up winning the female race.
Okay, yeah.
And just a last question to you about the scenery, the experience of running here in the Pyrenees. How do you make of the course? It's such a beautiful environment.
Yes, I admit today maybe I didn't enjoy it so much, but we came here like 1 month ago or even less to check the courses, and it was really beautiful. And you get out of the ski resort and then it's like really wide and yeah, really beautiful.
And for Team France, a very strong performance from yourself and many French runners doing very well this year. It looks like a good result for the French team overall.
Yeah, I really hope for it. That's also why I did push until the finish line, because I know it's a time that counts for the team result, and I really hope we make a medal. Yeah, it would be really nice for the whole team and also the crew and yeah, all the work we have done to come here.
Well, Frodo, fantastic result. The world champion in the short course 45k race.
Merci.
Well, our apologies for missing the arrival of our 5th place and 6th, 7th and 8th place finishes, but Marcin Kupica took the 5th place for Poland.
Yeah.
What a fantastic finish by him. He must have come down like a train.
Oh yeah. He's so strong runner on technical and in the downhill. So we saw the Polska Grum shine in the chat. People were really onto it. And as you were saying, Luca Del Pero couldn't quite hold him off, even though Luca Del Pero, very strong sky running, can run downhill as well. So they had a massive fight. We saw them like laying down on the finish. They gave everything they had and then carry on.
Yeah, Martin Nielsen coming in 7th place. In 8th place, a really measured run by Sylvain Cachard. Lorenzo Rota in 9th. And Roberto De Lorenzi, he also came through in the last section to finish in 10th. So, yeah, that was so tight between 5th and 10th place. Oh, my dear, that was amazing.
And so it seems, let's see.
Yeah, great to see all of the Polish fans in the chat. Yeah, Marcin Kupica, fantastic race.
And so there we go. It is official for... I mean, I guess no, because we still have to wait, although they might have already 3 runners in. So yes, Spain takes gold in the men's team.
All to play for the silver and bronze.
And so silver is Italy. They have had now 3 runners coming in. So I guess...
Okay, but the leader was a long way ahead.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna call it yet.
All right. Let's see.
I love you, Italy, but I'm not going to give it to you just yet.
There we go. In the meantime, the fight is still on for 2nd and 3rd in the women's race, while Tove Alexandersson is now a few switchbacks away from the finish line, flying into the finish still. She hasn't let go of the gas pedal this entire time. It is absolutely mind-blowing what she's accomplishing today. Smooth all the way until the end.
Yeah, and we've said constantly just how good she looks and relaxed. Just the relaxation is what blows me away.
She's hitting the road at that point.
Through the final checkpoint, we just saw it just there.
So, did she pick up any other male runner as she was making her way?
She certainly did. 17th position overall.
Wow. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's awesome.
That is amazing.
That is redefining the women's race here at this World Champ, seeing what is possible. Unreal what she's done. And I hope the crowds are ready to make a whole lot of noise, because they are witnessing history. And as Travis was saying, I can't wait to see the ITRA score that Tove will score today. It's going to be absolutely out of this world and possibly the best performance ever, topping Courtney's performance at Western States.
Yeah, that's absolutely outstanding. And through the final checkpoint, also we've got 18 male runners through the final checkpoint with just 1 kilometer to go.
And again, she's used to orienteering, so I believe she will sprint out all the way through to the finish and collapse on the red carpet. Although maybe the joy of taking gold might keep her up on her feet. But she knows she's fighting for the team as well, so she'll keep her head down all the way.
Yeah, no time to grab the Swedish flag.
No. It's business time.
Yeah, come on, wave to the crowd. She's done such a fantastic race today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 winner in the short trail 2025. And there we go. As anticipated, she leaves it all out there.
Yeah, that's we're going to have to come up with the performance of the championship on our last transmission together. But that's definitely
probably going to be pretty high up.
It's going to be hard to beat. That's a wonderful race, and I'm going to go back up the course just to check if yes, and through the high point of the last climb has come Sarah Alonso and Naomi Lang. So they are through that. That high point. They've got the downhill in front of them, and the gap between the two of them, 46 seconds.
He's on La Donkey Kong, ladies and gentlemen. That descent is going to be awesome.
I said Naomi would want to stay within 30 seconds of Sarah, but she's got 46 seconds to make up. So we're going to be shouting at our production team, get us back on the course to catch up with the battle.
Yeah, they probably know it. Let's see if we can hear that interview, because I don't know if it's plugged in with our live audio. This is an interview for the crowds.
Yeah, we'll be going to Richard as soon as we can to get the the comments from Tove. But we could probably give now we have the third French male runner in the finish line. We could probably. I don't want to use my my mathematics skills. But here's Sarah. She's on the descent. She started into the switchbacks. She's looking good. She's looking great, actually, on the descent, the first part of the descent.
Well, she knows now she's got to go, because she knows Naomi is a strong descender, and she certainly does not want to give up that silver medal that's right now is around her neck.
Yeah, she has chopped her stride a little bit, but she's making those corners pretty smoothly. I'm just looking forward to seeing that drone pan up a little bit and see where Naomi is
give us
racing down. This is why we love switchbacks.
Giving us a bit of an intel.
Well, we call them zigzags, actually, back where I come from.
All right.
So Tove Alexanderson already in the finish line, but our silver and bronze medalists still to be decided. Yes, we've got some more details about Tove's injury from the race a few weeks ago. She took 18 minutes to stitch her up and get her back out on the course again.
And that's the thing, like, you're getting stitched up. At what point you're thinking, oh, I'm going to get back out and finish this race? and like, yeah, no, guys, get it done, because I need to get back and finish this. You're like, what, seriously? And it shows, like, her mindset. She's just... yeah, she's just an absolute machine.
Yeah, but Sarah kind of leaning back a little bit. I'd expect her to maybe lean a little bit further forward into the downhill. So maybe I think her quads are gone.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Maybe it's getting to that point where you've done so much descent that the legs are a bit cooked. Okay, we got more runners coming in.
It's got to be Eli. Is that Eli?
Eli has already crossed the line,
Yeah,
so it might be another American actually with the long sleeves.
True. Yeah, Eli Hemming finished in the 18th position.
Oh yeah, that would be David Sinclair. And he'll be followed by Nico Molina.
Yeah, great run by Nico. You know, it's this is one of the longest races that he's raced in. I know Nico well, being a La Sportiva team member, and he's really come on in the last couple of years because he had a ski mountaineering season, but this year in particular decided to really focus on his running, and great to see it paying off with the top 20.
I'm with you, Jono. Can we pan out? Can we travel up?
Okay, everyone shout at your screens.
But I gotta say, like Sarah so far is as much as, you know, trying to preserve her legs a little bit. She's still covering ground at a honest pace. And yeah, those switchbacks are just taking so much out of you because every time there you go, you see you brake, slow down, and then you got to push again.
Yeah, so men's winning time in the end, 4 hours and 42 minutes as well. So
yeah, sub 4:45 is mind blowing.
Bang on, yeah, on the predictions. So.
Thibaut Barognan, when he won Confront, said they were starting up in the night, in the morning, and then they were doing like starting as a time trial. So he said the first two climbs I definitely didn't run to my potential, but then he said I had a really solid back end of the race, and he ran in 5:07 a few years back.
Yeah.
So it shows like how much the level has increased. Thibaut was thinking that they could be around 4:45, but again having the best possible day.
Well, the level increasing, but the depth of the competition, because nobody has a chance to relax in a race like this, knowing that you know, if you lose a couple of minutes, that could be 2 or 3 places for sure.
That's it. It's like cross country now. You sneeze and you lose 2 spots.
Exactly.
All right. Let's see if we can see something about the women's race.
Well, 4th place in the women's short trail competition has come through the high point of the race. So she's not let's say she's not a million miles behind the 3rd positions, but I don't think she'll be close enough to be able to bridge that gap. But that's Ida Robsam. I always say Robsam. Ida Robsam from Norway. So fantastic race that she's having.
Yeah. She's had a stellar season as well.
Yes.
And again, smart race. Like, you know, she just creeped up the rankings at her pace. She did super well. And then I'm getting the intel here from Greg. Tove was 8% slower than Fred Tranchant, and that is I don't think there's any other races that actually had this kind of small percentage, especially in the shorter races like marathon to 50K distance. Actually, it'd be interesting to know that stat. What about road marathon? What's the difference between the men and the women, and what kind of percentage does that represent?
I mean, typically, as you get longer the distances, the percentage gets smaller, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So, I don't. You put me on the spot. I'd have to do some research.
But that's the thing. That's what we love. Like somebody will actually pull it off in the chat. So we just gotta keep our eyes on it. That information is out there for sure. So just to get an understanding and be able to compare again the performance that Tove Alexandersson has pulled off.
Okay, another 2 through that high point. Anna Plattner. Right together with Clementine and Geoffrey.
40 seconds between them two.
Yeah, a minute more than a minute 40 behind Ida's time. So again, you know, you say it's only a minute 40 behind, but that's still, you know, that is a lot to make up. You know, given it's it's the final downhill. So again,
yeah, but it was interesting to hear Fred Tranchon talk about cramps, and all of a sudden, like, he was running really scared. He thought, "Oh crap, I can't move as much as I would like to, because I gotta be like very mindful of my cramps, and I can't have it like my legs lock up or anything." So, you know, still a lot of things can happen.
Oh, did we? You know, we saw him. We saw him. We
holding his hips.
We
and then
kind of shouted at
straight after taking a sip of something. It's like, oh wow, yep, he's trying to look after himself. So luckily that was in the last switchbacks.
And he did say that Manuel is potentially the best descender in on this sort of distance.
Yeah, we know it. Here we go. Swiss runner coming across the line, all smiles.
Yeah, we've now got our top 20 men across the line, more in fact. Still waiting to catch up with our second and third place women to see how it's playing out.
So who are we following now? I think our drone pilot got a bit confused.
Well, I think our second and third place women will be in the forest by now, so we'll pick them up with the mountain bike camera runners,
so.
or the camera runners.
Yeah.
Again, gives you an idea of the switchbacks that they're running. You know, like from the if it was point to point, they'd probably be down. In less than 1.5 kilometers from the top to the bottom.
Straight down the hill. Yeah, it would be a massive difference. But as I was telling you, it is 122 switchbacks from the top to the bottom. So that's a lot of turn. That's a lot of stop and go. Oh, man. I wish we had eyes on the women's race, because there's a lot going on at the minute between Sarah Alonso from Spain and Naomi Lang. Oh, and there we go. Greg has been onto it. And the split between the two world record on road marathon is actually 9%.
Okay, there you go.
And so she just beat it by a percent. Wow.
One of the world's best ever performances, we could say, can't we?
Yep. Yes, I just can't wait for that ITRA score to drop.
Oh, and the interview, of course, as well with Richard. Hey, we want to hear how her day played out. You know, did it look as easy as it? I mean, it's never easy, but did it look as smooth as what we could see here? And now with the fixed cam, we should be able to catch up with Sarah Alonso. Is that her?
I feel like that's too high. I think they're long gone, as you were saying. They must be getting close to being in the trees. Yeah, it's a bit of a letdown.
Frantically looking for updates here in the studio, as you're looking at friends and family and supporters out there cheering on the finishers.
Okay, who do we get here?
I was running in blue there. So we have had.
Could it be Ida?
Could be Ida, or it could be Jane. Jane Mouse in 7th place from USA. That kind of looks like the blue of USA.
Didn't have the blue top and the red shorts. I gotta say, I don't remember.
So pretty close again, you know, those between 5th and 10th position, also in the women's field, super tight. You know, and to say you've got a top 10 at the World Championships, you know, that's huge. You know, the difference between 10th and 11th. You know,
it's a big deal indeed.
So it's, you know, it's a fight on for that, but also a fight on for that team competition as well, because these are the runners also in the mix with that. There we have one of the Polish runners just finishing his day out there. Yeah, that's definitely the US kit. Jane looking pretty smooth actually, coming down that final climb.
You just have to be careful, like spectators in that, like technically I don't think they're allowed to run with the runners. So you wouldn't want to make a move that's going to give your runner a penalty or anything.
Yeah, yes, agree.
So, I mean, this thing, you got to be fair to all the runners, and being right on the heels of your runner and cheering them on, that certainly makes them move a little faster. So yeah, you wanna drop back a little bit.
Yeah, certainly coming into the World Champs and runners actually not being so used to, you know, the World Championship competitions and some of the rules which are in place. I mean, that rule is in place in every trail running competition about
Yes.
About pacing. And things like giving aid outside of aid stations, also completely not allowed. And so at every championship, there's a technical briefing. This year also held online, so the team managers and team could all tune into it. So,
okay.
So it made a big difference that runners didn't need to travel up to the technical meeting and be present there, so they could get all the information. Here we go, finishing for Norway.
There we go. Team Norway and with another runner across the line. And there we go. You can see down there how far in the distance the finish line is when you crest. Yeah, if you had a glider, you'd be straight into it.
Yeah.
All right.
Back to the fixed camera again.
Okay, but it looks like we're a bit further down. Oh, yeah, no, it's just because it wasn't on course.
Yeah,
so we're still pretty far up, so no.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're definitely down into the trees by now. Sarah Alonso and Naomi Lang. And again, great Spanish performance on the women's side as well. You know, Ikram Rasala also through the high point in 8th position. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a battle there with Ruby Lindquist as well, your Team USA. So USA and Spain definitely in the mix. Yeah, so a lot of those walls and protection there for avalanches for the town below. A lot of work went on 100 and 200 years ago to protect the village and the train station that formed the reason for having the village there with the tunnel between France and Spain and the connection between the two countries. Oh, look at that, through over the high point. 10, 11, 12, 13th place in the women's race all together, all within 10 seconds. So Johanna Gelfren, oh, this could be a result for Sweden as well, coming through. Let's see where the third Swedish runner comes. But Barbara Bukovanya.
Oh, look at that, we might have a sprint finish on the line.
Oh, that's painful.
And this is New Zealand.
That's painful, but yes. could be. Yes, I think it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
yes,
is.
yes. Fantastic. Was that Robert Cole?
Jackson Cole, yeah.
Jackson, sorry, yes.
No,
yes.
I mean, it's Robert Jackson, so there we go. We finally have
No
Sarah
way.
Alonso,
Oh my
ladies and
God.
gentlemen. She is right there and apparently still in second position. She is holding off Naomi Lang at this very moment.
Wow. Yeah, and did we see her look back over her shoulder there?
It's hard to tell, but I think from this fixed camera, we're going to get the chance to, she's running scared. She's doing everything she can now. She wants to hold off Naomi Lang, but she knows Naomi will be giving also everything she's got.
Well, she knows Naomi's reputation as well, doesn't she?
Yes,
Of
and they've
course,
raced each other as well.
Yes. Yeah, and she's definitely looking like it's getting painful there. She's still moving well, you know. She hasn't slowed down from when we saw her at the start of the descent, so she's looking okay. But I'm sure the camera's going to pan back at a certain point.
I hope so. Yeah. And Sarah, for those who haven't been following, had a stellar beginning of the season, and then eventually got trampled by a cow. and like she really thought that was going to be the end.
Wow.
Eventually that cow moved away and she ended up like with just a few broken ribs, but man, that was a very scary moment in her career. And who would have thought, like, you're out there in the field, you see a cow, you feel pretty confident running past it, and for some reason that one was not going to take it and chased her, and actually, like, yeah,
that's scary. Yeah.
So it's good that she can turn it around and be sitting at the moment with the silver medal at this short trail world championship. Here we go. So this is a fixed camera from a little bit higher up. And is it going to be Anna Platner? No.
Okay, let's see who's
in the red.
Let's see who's coming into shot. But
All right.
we're going to run to an interview with Richard, hopefully with our women's winner. Let's see.
We're here now at the finish line with, of course, the female world champion in the mountain trail running championships in the 45 kilometers, Tove Alexanderson. How do you feel? You are the world champion mountain trail runner.
Yeah, thank you. It feels amazing. I have been really focused on this race the last 1.5 months. Before that, it was focused on orienteering, but I had done everything I can to come here so prepared as possible, and I'm just super happy with the race I had today.
And you were leading pretty much throughout the race. How did that feel to be in the lead with that kind of gap for so long? Was that expected?
No, but it's a bit hard when you're starting at the same time as the men, because like it's people everywhere and it's hard to know where the other girls are. So I didn't actually know how big the gap was, because it was so much people everywhere.
And when you realized later in the race that you had that time gap, did you start to run differently, maybe with some strategy, knowing that you had a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of protection in terms of your position?
I especially in the downhills, I was like, really, okay, be careful, don't overdo it, just make sure that you come down here without any injuries. So I tried to run fast, but not too fast to really control. But otherwise, during such a long race, you never know what's happened. I was like, okay, I hope I will have the energy to the finish line. If you like hit the wall, you can lose so much time. So I never felt safe. You always have to push.
And I have to ask you, you have this cut above your eye here that the viewers can probably see on the screen. I believe that this injury happened right here in Canfranc when you were doing another race here a few weeks ago, and you tripped and you fell. And you've basically done the same course again just a few weeks later. Did that play on your mind a little bit, knowing that you had this injury a few weeks ago in exactly the same place?
Yeah, I was actually a bit careful in that downhill where I know that I fall, and so I was thinking about it when I was running there. Okay, be careful now, no more injuries.
But it obviously didn't affect you too much. You didn't have any pain during the race, because it's still obviously a serious cut.
No, I have no problem with it. It's just like the cut, and I had really good. Yeah, the doctor was really good to take care of it immediately. So yeah, it was no big problem.
And I just have to ask you quickly about your orienteering background, because we've had success, of course, in the men's race as well, with some really experienced orienteers. It looks like more and more of the mountain runners now have some kind of orienteering background, and it's taking some of the runners by surprise.
Yeah, the orienteers are really strong physically, so it's many orienteers that can do it well also in like running without a map, and it's fun to test something new also. So yeah, and I think it's more orienteers out there that maybe after looking at this will maybe try some more mountain running as well.
And last question, just about running in the Pyrenees. What's it like running in this environment?
I love this place. We were here for 1.5 weeks and prepared, and when I came here I just like, oh, it's so nice, and I like the course, and yeah, I will for sure come back to this area for some more training camps because it's just so beautiful here, and I really like the trails and everything, so it's so cool to win the World Championship title on this place, because yeah, it's a really nice place.
Congratulations again, Tove Alexandersson, the women's champion in the World Mountain Trail Running Championships short course. We'll go back to you guys in the studio.
Great to hear that. Great to hear Richard giving us those insights from Tove, and also asking her about that cut from a few weeks before.
Yeah, yeah. And I like the fact that Tove said what we talked about. It's like, yeah, maybe watching it today will give ideas to other orienteers to come and race in the mountain and trail running races, because they certainly have the skills and the endurance. I remember talking to Fred Tranchant when, like, the first year he transitioned, and he was fresh off. He said, like, yeah, the training is insane. Like, we train twice a day every day. And so that's not something. So they do the volume, but over much shorter stint, which allow them to keep the speed and they stay sharp. But at the end of the week, when you look at the total time and volume that they do, it's actually nothing to shy from an actual trail runner. So I think there's a big battle here. Nope, this is a one runner back, and this is our French.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, there we go. We're in the trees. We have eyes on Sarah Alonso from Spain.
Okay, we'll pick her up, and looks like she is still holding on to that second position.
And so now I'm starting to think, because that was plenty of ground for Naomi Lang to creep up on Sarah Alonso, but I'm guessing now if she hasn't done it just yet, it means that she's probably running on fumes, and that was the extra hour compared to a Mont Blanc marathon time, for example, that probably took a toll on Naomi. But like, I don't know. Again, nothing's done until it's done, so we shall see.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, great to pick up the women's competition here. Sarah Alonso running in silver medal position, as we can see here on the track. Not sure where Naomi is. We might be able to pick up another camera runner hopefully soon and do a screenshot.
Yeah. And look at this. Everybody on the turn just cheering her on, screaming at Sarah.
Yeah, of course, everybody, most people out on the track are tuning into the live stream and feed as well, so they know it's a close competition. So they're giving her the last final motivation to
bit of a boost along the way.
Get down that hill and into Canfranc.
And Clémentine Geoffrey here, your 2023 world champion. Looks like she's she's ready to be done with the day. You know, her face is really tensed. She's focusing. I don't know if she's made the pass. She was, ooh, holy moly. That was a close call. That cut me off my chair. Because those rocks were big, and you don't want to be like face planting on those ones. Yeah, but it shows that she's getting tired as well.
Yeah, you're getting tired, and you know what? You know, when you often fall on the smoother sections of trail because you relax, you take your focus off a little bit, and your speed increases, and before you know it, you just miss something. You know, miss something that was just like a nothing. Like a nothing rock. So yeah, no time to lose concentration as you get into this descent.
And there we go.
Well, she's looking good actually now.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, like, again, the Spanish crowds are probably not going to be in our chat in English, but because there is a live broadcast in Spanish. But I'm pretty sure they're going to very soon be blowing out the chat for Sarah Alonso on her way to most likely scoring silver at the Trail World Championship in the short distance. Again, 44.5 kilometers and 3,657 meters of gain and loss, because this is a loop. So they covered the exact same elevation, gain and loss. Exactly. And the Spanish crowd waving the flags.
For only the third time, the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships being held. A collaboration with mountain running and trail running together, bringing the world's top athletes over both disciplines together in one event under the umbrella of World Athletics. It doesn't get better than this than what we have today.
Yeah, it's good to get like that proper recognition for these disciplines on the World Athletic.
Absolutely, on the World Athletic calendar. And I know there are a number of teams that offer incentives, federations offer incentives for medals, and at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships, it's the same compared to World Athletics Championships.
Oh, and I won't spill the beans, but like the Spanish federation for podium was offering a number that is greater than most teams' bonuses for UTMB. They really stepped up the prize money that the Spanish Federation is offering to the Spanish athlete for podium position, but actually there's then another number for 4th through to 8 is unreal. It's like buckets load of cash, and with the top 4 athletes in Spain, and then Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, you're buying the drinks tonight.
Well, it's more like the Spanish Federation is they're going to run out of cash. Okay, it looks like we're losing Sarah, but no, we're still with Sarah Alonso.
We're going to stay with her. Yeah. Let's stay with her as she drops into the final switchbacks of the trail. Sorry, zigzags, hairpin bends on every straight.
That's going to be a very good revenge for Sarah Alonso after having tough times.
Here we go. Let's pick up Naomi Lang. Oh my God.
Oh, look at her fly.
She's going way faster.
Okay, the assumption of Naomi running on fumes was absolutely
she's at
wrong.
the same corner that we saw Sarah just a few seconds ago. This is coming to the end. I love it. I'm so happy that Naomi's making our job so much fun.
So I was not able to actually pick up what the switchbacks were, so how far back she could be.
Into the taped ones, into the tape sections, and literally, yeah, she'll be able to hear Sarah up in front of her.
But there we go. I think we're like in the last kilometer for Sarah Alonso.
Well, she's now in the last checkpoint, so
yeah,
we'll get a split time for her as she passes over it. Here we go. This is where you want to be out of sight as you go around each corner. You don't want to have the runner behind you being able to see you. Careful not to cut that corner there, Sarah. We don't want to have we don't want to have any issues.
You don't want to find yourself on the wrong side of the cones.
So I'm hearing the Spanish commentary going wild.
Yeah, and they're already calling her the second place.
Yeah, they're calling her out of Sarah Alonso too. She's looking over her shoulder. Yeah, yep. She knows she hasn't got it just yet. And it's one of those things, as soon as you get amongst the crowd, you hear the noise. Yes, that does push you on, but on the other side, you can't hear the person closing in behind you as well.
Yeah, it's a constant, loud noise.
So that kind of makes it that can make it a little bit more scary when knowing that you're not quite there. But she must have got a split there because she's come through. In fact, Naomi not yet through the final split. So yes, she has.
That's it.
She is through the final split now. So let's have a look.
It's 40 seconds.
It is still seconds, but she hasn't been able to close that gap from that high point.
And there we go. She finally breaks into a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place in these short trail world championships is going to take silver home and a medal as an individual. Sarah Alonso.
Yeah, wonderful run, and that's not easy to do, knowing that you had to finish as hard as you could. And she actually looked great coming down that home chute as well.
And look at that. Look at how close that was, ladies and gentlemen. Naomi Long, a raising talent in our sport.
Yeah, I mean, we've known about Naomi for a while now. She's been so super strong in mountain running and seeing how fast she can descend. But yeah, she wanted to step it up this year, like Grayson has stepped it up, like Tove has stepped it up this year into the longer distances. And look, she's
Naomi is still running because she knows it's all about the time for the team. There we go.
Oh, what a
and
run.
Yeah, she would have left it all out there. And a big hug for Sarah, the way she's such an affectionate runner, and she loves sharing those moments. Look at the smiles on these two ladies. How good is that?
Yeah, what a race they've given us today as well. Right to the end. That's so exciting. So happy for Sarah. So happy for Naomi. First time on the World Championships podium. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah. The future is bright for these ladies.
Tove has been there before, of course, but she's converted silver into gold today.
Yeah, and that's true. That we were talking about this very early. It seems like a lifetime away when we were talking about Tove showing up in Innsbruck on the Classic. But she had said, like, oh, I didn't train for it. I'm in the middle of my orienteering season, and she managed to score silver right behind Grayson Murphy. And then she explained this time, it's like, I came here and I focused on this for a month and a half. She came, she rekeyed the course. Left a bit of skin on it, but eventually it did pay off, and it shows that, like, when Tove targets a race, she's most likely impossible to beat.
Yeah, I mean, that was, absolutely. It was a performance that we will all remember for sure from these championships. Something to tell your grandkids about, maybe. Oh, wonderful! Yeah, and of course she'll be directed over to have a bag check, mandatory
and doping control as well.
Doping control, yes.
That's something that we didn't actually talk about. But yes, there's 40 doping control that are being performed. Some randomly prior to the event, and then the top 3 for each. For each finishers, each race, distance and gender.
So for a World Athletics Championship, which this has now become officially a World Athletics Championship this year, there is, of course, it's mandatory to use the Athletics Integrity Unit, the AIU, who manage all of the anti-doping for both the World Cup, Mountain Running World Cup, as well as any World Athletics event. And so you can see the checks going on, jackets. You need a container with a certain amount of fluids, gloves, often long pants, waterproof. And I tell you, with my experience of races in Spain, they are the most they are the most religious about checking after the race.
You need to go back and race in New Zealand, because they want the long johns, the long sleeve merino. It's unreal. Like, I feel like New Zealand is another level up. But admittedly, seeing how the weather turns in New Zealand, like, if you're out there without the right kit, like, the consequences could be far more damaging than what you see in Europe. And look at this, Tove coming back. She probably had a shower, a burger, a call with her family, and now congratulating our top 2 and 3 finishers, Naomi Lang and Sarah Alonso. It's probably going to be a top 3 photo finish on the line.
Yeah, great to see the finish line photo. Normally the winner in the middle.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get that right. They're gonna get that right.
Of course they will. So our top 3 across the line, a win from Tove Alexanderson by 33 minutes and 53 seconds.
That's unreal.
With the the gap between second and third being a matter of just a few seconds. 40, was it 30, no, 38 seconds in the end? Is that 38 seconds?
And there you go. Your top three finishers here, and look at those smiles.
I was hoping Richard would ask Tove about the tights and
oh yeah.
why she chose to wear tights this morning, and if she was getting too hot up the top.
Oh, look at that!
Look at this.
As much as she was
fourth place.
That is so Ida is still in there.
Yeah,
but
that's got to
she's
be
looking much better than earlier. Like
got
earlier
to be Ida Robsam. Fantastic. Yeah, you know, she moved up slowly through the field, moved into fourth place. And it looks like she's going to bring it home in fourth position. Yeah, that's a stellar race by Ida.
Yeah, and she's still looking really good. Like good leg turnover, cores engaged.
Yeah, nice mid to forefoot striker. Yeah, really nice, nice running action.
Yeah, after so many Ks and so much downhill.
Absolutely.
Fantastic, and once again, always the tough place. But yeah, she gets handed over the flag.
We wouldn't expect anything less from the Norwegian community. Of any nation, they seem to produce the most number of flags.
Oh yeah, you reckon?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, plenty of competitions with Norwegian cross-country skiers and now Norwegian trail runners and mountain runners, and it's fantastic to see her coming across the line proudly showing those Norwegian colours.
Yeah, what a performance today. So again, it's too bad that we're not getting those interviews on the line. Please, the studio, if you can actually plug into the ambient microphones, because that would be fantastic. Even if the interview with Sarah is in Spanish, I'm sure we can catch a few things. And look at this. Actually, that was a very close finish.
Wow. So
oh, no, sorry. Anna. Okay. That's another flag, but I thought...
Yeah, Anna Platner through the last checkpoint, along with Clementine. So those two are battling it out. Well, it's just 45 seconds between the two of them. So, yeah, but less than a minute between Anna and Ida. So, yeah, she was probably running a little bit scared there too.
And there she is.
Yeah, fifth place. Fantastic race by Anna Platner. That's a real breakout performance.
Yeah. After winning was it Argentina in 2019, the world champs?
Well, that's right. You know, I meant to go back and check that, but yes.
we never did. We got excited. We got carried away. But, I mean, yeah, it is a fantastic fifth place.
Yeah.
And then she managed to also hold off the 2023 world champion, Clémentine Geoffrey from France, who should be the next one clocking through the Piscinas.
Yes, she is. Yes, she's come through.
She has. Oh man, your internet is so much better than mine because it just doesn't show.
Yeah, she'll be coming up. There is a little delay still on the live timing compared to there. She maybe is. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's yes. There she is. Yeah. Just crossed the line. Yeah. Yeah. So again, you know, it was really tight, and especially from those, well, second and third, obviously super tight in the women's race, but also those positions all those positions inside the top 10, super tight. Both the men's and the women's competition, which is fantastic. It's fantastic to see such good depth in both races.
And so here we go. It looks like we have a final word, and you were absolutely right to hold my horses, because in the team race in the men's, Spain take the gold, but France actually picks up silver, and then Italy in third for bronze medal. The United States in fourth, Switzerland in fifth, Poland sixth, Sweden, Japan, Norway, and Argentina in 10th at this point.
Yeah. Those from Japan downwards, they are still to be finalized. They haven't crossed none of not all of the team members have yet crossed the line, but our top 6 we can provisionally confirm, all results obviously subject to final confirmation at the close of day. Someone asking actually in the chat why one of the runners has a +1 minute on the results. Maybe there was a time penalty out there that we
interesting
that we missed. But
well, either out there or by the finish line, as you were saying, they're doing gear check.
Yes, yeah.
And those, like, I mean,
normally a gear check is a DQ actually if it's a missing item.
If it's a missing item, you get DQ'd.
Well, again, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but yeah, traditionally in competitions, yes.
Oh wow, that's a bit harsh. I don't know, a pair of gloves or something falls out of your pack.
Yeah, depending on circumstances, and of course. If there is a situation in any of the competitions, the team has a right to make a protest.
Claim. Yep.
If an athlete was unfairly advantaged or unfairly disadvantaged, let's say, and then there's a process that goes on to.
Is there going to be a claim against the hornet's nest?
Yeah, that'll be.
It looks like it did quite a bit of damage.
I think they'll be evicting those those particular wasps from Can Frank.
And it's not the first time they're doing damage. If you remember during that UTMB, that Kilian had to drop out because he was also allergic to wasps.
Yes, that's true. Yes, a few years ago that happened. Yeah,
it's already quite a few years. Doesn't make us sound any younger. Here we go. So we had across the line Jane Mouse from the United States in 7th place, and waiting for more women's to come through.
And of course, we'll update you on the women's team results as soon as those results come through as well. But on the men's side, Spain, as predicted, taking out the victory. But I'm not going to say it was close, but not by that much, let's say, because it was a 10-minute advantage over France.
Oh wow!
At the finish, given the victory by Frédéric in the men's race. And then another 10 minutes back to Italy. So men's race super tight.
It was actually tight indeed.
Yeah.
So as I'm going through the rankings just to see who we can spot in the women's, Caitlin Fielder has crested and she's in the last descent. She's in 43rd position for New Zealand. Bit of a tough time. But look at this. So there is essentially 9 minutes between 2nd and 7th, and yet between 1st and 7th there's 44 minutes.
Yes,
that's unreal.
But isn't it great to see the number of nations there, top 7?
Oh, and actually I said 9. No, it's 11. Sorry, from 2nd to 7th. I can't count at this point of the day, people. I apologize.
That French school system, Martin, got a bit to blame.
Well, I can't blame the school system. It's all on me.
No, but look, 7 different nations in the top 7 in the women's field. That's
oh wow,
that's
yeah,
yeah.
Which going to keep us on our toes for the team rankings.
It's definitely going to keep us on our toes. So let's go back a couple of checkpoints and we can check that for you.
So at 37.5, you got Sweden, Spain, France, United States, Romania, Italy.
Yeah.
But again, I doubt all the runners have gone through that 37.5. Oh, although they might, because it's top 40, almost top 50 had gone through it.
Yeah, certainly those first results are.
There's a substantial gap with Sweden as. 17 minutes.
Something to ask as a controversial thing, is that the right system to use? We're having one runner so far out in front, making, of course, it makes such a big difference to the team result. Would it be better to use points or timing?
I don't know. Like for me, I do appreciate the time system because it forces pretty much every runner to just give it all out.
Exactly, which as a runner myself, it's like I used to hate. oh my God, I still have to race like crazy to get to the finish.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you could be in the lead, winning the race, but it's not like you're going to let go of the gas pedal for the team.
Yeah, Tove didn't let go at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I think it makes it more exciting, because it truly forces every runner to bring the best out of themselves on the day. So I don't know. I mean, for me, it's easy to say sitting on my chair on the other side of the screen, but I like when they go hard. All right, we got, I think, maybe interviews again?
Yeah, let's go, Richard.
There we go, Andreu.
We're here at the finish line with the third-placed runner in the 45-kilometer World Mountain Trail Championships, Andreu Blanes. A fantastic result for you. The bronze medal, effectively, in a World Championships. How do you feel, Andreu?
I feel great. It's been hard work, and it feels amazing.
And you have a very strong orienteering background, just like many of the runners who have been so successful today. Tell me about how important that is, you think, for mountain running.
Well, I've been doing orienting like all my life, and I was happy to have Fred Ranchang in the podium today, because he's a good friend of mine, and see Tove as well. It's good that the orienteers show up and do well in mountain running.
And how did you feel the race went for you, the pacing of the race? You were always in the top 10, always in the top 5, really, for most of the race. How did you feel your overall strategy went?
Well, it's very mental, because there are some situations that you feel like I was 5 or 6, I was feeling that maybe that was my position. But then I fought very good in the last part, and I could take the podium and keep it to the end.
And just tell me, for our Spanish viewers on the Spanish stream, you're originally from a place called Onil, near Alicante, down in the south of Spain. This is a very different part of Spain with much bigger mountains. How did you cope with coming up north and running in this kind of scenery?
Yeah. Actually, my best friend is running with the team as well, with the Spanish team. He's from Onil, we're two from there. And yeah, I came here 5 weeks ago to prepare for this. I knew it was going to be different from my hometown, so I had to prepare well.
And for the Spanish team, so much success today. We had Manuel coming second. We had Sara Alonso, who's just over here, who came second in the women's race. So important for Spain to do so well here when the race is being hosted in Spain.
Yeah. Manu, he deserved it a lot. He was having some problems, and he worked very hard to go over it, and I'm happy for him. So I'm happy with the third place behind Fred and Manu.
Fantastic. Congratulations to you. Vámonos Spain for today's race. A fantastic performance for all the Spanish runners. Here at the finish line, we're so happy to celebrate all the different runners from around the world who have come here for this incredibly special 45-kilometer World Mountain Trail race. From here at the finish line, it's goodbye and thanks for all the watchers from the English, French and Spanish stream. And it's back to all of you in the studio to help wrap things up.
Yeah,
there we go.
Great to hear the team camaraderie, isn't it? Yeah, and looks like orienteering is the sport to get into. You want to be a good trail runner. That's fantastic.
I mean, and again, on the course that was with a lot of elevation gain and loss and technical descents, which we haven't had the whole time. So it's good that, we were talking about this at the beginning. It forces runners to be extremely versatile and have the ability to run fast, to climb strong, but also to descend in a smooth and quick kind of way.
Yeah, good
overall
all-round test. Yeah, and I might have said there was a 1 minute penalty. It's a 1 hour penalty, not a 1 minute penalty.
Oh, was it a 1 hour?
So there are two runners that currently have 1 hour, but we don't know any more information than that, so we won't make any comment. But look, we're about to wrap up here in the studio.
Oh wow, there we go. Already, that went fast.
It went really, really fast, but it's been a pleasure to be here with you, shouting out the action with you, Martin. We can't quite give you just yet the update on the team's competition in the women's race, but look, join us at the podium ceremony, 7 o'clock tonight, downtown Canfranc, in front of the on the side of the train station. It's been our pleasure.
Oh, absolutely. Day 2 out of 4. The fun is far from being over, and we count on you to join the party tomorrow as well. So local time, the race starts at 7 a.m. So we're going to kick off the live broadcast about 20 minutes before that, I reckon. And yeah, we're super stoked to be with you all again for another couple of days. Appreciate you being in the chat and contributing to this live broadcast. This wouldn't be the same without you all. So again, shout out to everyone. And Jono, I think time to recover, put the legs up, and get ready for tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Could you come and join us?
El Mundial de Canfrán es una gran oportunidad para que los sitios pequeños puedan organizar grandes eventos deportivos internacionales como este.
Queremos reivindicar los Pirineos como una de las cordilleras a nivel mundial más atractivas y espectaculares para nuestro deporte. Un lugar irrepetible para este Mundial de Trail.
Gracias.
Nada.
No por esto, no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera y que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.